Oh my God. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. What the hell? The hell was that? It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Oh, I haven't looked at the chat yet since the show started, but are we going to hear about how on time I am today? Are we going to hear how impressed everyone is that I'm not late? I bet you not. I bet you everybody's forgotten about that little snafu yesterday. I bet you me reminding everyone is the only thing that makes them think about it. Shall we give it a look before we dig into your thoughts, your ideas, our stories, our topics for today? Before we bring Johnny in, should we see what all of you are saying about the show? Let's see here. Let's kick this pig from Sean Rass. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit. Aaron is sleeping. Check back in 20. I woke up just fine today. As a matter of fact, I woke up like 4 or 5 different times. I've been up on time 5 times this morning. There was like a 3:45. There was like a 4:25. There was like a 4:45, a 5:15, and then a 5:20. So I've technically been on time. I was late for yesterday's show once. I've been on time for today's show like 4 or 5 times already. That should cancel out. So technically, we're okay. I've made good. John Lastman says, wow, he's on time. Gary would have canned me if I was as late as much as you. John Lastman, Gary ought to can you for the numbers you put up, but that's neither here nor there. Sean Raz says, I think I may have been the first whole bean order. I don't know because we did unveil the whole bean coffee last night. So an evening show audience member might have got it. I'd have to check the orders today. Thank you guys for a great first month of Steel Toe Coffee, though. And as a 1-month present, if you will, whole bean coffee is now available. The Steel Toe Coffee is now available in whole bean at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Go check that out and order yours today. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com and get the whole bean coffee. Mods, if you want to throw that link up in the chat, I'm sure I wouldn't get mad at you. But check it out, and you got your whole bean, and hopefully all of you who are like, look, man, I want to order Steel Toe Coffee, but I can't do this ground shit. I want to ground it myself. I'm an aficionado. Now you're happy. And then I think next month, if things continue to go well, we got hundreds of Steel Toe Coffee customers. If we continue to, keep those people and then add a few more, I think April's Magic Bean is what's next on the list. And then after that, I don't know what the plans are for the coffee thing. But, hey, replace your current coffee habit with our coffee habit. There is no, we call it grift-free coffee. There's no country that you're saving. You're not owning any MAGA people or any libtards. There's not any, saving the culture or fighting the culture war. We just think it's really good coffee, so we put our name on it. And if you wanted to help out our show while also getting yourself some coffee, hey, no skin off anyone's ass. Gary Crouch says, whoa, we're starting early today. I get it. Because I was late yesterday. Have you heard? Let's bring Johnny up. There we go. What's going on, buddy? Hey, you're on time too. Hey, we're not late today.
Yeah. Everyone's sitting there saying now Johnny's late. And I'm like, dude, I was on time. I just have to wait outside until I have permission to enter.
Yeah, fucking Zoom. Well, we've got I think I figured it out, though. I think you don't have to do that anymore because I've got the morning waiting screen animation playing on OBS. I've got the intro screen playing on OBS. I've got the music playing on the Stream Deck, and I've got Zoom opened, and it just takes up like 40% of the CPU, and I get this encoder warning from OBS. But I found that if I don't turn the morning wait screen on until I'm just about ready to use it for the 10 seconds that I use it, everything works a lot better. So I think I figured it out. It's possible. Okay. I'm also indulging in myself and boring the shit out of the audience. Toolman Mike says, a bit of merriment before my wife wakes up. I got drunk last night, and she will wake up pissed. Well, wait a minute, Toolman Mike. In your defense, how can she get pissed if you got drunk and you're up before she is? The only way you should be drunk at someone is if they're a puking, sick piece of shit and they sleep in and are sweating up the bed with their hangover sweats while you're getting up, busting your ass, getting ready to go to work.
You know, like someone did yesterday for about 20, 30
Hey, she overslept too, goddammit. She didn't wake up to her alarm either, or I would have been woken up. Bearded Trucker, oh, look who showed up on time. Somebody says if you're on time, you're late, so you're still late. Of course. Indus Buzz Bizdisdis Buzz says, fuck is this? I'm still awake from the last show. Hey, Indus Buzz, your character is not guy who likes the show and watches it all the time. You're supposed to be the guy who pops in and tells us how stupid our show is. Don't abandon. I don't like this. I don't like that everybody that hates us ends up loving us and telling us, hey, buddy, am I right? No. Commit to your character. We need you. I lose so many haters, and it's a big problem. They all end up coming around.
And we can't lose the good ones.
Yeah, Indus Buzz, you were like the best one. We can't lose you. Griddle
too many crappy ones.
Griddle Gorilla says, part-timer decided to grace us with his presence on time. Hey, part-timer, I will have you know that I do 7 hours of broadcasting Monday through Wednesday. Now, if Thursday and Friday you want to call me a part-timer, totally fair. I have a part-time job 2 days a week. But 3 days a week, I got a full-time job, my friend. Tyler Hartzell says, I just recently started watching, but Aaron's takes on Bam are absolutely hilarious. Well, good. You're going to enjoy the clip we put up today. The Zumot clip did pretty well. I'm very happy with that. Then we're going to put the Bam one up this afternoon, the one from yesterday. Still committed, still in a funny farm, which is good. That's where he belongs. Hopefully that translates into him going to some kind of facility afterwards, but he's just so bitter, and he's still like so gripped in the addiction, and he's still hammering away at his family, and everyone's a piece of shit, and they're using him. I know that I don't get many Bam defenders in my comments anymore, but they still trickle in from time to time. And you know how I said that this BJ woman, this BJ Investigates or whatever, she reminds me of Elisa Jordana.
Yeah.
She has the same kind of simps as Elisa does. These people who are like, no, she's a lawyer. And I'm like, is she really? If she's a lawyer, fuck, she better not be a lawyer. I hope nobody gets represented by her. But they go, she's
the one who let him do the phone call.
Yeah, she's the one who let him do the phone call.
Yeah, that's not a lawyer. A lawyer doesn't go, yeah, we're going to do that. I'm totally liable for letting this happen. And it's all being documented on film. Yeah. I love this.
To me, that doesn't sound very lawyery. But she's a lawyer who exposes conservatorships and shit. I'm like, Bam isn't under a conservatorship. His family is just trying to make sure that their son, brother, husband, father doesn't die because he's headed down the you're going to die now path. And so anyone who could sit there and blame his family like she is and then get these fucking simps to believe her and then write in our comment section like, oh, yeah, no, she's just trying to expose. You're just jealous of her. I'm like, I am not jealous of anyone who's trying to make Bam out to be the victim and his family out to be the bad guy. Sorry, that's not my role.
I might be jealous of her numbers.
Oh, for sure. Whose numbers am I jealous of? Let's see. I'm jealous of Kevin's numbers, 100%. And that's a healthy thing, by the way. I think more people on YouTube should be able to admit that. You should absolutely be jealous of people with bigger numbers than you. If you don't admit you're jealous of them, you end up like these people who hate watch Steel Toe and have half our numbers. And it's like, just admit you're jealous, and then you'll work harder at gaining a larger audience. It works. We're only 88, 85 people away from 10,000 subs. Subscribe, please.
August 1st, here we come.
No, we're going to do it by the first day of June. Or the first day of June. That came and went. By the first day of summer. I'm telling you, we're going to hit it. We're going to do it. So I'm jealous of Kevin's numbers. I'm jealous of Chrissy Mayer's Simpcast numbers. And who else? I mean, obviously, like an Ethan Klein. That goes without saying. If you see someone who's got like 30 or 40,000 people in their chat at once, of course I'm jealous of that guy. But it's a healthy jealousy. It's a jealousy I can admit to, and it's a jealousy I can strive to try to match. That's why jealousy is not a bad thing. Hey, jealousy. Oh, that hurt. Mad Max Mardigan says, what the actual fuck? Here I thought I'd have time to make it home before you started. Since the last 2 shows I was able to catch, you had the hangover sleepyhead and overslept by 20 minutes. When was I hangover sleepyhead? I don't think I was hangover sleepy. Yesterday I overslept, that's true, but hangover sleepyhead, there was the day where the internet wasn't working and there was nothing I could do, and Spectrum had to jumpstart it remotely. But that wasn't hangover sleepyhead. I promise. Oh, people want 10K by Juneteenth. That would be a good celebration date for this show. Holy shit, the chat is busy. I got to stop being cute, and I got to move on and just pick a few of you, get caught up, and then get into our stories. Stories galore today. You want to make fun of women? I've got some women to make fun of. Oh, good, Johnny. I'm glad you want to make fun of women, because I got 2 stories making fun of women, especially the United States women's soccer team. You know how they've been bitching for years now about pay equality and why don't we make as much as the men? Well,
right.
Luckily, they got the answer to their question this weekend.
Oh, God.
We'll talk about that. And just like a good woman, Johnny, do you think that they asked a question, got an answer, and then even if they didn't like the answer, totally stopped asking the question?
No, I assume they just repeated the question like the answer never happened. 700
more times, yeah. Hey, if you lost to somebody 12-0 and they had to stop the game, would you act like that was some kind of victory?
No.
No, I wouldn't either. So if you want to watch what it looks like for an embarrassed, disgraced team to treat 12-0 and an early stoppage like a victory, boy, do we have stuff for you. Balls Deep says it is good coffee. Ugly Fuckling says shit costs more than Starbucks. Shipping is included in that price. No, it does not, sir. That is incorrect, Ugly Fuckling, but I appreciate you trying. Andrew Rice Cray says time to sell some steel toe yogurt to fight the culture war. Nope. Grift-free coffee. You're not fighting a culture war. You're not owning any libs. Your school will still try to turn your kids trans and gay, even if you drink our coffee. The only difference is that's what happens when you drink Jeremy's coffee too and Tim Pool's coffee too. They just don't admit it. We have the only grift-free coffee out there, which I guess us angling it as grift-free coffee is a grift in and of itself.
It's kind of a grift.
Yeah, you're right. If we say that we're grift-free coffee, we're grifting on the fact that we're not
self-grifting.
Oh, my God. You know, in this begging, e-beggar sphere that we're in, you can't escape the grift.
No.
The grift is like...
The grift is life.
Yeah, it's the Borg, essentially. Did I do a Star Trek reference right? No, I didn't.
I don't think so.
No. Fuck.
Because the Borg just assimilate. Like, there's no resisting it.
So they're not illegal aliens.
Kind of. I mean, in a roundabout way, you're like, there's no resisting it. Yeah, resistance is futile. Kind of. We'll give it.
Okay, Griftborg. Got it. Papa Dan says, Johnny is a vampire agency temp worker who needs permission before he can go into work. No, I just need to figure out my CPU shit. I've gone from liking the show to hating the show, says Ugly Fuckling. Oh, you're not unique. Don't worry. You're going to come back around. We've seen that cycle too. I love the show. I hate the show. I'll never listen to this show again. I love the show again. Right, Lemmy? Sorry, I'm just having some fun. That's all. Having some fun. Let Shad go to your show, says not sure. I think we said yesterday, if he wants to show up.
He's welcome to show up, but he won't be allowed
He's welcome to show up, but I don't think he's going to like his result. Sorry, pal.
We'll be asked kindly to leave.
Yeah, we beat the shit out of him yesterday, but boy, on Nightwave last night, I listened to Mersh really hammer the fuck out of him for that one.
Oh,
Mersh,
Jesus.
Yeah, Mersh really got him. If I was not sure, I would not watch that. It would make me very sad because he's a Chad guy. And I hope you're a Chad guy, ironically, because if you're a Chad guy, unironically, I almost want to put you on a 5150, but I don't have the authority. Red Fox Mad says, you should go back to the radio days and start at 5:30 a.m. I missed the extra hour early in the morning. Oh, my God, are you kidding? We didn't even lose that many people being late by 20 minutes yesterday. I was starting to think, hey, maybe the audience wants us to start at 6:30, maybe 7 o'clock. Maybe we could push this bad boy back a little bit. And now you want
in a little more.
Yeah, now you want me to move an hour backwards when I couldn't even get up on time yesterday? Oh, my God. I'm being pulled in all different directions.
Do people remember the number of late starts and asleep at the board incidents that happen at the station?
Fuck. Yeah, Megan K says that BJ Investigates woman has multiple 100K channels. Yeah, I mean, that's just a clear sign that there's no God. That's all it is. We're sitting here struggling to get to 10,000, and a vulture, lecherous, Klingon, body snatcher, harpy harlot has multiple 100,000K channels. Even if you're stupid and untalented, tits win. Dub says, I suspect Bam, much like most celebs, has been victimized by leeches who hunt for opportunities, catching dollars. Carlos says, Ethan Klein lives in a $9 million house in L.A. He's doing something right. Yeah, you got to be able to admit when you're jealous of people. It's healthy. It's a good thing. It's when you can't admit you're jealous and you just start hating shit that you look like a tool. People go, oh, what are you, jealous of that woman? Her audience size? Fuck yeah. Are you kidding?
I'm jealous of everyone's audience size.
Yeah. Yeah, what's not to be jealous about? I mean, I think here's what jealousy gets a bad rap. Jealousy can be a motivator. If you look at someone's channel and you go, fuck, God, that would be so cool to have those numbers. Guess, even if it's positive, you know what that is? That's jealousy. If you look at something and you long for it and you think about how cool it would be to have, you're a little envious. You're a little jealous. Let's go to Dub. He says, my wife is such a bad cook. Oh, this sounds like the start of a Rodney joke. Dub says, my wife is such a bad cook. I pretend to eat it, dump it into pockets, and then into pig pen and slaughter and cook a pig weekly myself. Fuck. P. Fletch says the grift is inescapable. Yes, we have grift-free coffee, and that in and of itself is kind of a grift.
Promoting that it is grift-free is...
He's grifting.
It's like if you're saying it's a conflict-free diamond, you automatically have to turn around and cut off an impoverished African kid's arm.
Right.
To just suddenly justify... It's conflict-free. Why did you do that? I have no idea.
Right. They weren't in conflict. Someone just got their arm cut off. There was no fight about it. It's just them's the rules. Rexstart parody. Hung Solo says Chad would drop you in 42 seconds. Please, let's put that to the test, Hung Solo. And you have to pay me $1,000 when that doesn't happen. Mad Max Mardigan says, but I mailed Chad my ticket since you said bikers can get in for free. Oh, biker. I get it, bikers. But you have to be able to stay on your bike. I'm just trying to be a good Christian. Peace be with brothers. Oh, thank you. Not sure. Citizen M says, Mersh has never got anyone in his life. Oh, please. He's just Jesse P.S.'s puppet. Oh, I'm sorry, Citizen M. Nobody knows who Jesse is. Megan K says she's not that terrible. Bam may be, but she just reports on people. Geez, give her a break. All right, Megan, since you're giving the show an honest shot, I will say this. All I've ever seen of this BJ Investigates is when she was making stupid, fucking, awful, unfunny faces while Bam Margera was clearly high as a fucking kite and running his mouth, and she looked like an opportunist shitbag. How's that? I don't know anything else of anything she's ever done. I'll only speak to the Bam thing, and she looked like an opportunistic shithead. How's that? There. I won't say anything about her character as a whole. Maybe she's the nicest lady in the world. Maybe, as Leanne Womack once said, she may be an angel who spends all winter bringing the homeless blankets and dinner. But as far as the Bam Margera thing goes, she's about a piece of shit. There. That was, Johnny, that was remarkably diplomatic of me.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair.
Megan, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, for me, the piece of shit part is someone's clearly on a lot of, like, stuff, who knows what. And they then pick up their phone and start calling family members and people live on air. You just have too much that can happen in that, and you don't want to be involved in it. I just feel like that's just not a good thing to do, like, off the cuff.
Family members that you're in conflict with currently also. Megan says, you guys are great, just giving both sides. Well, there. Look at everybody settling their issues and coming to some sort of middle ground. Isn't that just gay and boring? Oh, it's lovely.
Now that we've done that, can we get it one step further? And Megan, you can at least agree that one of her problems is she's a woman.
Yes, if you can admit that it's that snatch between her legs that also throws her off into the evil category, I think we may be able to get somewhere by the end of the day today. Boys and girls,
building bridges.
We got some shit starting over on PayPal this morning. Robert with $10, thank you very much. Scarface with $10 says, now that you have a successful line of coffee, we're going to need Aaron to rock a Meme War veteran hat and Johnny to rock a beanie. Fight like hell with your wife. Watch it. Fucking watch it. Thank you, Scarface. Yes, we're going to have Johnny dress like Tim Pool. I'm going to dress like, what is it? Not Crowder, the other guy. Jeremy from the Quartering. Oh, it'll be all kinds of fun.
Why do I got to be the gay one?
But aren't they all really gay? Is there a straight one? You tell me who the straight one is in that griftosphere. Please. Exactly.
Ben Shapiro?
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, Ben Shapiro is as close as you get. Matt Walsh's obsession with trans people is clearly a closeted gay thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, Ben Shapiro is, it is straight, but that's at the expense of, like, a soul and all sort of warmth. You're just kind of dry.
So, yeah, it's like the allergy meds I took yesterday. Yeah, I didn't have allergy problems, but my body was dried out and I was super tired. So,
which would you rather have?
Exactly. It's kind of a trade-off. Thank you to Blop Jones for becoming a member for 1 month and Flex for gifting a membership. Appreciate that, buddy. All right, we're starting it off at 320 today. 320 away from today's goal. Let's knock that down by 100 an hour, and I think we'll have that thing knocked out before the show's even into its fourth hour. Or third hour, I'm sorry. The third hour would be, fourth hour, 9 o'clock. Okay. I'm good. Figure it out, Aaron. You can do this. Thank you to Flex. Thank you to Blop Jones. Thank you to Dave Manbrain, who is now gifted a membership. So 320 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If you're new to the show, we are a listener-supported program, so your contributions help us stay on the air. And if we hit that goal, we say thank you by adding another 30 minutes onto our program. You know, people who pretend they don't like us like to say things like, he just dangles that the rest of his show time over his audience's head. No, it's literally extra time. We don't do that time normally, but since the audience hits that goal every day, it seems like that's just our normal time. That's all extra. It's all gravy because you guys are so wonderful. Thank you. Steel Toe Morning Show reported for spamming the chat. Sound off, music on. I don't know what that means, Bishop. Reported all pinned messages for blocking the real show. Oh, I see what you're doing. Thank you, Bishop. Let's go to Florida today. I'll start in Florida. This is going to kind of be the vibe of today's show. I cut out a lot of the more serious stuff because it's all kind of the same thing. Sometimes you go to I go to 10 or 15 different websites. One of them say The Blaze. And sometimes The Blaze gets like really big on fucking trans this, trans that, trans this, trans that. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go to the Not the Onion, Cringe, and what's the other one? Florida Man subreddits. And let's check those out and see what they've got for me today. Or maybe one day CNN is just too big into like abortion and shit and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, God, my audience would be bored to tears with that. Let's go to TMZ and see what famous people are doing. You know, so you always got to balance when you're doing a show. You don't want to be telling your audience about the same shit every single day. So I got a lot of weird shit. I got a lot of stuff we can make fun of today. I think you'll enjoy it. We're going to start in Florida, where a guy decided to rob a cell phone store with maybe the worst disguise ever. Like, I get it. If you got to rob somewhere, you don't want to show up with just your face out in front of all the cameras. You know, easy for you to get picked up, whatever. But put some effort, at least put as much effort into your disguise as you are effort into robbing the place. Because, you know, I'm not saying that if you go rob a phone store, you got to dangle in from the roof in a ski mask like it's fucking Mission Impossible and you're stealing diamonds from a vault. But could we do more than just a shitty disguise, a hammer, a simple smash and grab, basically? Let's watch this guy in Florida, and you guys tell me what you think of his disguise. That's right. I believe he's using what I believe to be a screwdriver and then wearing a cardboard box on his head. I mean, you have no balaclavas at home.
At least from this video, we can clearly tell this is a white man.
Oh, well.
The box is white.
Yeah.
He checked the box.
Just watch the whole thing. The redemption angle you're looking for may be misleading. Let me put it that way. But, I mean, we've been wearing masks for the last 3 years in this world. You don't have a couple laying around that you could just throw on real quick and you could, get it over the face and make it so you're not identifiable? A cardboard box? Come on, man. Look, and now he can't even see to grab the phone. So as he smashes the glass and he goes to grab the phones, he can't even pick up all the phones in the case because, of course, you can't see through your cardboard. But he didn't even cut fucking eye holes in his shitty disguise.
We need the Benny Hill theme right now.
Oh.
But yeah, he has clothes to cover every other part of himself except something for his face. Like you got gloves, you got sleeves up to your arms, so no identifying characteristics can be made, but you didn't think about your head.
Yeah.
Last minute, grab a box.
Congratulations, Florida. Stereotypes exist for a reason. I'll say that.
Pretty bizarre scene here. New video shared by Miami Gardens business owner shows a thief stealing
and now watch
phones
this part.
while covering his head up with a cardboard box. The surveillance video.
Oh, there we go. Of course. I mean, wear the cardboard box into the store. That's stupid enough. And then in the middle of stealing the phones, God damn it, I can't. This dipshit couldn't see the phones he was stealing, so he's like, fuck it. And he takes the cardboard box off his head, shows his entire face, and goes back to work of stealing the phones.
You couldn't even wear a baseball cap?
Nothing. He could not be bothered. He got all of his robbery gear on, and it took him so much longer than he thought it would that he's like, fuck it, I'll just throw something on really quick and get to work. You couldn't take like
Is he an open micer?
You couldn't take like a couple of towels and wrap those around your face. I mean, we can come up with 7 or 8 different disguises that would have worked better than the cardboard box just sitting here watching this. You couldn't take 2 or 3 minutes to put one on yourself?
Captured the robbery around 4 Saturday morning. It happened at Eye Repair Tech, which is located on Northwest 183rd Street. At one point, the clumsy culprit even drops his disguise, revealing his face just before he leaves the store. The owner tells us the thief took 19 iPhones and $8,000 in cash.
Okay, well, hey.
I was about to say, how are you getting any money out of that? I feel like the phones are worthless.
How many phones did they say he got?
19.
Yeah, if you can't activate them, what can you do with them?
Yeah. That's why, what good are they?
Dumb. Yeah, that's really stupid. But the $8,000 in cash, that ain't bad. If you can make a steal like that, I don't know. Well, if you're a robber, you probably don't have children. You're probably living by yourself, at least not any that you're financially responsible for. $8,000 a month, you could make that work. You could one job a month, and you're good.
Total of $15,000 in damage. The suspect was later spotted in the area around 5:30 Saturday afternoon and arrested.
Oh, you mean this guy did not evade authorities?
You mean he robbed a store in his area? He didn't like go outside of the place he lives to rob a store?
No, I mean, look, you don't want to go too far. You don't want to inconvenience yourself. You gotta stay around the neighborhood. He's being He's being climate forward. He's trying to make sure that he's not contributing to climate change. He's limiting his carbon footprint so that then he stays around the house and heads to the local phone place and then wears a disguise and then got to make sure that you're getting the right phones.
You're right. We're the pieces of shit. He's right. A thief going green.
Yeah,
even his mask was recyclable.
Right. See who's the mastermind here and who's the pieces of shit just watching him. Exactly.
Right. I get it.
SC Motorsports said, I had my money on him being white. Damn it. Well, sorry. I mean, I've always said, on the roulette wheel, there's a certain color you can bet on, and you probably come out ahead more than you don't. That's a good way of putting it, right? Balls Deep says the box probably has his address on it, too. Shipping. Yeah, there's probably, if you zoom in on it, there's probably a shipping label that tells you exactly where he lives. Perfect. He's not sure, says he's thinking inside the box. Am I right? Store owners are traded for leaving mad cash. Cunnin Stunt says, surely there is something that Velcro could have... he could have put Velcro on top of the cardboard box, and then he could have cut eye holes in the thing, and then everything would have stayed in place. Son of a bitch. You guys aren't there to help him. Sparky Rose.
Yes, 911, I'd like to report suspicious activity. I saw a man wearing a box on his head enter a store. I don't know. I don't think anyone's threatened. Seems odd.
I don't know if he's up to something. I just thought that's something you should be made aware of. Well, ma'am, there's no way he's breaking into a store looking that retarded, so we'll keep an eye on the situation, but I think we'll be fine.
Just as a cover, he just says, UPS, I have a delivery. And you're wearing it?
Sparky Rose becoming a member for their 12th month. Thank you very much, Sparky. Appreciate your dedication to this program. Omega Wolf says trading up phones in the hood like hermit crabs exchange shells. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could get money from those phones. I mean, Bishop is telling us that they're worthless if they're stolen. That's got to be tracked somehow. Tommy 2X says those phones are not worthless. Okay, look, I have no problem admitting that I am not familiar with stealing cell phones and their value on the open market. I will fully admit that, and I will yield to you folks.
My knowledge ends at this is a cell phone. That's as far as we go.
Tommy 2X says $8,000 is only 8 iPhones. No. He got $8,000 in cash.
Got 19 iPhones.
Yeah, he got 19 iPhones and then $8,000 in cash. And like somebody said in the chat, who's just leaving $8,000 laying around at a cell phone store? Oh.
Someone who doesn't want the IRS to know he has it.
Candy Crush says, views drop every day. This show is done. Our views have been up. How fucking dare you? Oh, that's just wishful thinking on your part. You love me anyway. Fuck you, dude says, statistically, the chances of him being white are pretty low.
It was Florida. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I felt good about it, actually.
I'll say this. I had my bets, and let's just say I can go to the pay window, and I can get a return. Put it that way. Jack Schaff says money laundering. Bishop says should not be able to get them connected to anything but Wi-Fi. Yeah, when you buy a cell phone,
they have to activate it.
They have to activate it, and if it's reported stolen, there's got to be a way to track that.
Because the cops can track your phone, so it's not like they can't track this one. The store can't report the phones that got stolen.
Philip says you can sell a stolen phone, but you can't activate it. Okay, so this guy can get money for the phone. He just has to sell it to a fucking moron.
Well, where's he going to find one of those?
In Florida, it's going to be really difficult. I think if he goes to his cardboard box party, he should be able to find a couple of them. Raymond B says Mexico. Well, I mean, I guess if you're willing to make the trip. I would have said, fuck, I'd just take the $8,000 in cash, and I consider that a W. But
yeah, you could have grabbed that and kept the box intact.
Yeah, it's parts, everything but the radio, says Bishop. Okay, I'm finding out today that I have very limited knowledge of stolen phones, and I'm totally okay with that. Scarface says he probably knows somebody who can jailbreak it. Okay. They are unlocked SIMs with jailbroken iPhones. Huge market for them. Okay, well, shit. I mean, I do know that new cell phones cost anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. So if you can get $1,000 for each iPhone, that is a hell of a haul this guy made. Nicole says he just sells them to people. People go home and try to activate them, and it doesn't work. He would already have his money. Wait a minute. You're telling me that the guy who wore the cardboard box on his head to break into the cell phone store doesn't have a return policy for his customers? How remarkably unprofessional.
What a piece of shit. This dude stole this merchandise and now he's going to burn these people? Oh.
I'm starting to think that this guy is a bad dude. Darren Orson says, hot take, store owner was in on it. I mean, you're insured. So, I don't know, maybe. Maybe. 320 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there you are. Let's knock it under 300 by 7 o'clock this morning. Thank you, boys and girls. If you'd like to chip in to keep our show going, there's all the ways you can do it, pinned to the top of the chat. The last statue says, Aaron knows more about keystering phones than the average radio host. I know so little, I don't even know what that, I'm assuming you mean sitting on my phone, which I never understood.
Tucking it in the butt.
Yeah, I never understood that anyway, because people are like, oh, sorry, I butt dialed you. Who's putting the phone in the back pocket to even butt dial anyone in the first place? I mean, this is far too large to be shoving up my asshole. Let's go ahead and watch this woman. I love her. I think she's fantastic. I think she's indicative of just the modern culture in general, and she's just too perfect. She is a woman who will, as she will tell you in this video, is a liberal. She's a progressive woman. But she is lamenting the fact that there are no good stand-up, old-school, old-fashioned men for her to date anymore. I'm hoping that by the end of this 1-minute video, she comes to the realization that, oh my God, it's the things that I've been putting out there and the shit that I've been advocating and that people who think like me have been advocating, especially young white women, that are killing off, basically, the old school traditional man. You guys I love this. Progressive women who say, oh, yeah, I'm a bad bitch. Oh, yeah, I don't need a man. Oh, women can do everything as well as men. We're all equal, everything 50-50. And then when guys start to believe them and she starts going out on dates and she goes, hey, why are these guys treating everything like it's 50-50? That's not right. I deserve to be treated like a queen. Where's my man? I need an old school man. I thought you were a bad bitch that didn't need a man and we were all equal. Well, no, I only meant that for shit where it benefits me. I still want him to buy stuff and shit like that.
I still want to be catered to and taken care of like someone who needs to be, taken care of like a princess. Well, that's kind of the whole deal. The whole dating and thing was one way of proving how you provide for a person. So
that's the whole courtship.
Yeah,
that's the whole courtship process. So like, you can't say that you're a queen and you're on your own, but you also want to be taken care of. If you want to be taken care of, that shows that you're kind of, you need a little something more than he does. But let's hear her out. Maybe she makes a cogent point. Maybe she's not the self-actualization, the self-realization of what she's been peddling all these years.
Do you want to know one of the saddest realizations I recently had?
That the first 20 years of your life have been a complete waste and they've all lied to you and you bit on it hook, line, and sinker, and now you're finding out that it's rotting you away from the inside as a human being?
I keep getting older and they stay the same age. I'm sorry, I'm seeing Matthew McConaughey in her face.
Was that as a liberal woman, it is really hard to find a man who is willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship.
So as a liberal woman with a nose ring, and by the way, you can always tell someone's going to be a great partner if one of their first identifiable qualities they make about themselves is their political affiliation. That's always a good sign. You're lamenting the fact that you can't find a man who's willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship. Let's try to diagnose this. What would maybe cause men to not play the traditional role in the relationship? Ooh, I have an idea. Maybe, let's say there were a group of people, and hang with me on this one because to this woman, this is going to sound foreign. Maybe there's a gaggle of women where every time he tried to do anything traditionally masculine, he was called, I don't know, let's think of a dumb term. He was called toxic. He was called a misogynist. He was told that he didn't respect women or that he was behind in the times. Maybe that could be something. I'm not saying that's happening, and I'm not saying that you, identifying as a liberal, have done that to anyone ever. That nose ring says that you've been nothing but fair. At least it's not in your septum. But maybe if a guy was told that every time he opened a door for a woman or picked up the tab or believed in traditional gender roles, maybe if someone didn't shout toxicity at him, maybe he'd be more likely to still be like that. But
maybe if every time a guy said, "Oh, can I get that for you? Can I help you?" If he wasn't told he was being a bigot and not respecting her woman power, then maybe he would do those things.
maybe. I mean, maybe if we hadn't been coaching and training this man to be a browbeaten piece of shit this entire time, you might end up with more Popeyes and less Joaquin Phoenix from the movie Her. Maybe you would end up with a little more of the guys that you're looking for. But continue on. I love watching people become self-aware in real time.
In today's day and age, who is not a conservative? A man who
Okay. So he has to have traditional gender roles. He has to be a traditional man, but he can't be a conservative. Sweetheart, I have bad news for you.
You're all the way stupid.
Yeah, the only guys who are the traditional male role in the relationship, an overwhelming number of them are going to be conservative. But think about that. Here are the qualities I want in a man. I cannot accept those qualities unless he agrees with me on what the tax rate should be and the regulations we should have on cow farts. I mean, if we disagree, look, if we agree on what is a man and what is a woman, if we agree on parenting roles, if we agree on relationship roles, if we have a great time with each other and we love spending time with each other, that's all well and good. But if he doesn't believe in the Paris Climate Accords, then this relationship is simply not going to work. Do you know how many people are in relationships right now where they do not agree on politics? You know what they do? They either fight about politics because they're weirdos and they can use it as fuck fuel, or they just don't really talk about it ever.
Does that really happen a lot?
I don't know. I wouldn't
feel
date
like
a crazy
not anymore.
progressive. I wouldn't date a crazy liberal bitch. Are you kidding? So I have no idea.
Like I said, I don't think it happens anymore. I think everyone's picking their sides. Like, I can't have anyone that disagrees with me politically because then we're going to fight too much or something. Like, I'm not saying that's how I am. I'm just saying in general, like, I feel like society now, like, everyone, like, is dating politics first.
I know, that's so
as
weird.
Is evidence here.
Well, we saw when Trump became president, people would put that in their dating profiles. They'd say, no Trump
It's
supporters.
still in their profiles.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He's still the boogeyman.
Well, not even Trump, just literally like, right wing swipe left or whatever, right, or I think it's left. And it's just, there's too many people that are like, hey, if you don't agree with a BLM, ACAB, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about ACAB. Yeah, that's a big one. If you like the cops, you're a piece of shit. I love it. No ACAB, BLM, fuck Trump, this and that. Hey, how come I can't find a guy with his head not up his asshole? Because you're sorting out all the people who don't have their heads up their assholes, and all you're getting are weak, scrawny, a poor length of bone, malnourished men who are nebbish and say whatever you think whatever they think you want to hear, so that they can try to fuck you. I mean, it's you can't sit there and complain about your lot in life when you have done everything in your power to make it so. I don't want to go for this kind of man. Hey, why won't this kind of man date me? I don't know. It's almost like you've been shitting on him for the last 10 years.
And I love how you actually painted the picture of what the problem is. You can't find it in your liberal sphere. Does that maybe tell you something about your liberal sphere, the culture in the world that it has built? Not right or wrong, just literally does it tell you a fact about your world?
Right. Yeah, none of us are sitting here lamenting the fact that you won't fuck us. We're just asking if maybe the world you live in has cock-blocked you a little bit. That's all.
Who is not a conservative? A man who wants to pay on the first date, who wants to open your door, who has that want and desire to take care of you and to provide.
Oh, but...
Yeah, but that's not what you want. You're a self-supplied bad bitch.
Yeah. You're a liberal, progressive, forward-thinking woman for the modern age. And you don't need no man, and you make your own money, and you have your own career, but you want a guy who pays on the first date. You want a guy who takes care of you. You want a guy who, opens doors for you and shit like that. I have bad news for you. I know they're all evil Nazis, but that's kind of shit that moderate to conservative men do. These liberal men are just going to do whatever they think you want them to do. And what you've been telling them they want is that you're a bad bitch and you don't need anyone to open your door or pay for your meal or anything else. So they're going to be little cunty cuck guys. And then the moderates to the conservative. Ma'am, what you need, you don't need like a conservative guy. That's too much culture shock for you. But you need like a moderate guy who doesn't give a fuck about politics. You need someone who's apolitical and apathetic. That guy will open doors. That guy will pay for meals. That guy will do all that stuff. But if you try to talk to him about politics, he's going to be super black-pilled and just go, yeah, I don't really give a shit because nothing's going to change because I have no power and influence. This is not a free country and voting doesn't matter. If voting mattered, Joe Biden wouldn't be president. That's the kind of guy you're going to have to settle for if you want your door open and your meal paid for. You can either go
be on that fucking line next year or whatever. If there's 4 more, I'm like, no, this is all nothing.
I want to go and, you can go and you can have the moderate guy. If you go with the conservative, he's going to be wearing a MAGA hat. He's going to be super into guns. It's going to be too much culture shock and your head will explode.
He's going to rock you in the bedroom.
With the shotgun, actually.
Yeah.
Who is not a conservative. And obviously, as a liberal woman, I do want to be respected for my independence. And I do.
There it is. There it is. God damn. It arrives like a ship pulling into port, man. Every fucking time I called it, people are like, oh man, Aaron, you're so right about these things. I take no pride in being right about these things. It's like reading a fucking instruction manual. I want my autonomy. Of course, I'm independent and I'm my own woman and this, that, and the other thing.
Then you can pay for your fucking salad, bitch.
Right. Then pay for your meal. I mean, that's all guys want. We don't even want to thank you. We'd like to get our dick sucked, and we'd like you to say, hey, he takes care of me. He pays for the meals and this and that. Without him, I couldn't really function the way that I do. But I mean, how fucking degrading to like open the doors, pay for the meals, take charge in the relationship, be the alpha, shit like this. And then she goes, oh, but I do want my own autonomy and I am an independent woman. And it's like, bitch, my visa bill says different.
Yeah. This is literally a weird kind of look into liberal thoughts. You know why you have the money and the ability to be autonomous and to take care of yourself? Because someone fucking pays for you every time you go out. Yes. You don't pick up the gas. You don't pick up the tab. Oh, let's get a couple more drinks. Yeah, why not? I'm the one who's paying fucking interest on this shit, not you. So, yeah, here's my card. I guess I'll take this. I'll work a few more overtime shifts. I'm such an independent woman.
Right.
I think I'm going to fucking buy myself a cat.
Yeah, there's women who are in relationships where the guy pays for everything, but they have a job and they're like, I work for my money. It's like, bitch, shut up. Stop it.
Yeah, but you also don't have to spend it the same way we do.
Yeah, that's just it.
I want to have my own autonomy in the relationship and not be confined or conform to the traditional female homemaker.
Well, there you go. So the guy has to be the traditional guy in the relationship. So here's what I'm hearing from this gal. I want him to do everything, but I still want to be able to take credit for it. I want him to do all the shit for me, and I want the benefits of the traditional female role in the relationship, but I want to take credit for both roles in the relationship. I can't believe that this chick is having a hard time meeting people.
Ma'am, I'd like to explain what you're asking from a different position, and maybe you'll understand how ludicrous it is. So what you're saying is that as a man, what I would be saying in a similar situation is like, look, I want to have the normal relationship that I have with you. I just still fuck other women.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I want to be monogamous only to you while fucking all of your friends. But don't worry, I'll do it sneakily and you'll never know about it.
And I don't want you sleeping around or anything. Don't be a slut. I'm just saying I'm going to get extra piece here and there. But, I'm coming home to you. I love you.
I think Patrice O'Neill was so right on about cheating. And he goes, women, think about what cheating is for a moment. Cheating is a man going behind your back to get a little slice of happiness on the side. But he does it in secret so that you don't find out, so your feelings don't get hurt. Cheating is for you. She says up here, FYI, I can deal with a moderate, but a hard, staunch Republican, I don't know if I could do it. What do they have, fucking cooties? I mean, I won't date someone with a what do you call it, a septum piercing, but that's just more because I see red flags when they appear. I mean, I don't really care what your politics are as long as you're not retarded about it. Oh, I don't know if I... And by the way, it's not a staunch Republican, Johnny. I don't know if you can read that small print.
No.
She can't do a hard, stanch Republican. She forgot the U in staunch. But that's okay. She's an independent woman. She's intelligent. She makes her own money. She don't need no man. But yet we're making a TikTok crying about where all the traditional men are in her relationships.
I'm sure all of her TikTok supporters or simps or whatever you want to call them will immediately be like, hey, you know, there's a lot of hypocrisy in your argument, and you misspelled a word there. I'm sure nobody's like, you're so right.
Childbearing role. And most of the men that I've dated who do have that more natural provider masculinity about them are normally conservative. So I don't really know what to do because I don't want to compromise my morals and values just to find a man. But am I asking to have my cake and eat it too?
Oh, you see that? You see what poked out there a little bit?
Am I asking to have my cake and eat it too?
That was, if I may,
a brief moment of self-realization.
Just a little bit of self-realization right at the end there. It was perfect. Oh, it's like, it's one of those videos where you didn't think you'd feel this way at the end, but you go, keep going. Keep going. You've got it. Talk a little more. You'll get there. I don't want to compromise my morals and my values. You're not compromising your morals and your values. You're compromising your politics. It's completely different. Your politics are not if your politics equal your morals and your values, you're fucked up.
Oh, and I have a little reality shattering nugget for you. When you do that and you abandon those politics and you just kind of pursue that life with that person and happiness, not only will you be happier, guess what's going to happen to the world around you and all of those politics you hold dear? Nothing's going to fucking change.
It's not, yeah.
By the way, your strict adherence to these beliefs and principles are not holding up or preventing anything.
Yeah, it's not going to change. And you're going to start seeing all that stuff still, and you're going to go, oh, it turns out I really just don't give a shit. And I'm just going to go ahead and tend my own garden.
And again, the price you pay for all of this happening is, again, you'll just be happy in life. And I know it's a hard burden, but give it a try.
She said in the video, so guys, what am I supposed to do? Wasabista says, buy a dog, die alone. I mean, you can cut out the middleman and just give up now. I mean, if you want to go through the heartbreak of going through the dating scene while thinking you're a bad bitch and a queen and shit, looking for your Kang, but he should also take care of you while also here's why a guy is not going to date her. The reasons a guy would date her are obvious. She's not a bad looking woman. She seems to have a lot of energy. So the first few months will be great. But the reason,
you can meet her anywhere you want if you have carrots.
If the reason a guy is not going to want to be with her is because he's going to have to pay for everything, take care of everything. And then when they're around her friends and her family, he's going to have to listen to her pontificate to them about how hardworking she is and what an independent, strong woman she is. And he's going to have to slowly eat that resentment over time until it bubbles up and he yells, "Get the fuck out of here." But what am I going to do? I don't know. You're a strong, independent woman. You'll figure it the fuck out. As a matter of fact, she's probably had a lot of those fights already, and that's why she made the video. She would like to stop having that fight.
She doesn't learn the lesson from when that fight happens because, again, she has this money that she doesn't spend. She has all this stuff. So when everything ends, she just picks up her life, puts it together, gets an apartment, whatever, moves on, and thinks, yeah, I'm so put together. This didn't even really hold me back. Everything's his problem. He's the one who's sitting there and his life is horrible and he's complaining about not having money and work. I don't understand where any of that is. I've got great dresses and jewelry and I got this amazing lamp that he bought me for my birthday, and then just doesn't even click. The light doesn't turn on.
You're right. That's exactly what she'd do, too. She'd go, and she'd say openly, like, he bought me this, he bought me that. Look at all the cool stuff I have. I'm an independent woman. Yeah, he furnished half your fucking apartment. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, yes, young lady, what you're saying is very important, and you are very brave. Now get on your back. This will not be tender. 3:15 away from knocking out our goal today and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Let's see if we can stay on track. And in the next 5 minutes, knock this thing under $300. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. We do appreciate it. It is what keeps us going. And also, throw a thumbs up our way. Let's get those likes up to, I don't know, about 150. Let's see if we can get them up to 150 in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Everybody go on a thumbs up tirade. Hit like. It's great for the, I almost said amoeba for some reason. It's great for the algorithm. It's probably good for the amoeba, too, to get those thumbs up in there. Thank you very much. It does help the show. I know it sounds funny. It sounds silly, but it's great for the algorithm. The likes are. So if you guys could all just take a second to hit that, we do appreciate it. And, of course, I know the show's on at the same time every day, but make sure that you're hitting subscribe because we are getting dangerously close to 10,000. We are about 85 subs away from 10,000. Dictum Factum says, I wouldn't take her to a dog fight even if I thought she had half a chance of winning. Oh. Benjamin Smith says, independent women still want you to pay for their divorce lawyer and take half your shit. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. It's actually too accurate. I think there's actually a lot of people watching the show right now who that actually is so accurate. It made
that comment.
That made them cry a little bit. Katie Kidney says she placed 6th at Churchill Downs. Fauci's Pangolin says Johnny said she didn't learn her lesson. You're right, Aaron. Johnny is funny. See, I told you. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I'm not going to knock the bottom out of this little woke champion of good. Oh, see, now she's missing out on a golden opportunity. Cheeseburger Pie. Hey, Cheesy.
Our friend Cheese.
He says, I donated a thumbs up. I would give multiple thumbs up, but it won't let me. Shit. King of All Diff says, I make him beg for my like. No, wait a minute. We are an e-begging show. Our number one source of funding on this program is e-begging. You think I won't fucking beg for your like? That doesn't really sound like a challenge that you win. I will accept that every day of the week. Look, I just put the links to the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo back in the chat. I'm an e-beggar show. What's this? I'm going to make him beg. I clearly on some level enjoy that part of this program. So I don't know. You should make me be really polite and subtle about it. That would be a challenge. 3:15 away from knocking it out today. If you want to drop by the PayPal or Super Chats or anything like that, like I said, knock it out. Get it under 300 by the top of the hour here. We got about 3 minutes left. 150 for likes would be awesome in the next few minutes. Hobo Chili Recipe says, dance, monkey, dance. Yeah, I got nothing but dancing for this audience.
Learned from the best. Long live Shaka.
Last statue says, beseech, don't beg. Oh, I could beseech you for your like. Mad Max Mardigan says, wait, on at the same time every day. I could have sworn the show didn't start until 6:30 yesterday. All right. Professional Horny Boy says, the whole show is Aaron begging for your approval for 3 out of the 4 hours. Wait a minute. What am I doing for the 4th one? Do I just mail it in and not give a shit if they like it?
I think so.
What do I do for the 4th hour if I'm begging for approval? 3 out of the 4 hours. Matthew Jenkins says, wouldn't be a proper show without begging. Exactly. And every time you say that, I put the links back in the chat. I spam my own chat. That's how comfortable I am with it, boys and girls. All right. Since we're talking about women, let's talk about a group of women who I think embody the I'm an independent woman trope better than anyone else. And that's the U.S. women's soccer team. They have been complaining for years now that they don't get as much money as the men do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get as much recognition as the men do. They don't get treated the same way. And their opinion is that it's because they have vaginas and the men have penises. And that's the only reason. No need to look any further than that as to why they get mistreated. It's all sexism. It's all misogyny. It's just the men getting a better deal. Now, some would argue that it's because the men draw way higher TV ratings. Others would say it's because the men draw way more live gate and thus generate more interest and revenue, which then causes the team to have more money in general, which causes the players to then be in a better bargaining position to ask for more money, thus they get it. They get more sponsorship deals. They get more television deals. But you're right. It's probably just because you have tits and a vagina. That's totally why you're not getting paid as much as the men. Well,
by the way, ma'am, this is the one weird area where it goes that way. Like in entertainment in general, tits and vagina usually supersede, well, except with like actors, but like, think about like channels and stuff. Ladies who don't necessarily put on as good a show will have way more viewers. It's just.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm funnier than Amaranth. She doesn't even make Jew jokes. For Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says there's $10 more if you say the Webster's Dictionary of Sub-Saharan people that were trafficked on the Middle Passage, the fancy hard R. I don't know what that is. P. Fletch says,
asking you to say the N-word.
Oh, okay. I can't, buddy. P. Fletch says, wait, Aaron, you mean professional sports are a business? Yeah, I really didn't mean to wreck that for anyone. I know you guys all thought it was, love of the game and sports and all of that, but yes, it is indeed a business. I'm sorry. Well, the U.S. women's soccer team decided they would have a little challenge, if you will. They would do a little challenge with a soccer team, a men's soccer team that's owned by Ryan Reynolds. Now,
oh Jesus!
Apparently, this team is like the beer league softball of soccer teams. They're all older dudes from Wales, made up of current, former, and guest players. So we're talking about like retired dudes.
Yeah.
All right. Versus the U.S. women's soccer team. A team comprised of U.S. women's soccer legends and some of the best female players in the world lost 12-0 to Wrexham AFC. Wrexham damn near killed them. A team from Wales made up of current, former, and guest players. CBS Sports reported on the game featured in The Tournament, a 7-on-7 soccer competition with a $1 million prize to the winner. The U.S. women brought a team made up of a roster full of some of the best women's soccer players in the world, which was captained by U.S. women's national team player Heather O'Reilly. Heather O'Reilly has been playing professional soccer since 2004. They ended up making the game just, 40 minutes long, which is about half the time of a normal soccer game. They mercy ruled the soccer game because the women were losing 12-0. Now, in a perfect world, this would end the argument of why don't we make as much money as the men?
I would think so. I feel like this is the same thing of like, hey, let's have the Pee-wee team that hasn't, let's have the the little 8 and 9-year-olds who are just learning to skate. We're going to have them go up against the JV team. Right. Oh my God, the JV team beat them.
Hey, look, we got these Pee-wee football players who are just learning how to play the game. They're going to play Bloomington Jefferson this week. It should be a great game. Should be a very close score. Oh my God, it was 196-0. Let's watch some of the clips of this game, and we'll see. Now, again, just look at the sheer size difference. The women are in the white, the men are in the red. Look at this woman here, and look at this guy here. And you'll notice the women are running as fast as they can. They are giving it everything they've got, and these men are basically playing a casual pickup game at the park. If there were any humility or decency in the world, the U.S. women's team after this game would go, oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to stop bitching about, the whole pay thing. We get it now. The guys are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they're more entertaining to watch. That's why they draw bigger crowds. That's why they get bigger sponsorships. You know what? I get it now. They are going to, and we're going to play the clip in a little bit, Johnny. They had the audacity, the U.S. women's team did, to treat this 12-0 mercy rule loss as a victory.
For what?
I don't know.
For gender stereotypes? That's all it is.
Heather Riley, the captain of the team, said that this was a big day for women's soccer. I mean, I agree with her, but I don't think we both agree on why. It was a big day for women's
soccer. Reality came to the game.
Yes, so let's watch these old men play against the best women in the world. Now, remember, this is a U.S. women's national team that's already been beaten by a 16-year-old AAU team out of Dallas. So we kind of know the score.
AAU team a male team?
Yeah.
Okay, so they've tried this let's go at the men before and lost thing. Did no one learn anything from the battle of the sexes with the tennis thing?
Well, the woman won that one, Johnny.
Did she?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Yeah. Chris Evert beat Bobby Joe Riggs. Now, the thing is, Riggs was very old. And Chris Evert
he said he went out drinking the night before.
No, you're mixing up two stories. So
okay.
Riggs was much older, and he talked a bunch of shit about Chris Evert and said he could have beat her, blah, blah, blah. And she beat him. The one you're thinking of is when John McEnroe said that Serena Williams is a wonderful tennis player. She's an amazing tennis player, but she wouldn't be top 100 if she had to play against the men. And people got all pissy and bitchy and shitty at Johnny McEnroe. Well, this guy, this German dude who was ranked 300-something or 400-something in the world in tennis, said, I'll play both the Williams sisters, one at a time.
Okay.
And he was chain smoking. He was drinking the night before because, in his words, he wanted to make it more fair. And he beat them both in straight sets. It's amazing. You'd think we would have heard of that, right? I mean, Serena and Venus Williams both being two of the most famous tennis players who ever lived.
Yeah, they're supposedly like the best. Like when you hear about tennis, especially with women, it's the Williams sisters are kind of they're kind of like Tiger Woods or Michael Jordan. They're like the goats of the game in there.
Yeah. So they didn't feel like reporting on that one. We didn't hear that in mainstream news. Do you think it's maybe because they got their ass kicked by a bum? Well, anyway, here's the clips from this women's soccer game. That, again, these women just can't understand why the men make more money than they do. Look at that. Look at that.
You got to be careful. There's a shot, and there's a goal.
Dude, they might as well have been playing against nobody.
How did that goal even go in? Like, I get that they're moving faster. I get that the men, but when, like, for the goaltender, your job is still the same as it's ever been.
That ball is, in her defense, that ball is traveling faster than any ball she's ever seen kicked at her. It's not even close.
I mean, come on. You should be used to balls coming in.
There's a shot, and there's a goal. First goal.
She didn't even want to get in front of that thing.
It's for the keeper.
Wow, look at how effortless this is.
Spin move here by Lloyd. Lloyd fires and scores. Back-to-back goals.
He just takes it away.
Shot and another goal.
He just takes it away. There, he's surrounded by 3 opposing players, and he just takes the ball right back from him and goes, "Give me that," and just kicks it in.
And then kicks a goal.
So we're 10 minutes into this game. It's 3-0.
And yes, it's Lewis Lloyd again.
Lewis Lloyd should count himself off of him. It's a big ask.
There we go.
There's Trundle.
He just turned around and gave it a little pooch kick and just boop, right in.
It doesn't look like they're trying at all. I'm sorry, ladies. It doesn't look like they're trying.
Able to turn and get another goal, so now it's 4-0.
Look at that. Look at this old fuck. Look at this old man just walking through a crowd of girls and just boop, kicking the ball in the goal.
Oh, and by the way, this old man who is still also miles higher and wider than any of them.
Right, he's a giant.
And now a takeaway.
Look at that. That guy wasn't trying. He's not trying.
With the
I could have swore she tried to take the ball from him, and he just kept it there, and she kept moving.
Yeah, watch this again. This guy is not even moving very fast. Look at that. Just, whoop.
Yeah, no.
Able to keep
she
it.
Came in to steal it, and he literally
with
just
the left
kept it.
And Trundle with his second goal.
Yeah, so far so good in this game.
So far so good. Another goal.
He just walked up and kicked
George
it.
Boyd. Trundle. Got a hat trick. Arkoff trying to move around. And that's going to be a nice
just a little tap
pass and a goal for George Boyd. Murkoff takes that shot with the left, and
These rustics are so inept, it nearly takes the honor out of victory. Nearly.
Murkoff is able to get one by.
perfect contact.
And that was perfect contact, a nice feed. And Dan,
It's a fast pace. You know, a lot of these guys have a lot of experience, a lot of goals as well, like that. Exactly. Big man up top. Just experience-wise.
over.
Jesus.
Last goal.
Jarvis, there it is. Game over.
So they had a target score of 12, which is basically when the mercy rule kicks in. It's like a 10-run rule in baseball.
So the ladies got literally beaten out of half of the game. Like they got half the game, but the other half they got beaten out of even getting to play that. And that's a victory?
You understand that like if the game ended 4-0, that's a blowout in soccer. You never see 4-0. It was 4-0 in this game in 10 minutes. 10 minutes into the game, it was 4-0. Matt Melt with 499 says, "Oh no, they don't want to do this. Stop. You're going to prove the men's point." Yeah, it's kind of how
Can
it went.
I see pictures of the goaltender stopping the ball? Like I get that those 12 goals happened. How many times did they shoot and she caught it or stopped it? I'm just curious about how many times that actually happened.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. It's never the men asking for these games to happen. It's always the women. The women's soccer team is like Chad Zumach. They keep starting all these beefs and these problems, and then somebody goes, "All right, I'll take the field against you," and whacks the shit out of them. And then they go, "Hey, come on, what gives? What's the deal? Why are you beating up on little old me?" And then after the guys leave the field and the game's over, he goes, "Oh, did you see that? That was a big victory for us." And it's like, what? Are you?
See, we're equals. Equal. We mercy killed you. This has almost never happened in the game of soccer. Like
Wasabista says soccer games on the pro level are like scoreless draws. 3-0 at work. Yeah, 3-0 is a blowout in men's soccer. That's almost unheard of. So let's listen to Heather O'Reilly. Heather O'Reilly wants to talk about the game. Now, she's going to talk about what a W this was for the girls. Again, the women have been asking this question of us for years. Why don't we get paid as much? Why don't we get this? Why don't we do that? This game becomes the living embodiment of the answer to that question. And it's just some people refuse to be humbled. Let's watch this interview from the captain of the women's team.
Heather, what's going on over here? You guys are, look at this. They're fraternizing with the enemy. I saw you jogging with Mark.
Oh, thanks, Twitter.
Hey, I love that you guys are here, that you're playing, that this is all women. Maybe not the scoreline you were wanting to see, but what's your perspective?
Maybe not the scoreline you were wanting to see. Look, if you were bad bitches and you were just as good as the men and you deserve all the same money that the men do, you wouldn't be smiling after losing 12-0. The TV personality wouldn't have to suck your balls and kiss your ass about your 12-0 defeat. This is what would happen if a high school varsity team played Alabama in football and lost 56-0. The high school varsity team would go, "Hey, man, it was an honor just to be on the same field as the Nick Saban-led Crimson Tide. I mean, this was an incredible experience for us." But that high school's varsity team can't then go back to their high school the next day and go, "We're every bit as good as Alabama. We deserve to have all
get paid the same amount that they do in our program.
We should have all the same money that the University of Alabama has. I mean, we're just as good." No, they go back and they go, "Dude, we got the fucking shit kicked out of us. Alabama's really good." I mean, I hope that we can achieve that level someday. But the women's team doesn't do that. They get the living fuck beat out of them in half the time people thought it would take. And then they go, "Oh, yeah, this was such a badass victory for us girls. We just did such an awesome job." It's like, no humility, none. You're not going to have Megan Rapinoe's not going to watch this game and go, "Oh, I get the pay gap now. This all makes sense." I'm almost impressed that they're treating it this way.
Perspective on what's happening right now.
Yeah, listen, we're super proud. Like we're so happy to be here at this event. Hopefully, we've proven to anybody, like, just go for it, just live, right? And like,
no, you've actually inspired me to not go for it because I could humiliate myself in front of the entire world.
You've inspired me to say, just go for it. Yeah, go for it. Ban women from playing soccer. They're just not as good at it. Just go for it.
that you're like James the Grim Reaper Roper in the Great White Hype. Like everyone thought you guys were going to land this big knockout punch and you were going to put the champ on his back, and you got KO'd in 27 seconds. And then you stand up after, you go, oh yeah, I mean, just really happy to be here.
What's the worst thing that can happen? We lose 16-0 to Wrexham. We don't care because we're living, we're being bold, we're being brave, and we're having a lot of fun.
Dude, this is what we were saying about the woman who was blowing smoke up her own ass about dating. We're being bold, we're being brave. This is what you say about retarded kids who like go in the fourth quarter of a football game and they hand them the ball and let them just run in for a touchdown. Again, I have no problem with them acting like the retarded running back on the football team. That's okay. That's how I see them compared to the men. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you guys want to have it both ways. You want to talk about how brave and bold it is to get the living shit kicked out of you, but then you want to complain that you don't make as much money as the people who just kicked the shit out of you. Again, to use a boxing analogy, it's Tyson Fury knocking out a guy in the first round and that guy wondering why he's not getting 50% of the purse.
Because you didn't put in a fight, motherfucker.
You fucking suck. You're lucky to get anything. We're being bold. We're being brave. I mean, I could go be that brave. That wouldn't be hard.
But the guys are selling tickets is the point.
Girls soccer doesn't sell tickets.
Honestly, the U.S. has really warmed to Wrexham, obviously, after what Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney have done. And we know that America loves the U.S. women's national team. So here we have two amazing products that American soccer fans are getting behind. And, yeah, it's just a ton of fun. And I love this game, and it's brought all of us together tonight, different parts of the world. So what a special...
Different parts of the world. Meanwhile, there's nothing but fucking white people in the stands. I love that. We've brought so many... We're so brave. We're so amazing getting the shit kicked out of us by 12. And we brought so many different people together. You know, people without facial hair, people with facial hair. This would be the most difficult game of Guess Who to win in the entire existence of the game.
I hate to say it, but from this angle, they actually all kind of look the same.
All those white people.
Experience again.
And I like what you said initially. Hey, I want to have an all.
Oh wait, I saw one.
It might be unheard
I saw
of.
one that was off.
Let's do this, and you're doing it. Thank you for doing it.
No problem. I sat on who should I get together in my squad, and I didn't want anybody else on this planet besides these women.
And you're about to get back out there on the field. Dude.
I would go ahead and make some trades for the next game. But that's
definitely a new goaltender.
Yeah.
If we could, I feel like that one.
Just me. And then this chick had the audacity to shit talk Ryan Reynolds after the game.
Messages, ready? This message is for Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. One,
No, go ahead.
with your squad. Two, your team about to go down in North Carolina. Let's go.
I love how, when you're taking a challenge seriously from an opponent and they look you right in the eye and go, you're going down, you don't then laugh and then handshake them and give them a hug. If the women were self-aware, that would be the most disrespectful thing of the whole deal, is when you go, we're going to kick your ass, and they go, that's good, that's good, that's really
They're so
good.
used to it, though. Because they keep doing this to people, and that's the response they get. They're like, this is just, that's part of the turn.
You guys are going down. And he's like, I could not feel less threatened by what you're telling me right now.
Oh, and by the way, that comment is going to age beautifully when you leave.
Yeah, the 12-0 mercy killing thing is not going to make that comment age like wine. If by that you mean it turns to vinegar, then you're right. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I think if the stakes were higher, say losing team gets graped, then it's a win-win for the men's team. Okay, even for my standards, that was a little much. Okay, thank you. Hobo Chili. Jesus, man. 3:05 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo. Thank you very much for your generosity. Benjamin Smith says, why is she yelling? Because she's very serious about how bad she's going to kick these guys' ass.
She's very worked up. She's bringing all her energy to this. She's leaving it all on the field, just like none of those men did.
Right? Those guys. There was the one guy who literally, he's so broad, they were trying to kick at the ball, and he just turned around.
Yeah.
He just turned around and he went, boop. And that was it. He just turned around, turned back around, gave it a little kick. Done. That's all. Well, Salty says 305. Well, yeah. I mean, our goal every morning is 350. At night, it's 250. And sometimes we start ahead. We started $10 ahead today. We're at 305. Don't give me a surprised face. It makes me think you're weirding me out when you do shit like that. Well, Salty. 305 away from knocking her down this morning. If you feel like chipping in, please do. And we'll get that done, and we'll do overtime for today. This story, okay, so now I have to change gears a little bit. I know we had a shitload of fun with that women's soccer story. It was a great time. And now I got to cool things off a little bit. This is because this is something I've been kind of passionate about for a while, and that is, why are they making Michael J. Fox go to these Back to the Future events? Like, I get it. Michael J. Fox was in the movie.
We want a healthy harvest, goddammit.
But look, I understand. But that's what we have Bam Margera for. It's for the harvest.
Yeah, but he isn't paying off. The son of a bitch keeps living.
It's true. Well, Michael J. Fox keeps going to these Back to the Future panels. I mean, we know who's in Back to the Future. We've seen the movies. They're great. They're wonderful. I think we can stop with all the panels. But
don't remake them, for the love of God.
Oh, boy. Get ready. Jack Harlow's going to be Marty McFly. Michael J. Fox is riddled with Parkinson's. He's had it since the late 90s, early 2000s. And
holy shit, when did this happen?
When his boxing career was over. But he has been in bad shape for a long time. He tried to, I remember when he first went public with it, and he would try to, move with the tics. And so, I think Scrubs did a great job with him when they had him play the OCD doctor. He could play into the Parkinson's tics a little with the OCD. But they've still got him going to these Back to the Future panels. And I don't know if I'm just being selfish. I don't know if
let him stay home. The guy's been through enough.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being selfish, and I'm just sitting here saying this because I don't want to see him like this, and I want to remember him the way he was. But I can't imagine that he wants to. I can't imagine that going out in public for Michael J. Fox is an enjoyable experience.
Didn't he recently do an interview or something where he pretty much said like he's done because things have it's gotten to a point where, he's not trying to be depressing or anything, but it's bad. I mean, no offense. Parkinson's is a pretty rough one to go through. And if his prognosis isn't even getting better, I don't know what you could even do for that. So
yeah, I mean,
why bring him out to an event? Unless he wants to go. Maybe he wants to do it.
That's just it. I don't want to be too hard on him, or not too hard on him. I don't want to be too hard on the organizers of these panels and shit, because maybe Michael J. Fox is like, hey man, I'm not just going to sit in my house and wait to die. I
can afford to have people wheel me out to the damn thing.
Yeah, but I just, again, I'll say this. It's maybe selfishness on my part. But I don't want to see Michael J. Fox like this. I don't want to see Michael J. Fox consistently going out there and not looking like Marty McFly or Michael J. Fox anymore. Wasabista with 666 yen says, would have been more interesting if the loser of the soccer match had to orally service the winner. Oh, and Welsh, Salty, I saw your comment. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You're fine, buddy. Don't worry. Geese Artel says, maybe he wants to go. No one is forcing him. It's not about you. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Maybe this is me, and maybe this is just, I don't want to see it. It makes me uncomfortable. Obviously, if he wants to go to these panels, he should absolutely go. I'm not going to sit here, though, just for his sake and pretend I'm happy to see him, especially when shit like this happens. This is a clip from a panel over the weekend. Wait a minute. Did somebody do a fucking drum rim shot at the end of that? When he fell into the couch?
No, something fell over.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought some asshole went, But like, you know what that's like. You know what it's like to kind of have your legs go out.
I saw him walking there, and I'm like, dude, you need a walker. You do not have this. This is not someone who has, like, no, you need, like, that person there is trying to assist him. Just, no, you need a cane, something. Like, that person's center of gravity is not there. Your motor skills aren't even under your control. I don't know why they had you walking out on stage. Someone should have brought you. I mean, I'm sorry, dude, but that's where it's at.
You've had MS what now for about 20 years?
Yep.
I hate to make you pick diseases, but your disease or Parkinson, do you trade?
Mine. Absolutely.
You'll take MS over Parkinson's any day, because you two have had it for about the same amount of time.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying mine, because even with mine, where it's as bad as it is, if I have a severe relapse, I'm in a wheelchair and I lose everything below the waist, and another one could be fatal if I have one. But like, it's a sort of above shoe level right now.
Yeah.
And even at its worst, like you've seen me right now, I'm really, really bad. My legs are super stiff. But if I had a walker, I could have made that. It'd be slow and awkward and painful to watch, but I could do it. And that's the other thing too, is there is like hope for treatment on stuff, but in the case of like his condition, it's aggressive and pervasive, It's aggressive and it's pervasive. It's going to keep going, like, stem cell treatment and stuff like that might help people. And I'm sure if that is any for him, he's on like the trial programs and stuff. It's going to be a long time. And even then he has to like live to that. I'm at the point where if I can get, stem cell stuff, I'm looking like I might be able to get back to like 2 years ago.
There's no turning back the clock for him.
No, between what it's done to his body and his muscles, even if you were to give him his body back today, it would take easily a decade of like physical therapy and rehab to get your body back to being normal. And by that point, he's going to be like, what, almost 90?
I think he's in his 60s now, yeah.
Oh, so yeah, no, he wouldn't be 90.
Let's
All right, he wants to be there.
Yeah, he wants to be there, and
he wants to be there.
Okay.
He wants to be there.
That helps a lot. He's trying to jump up. Like, because Michael J. Fox has been a goddamn soldier since he's announced that he's gotten this. Like, he's worked his fucking balls off. Like I said, he used to like try to move his body with the tics, and like, he, in a weird way, like Bruce Lee becoming water, Michael J. Fox became Parkinson's and like tried to roll with it as best he could. It's good that he's in good spirits. It does help a lot as a fan, and I'm a big Michael J. Fox fan. But
I love Frighteners, man. That's beautiful.
I liked his work on Scrubs. I like Back to the Future, the Alex P. Keaton show, Family Ties. That was the one. His work on Spin City, he was awesome. But there's something about when a guy is still in good spirits about it. And I know that your job when you have a disease is not to absolve the bad feelings of other people, but it just naturally does that. When Michael J. Fox is still, he goes face dives into a couch and then pops up and goes, "Hey, I'm still here." You're like, "Oh, okay." Him not feeling sorry for himself helps you not feel as shitty about the way his life is going.
Yeah, that's not the way I do. I just guilt everyone. Yeah, man, poor me. Fucking, y'all better help out.
How about
better nail that goal? Let's go.
If you guys don't, Johnny never walks again if we don't hit the goal today. How's that? And then if you're Christopher Lloyd, you're like, got to be pushing 90 at this point, and he's still walking around, doing shows, having a career. You do when you go with Michael J. Fox to this stuff. Part of you does have to be going, how did I get so fucking lucky?
Yeah, you got to feel a little bad about it. Like, I don't know. But then again, is Christopher Lloyd lucky? He did have to do that scene with Jack Black and Lizzo. I feel like there is a karmatic punishment in.
Yeah, he's 84. Christopher Lloyd. You know what's funny? Christopher Lloyd is one of those guys who looked like shit forever, but now he got so old he doesn't look like shit anymore.
Like Tommy Lee Jones, he always looked old, not like shit, but Tommy Lee Jones always looked old. So then it's like, oh, Tommy Lee Jones is old now. Look at now.
Right. Tommy Lee Jones is that way, where Tommy Lee Jones, people are like, oh, he played the old guy in Men in Black. He was 48 in that movie. He was a 48-year-old man in Men in Black, but he always looked 68. And now he's like 70, and he just looks the way he's always looked. Tommy
Steve Martin the same way.
Yeah, Tommy.
You can watch
Tommy Lee
What?
Jones is 76. He's looked 70 for 25
Quite a
years.
while.
Yeah. Samuel L. Jackson is the same way. Now that Samuel L. Jackson's an old man, he just looks like Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, like I said, Steve Martin, if you watch his original stuff on SNL, looks a lot like he still does now. Just the platinum white hair.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says he was awesome in Designated Survivor. YouTube it. Yeah, I don't know that one. Flex 316 with $2 says shake it Biden. What? And even 300 away from today's goal. If you guys want to pitch in, hopefully we can get that. Maybe in a half hour we get that into the 200s. That would be pretty cool. 300 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo if you feel like chipping in. Let's make it all hands on deck. Everyone under $20 or so. We'll hammer this thing out in no time. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo take the smallest percentage. YouTube takes its 30%, but is pretty convenient. Gifting memberships helps. Becoming a member helps. If you'd like to contribute to this listener-supported show. Hulkamasha Baby with a great point. Sam Elliott's been 75 since he was 30. He's grown into his age now. There's a lot of those actors who, you know, they have been fucking
They built a career
old.
off of playing the old guy.
Yeah, and they've been able to extend that career because now, guess what?
They are the old guy.
They're an old guy. So you've been playing an old guy for 25 years. Now you're finally an old guy. You can keep playing an old guy until you're dead. That's a
The
great
only other
paycheck.
bit that's so replayable and milkable is being typecast as the actor who dies. You know, like
Sean
you can
Bean.
always be that guy.
Yeah, you could be Sean Bean, or up until like the Taken movies, that was Liam Neeson. You could always kill Liam Neeson in a movie until Taken, and then they're like, oh no, he's got to be bulletproof now. Paul Polito says, then you have Val Kilmer and Brendan Fraser. They've aged no bueno. Well, I think Brendan Fraser was molested and Val Kilmer got cancer. So,
And Brendan Fraser suffered a spinal injury.
oh, did he really?
Yeah, I thought he suffered a spinal injury in the Mummy movies.
From the producer, Dick?
No,
It's spinal.
I could have swore I don't know. I should double check these facts now because I talked big and bold yesterday about Max Brooks, and then the person who told me that kind of went, no, I confronted you about this before. I was totally wrong. Max Brooks is Mel Brooks' son, and I was wrong, and you're an idiot.
So you made me look like an asshole, and it turns out that me believing you actually made sense.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm everybody else now.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Roland of Gilead, 43, with a great point. Mickey Rooney played kid roles for 35 years. See, I was thinking Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke got to play young and old. Like when his career first started, he played nothing but young dude roles. Then he had all of his fucking plastic surgery and he aged like dog shit and he did his boxing. And now he gets to play old guy roles for 20 or 30 years. It's pretty sweet. Hobo Chili Recipe. Yeah, there's another one. Chris Christopherson. He played old people forever.
Oh, T. Jefferson said I'm right. Mummy 3, he got a bad spinal injury.
You know what that made me realize? I didn't know he was in the Mummy 3. I thought he just did 2 of them.
Spinal. The Mummy 3? No, the second one was the one with the kid. Okay, so
the second one was the Scorpion King. The Rock was in the second one, wasn't he?
Yeah, The Rock was in the second one.
Yeah. Michael says,
God, Mummy 3, I actually don't remember Mummy 3.
And neither do I. Jeff Bridges says, Michael B says Jeff Bridges is doing that also. Yeah, he's playing the old man roles. Robert De Niro's a great one. Robert De Niro's been playing an old dude since the 90s. Remember in The Score, he was like the old robber?
Mm-hmm.
And, Edward Norton was this risky, risk-taking punk who played retards and shit like that. D. Luke says Mummy 3 was bad. Okay. And it was set in China. Jet Li was the bad guy in Mummy 3. Yeah, I have not seen the Chinese Mummy.
Yeah, Jet Li is another one that it's sad that he looked like the same age for the longest time, and then I forget what happened. He had some sort of condition, and then he aged decades overnight kind of thing.
Oh, okay. That's why I haven't seen
why he
Jet
doesn't
Li.
do anything anymore.
Okay. Let's go back to Florida for our next story. This is wait a minute, was this producer Joe from the Shuley show? I think by the headline, I'm not so sure. Florida man points gun at woman's head after vehicle briefly backs into his driveway. You know, when you have these very generous gun laws in terms of like when you can defend yourself, sometimes you're just going to catch some people who the laws weren't for them. They maybe should have let that guy be an exception and be like, no. We know you, sir. You're going to have to still obey the rules. Because this new law, I feel like it's giving you way too much freedom and you're going to fuck it up for somebody. Let's check out this story and see what this guy did.
The victims had backed apparently into this guy's driveway. He was not happy about it.
Flagler County Sheriff's investigation.
I love when the police have to tell you what happened, but they can't give their own opinions. And he's like, well, apparently this woman briefly backed into the man's driveway and... well, I guess he was a little upset about it, so...
He did not appreciate that.
He did not appreciate it, and he expressed that disappreciation by pulling a firearm on the old lady who briefly touched her back wheels into his driveway, and, well, we're investigating.
Investigators say Terry Vetch was so unhappy that a vehicle briefly backed into his driveway in the W section of Palm Coast. He charged out of his house to confront the driver, who was now across the street. Vetch's own home surveillance captured it all.
Oh, no, there's nothing worse than being ratted out by your own Ring doorbell. So
it's officially not your problem, dude.
Right, she's done. It's over. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And by the way, when you need to turn around or something, it's kind of an unwritten rule of a neighborhood that your driveway is kind of fair game.
Yeah.
Unless you've got a vehicle in the driveway, if someone needs to turn around in the neighborhood, your driveway is kind of community property. It's certainly not something you can shoot somebody over.
I mean, even if you want to defend yourself, and sure, he can, if you have the weapon on you, there's no reason to even be brandishing it if nobody's gotten out of the car or anything. I mean, are you worried about them like trying to pull a drive-by or something? Like what? Why are you loaded for bear at a car being in your driveway?
I think the word is out in Florida that if you pull a gun on a senior citizen, you might get a job over at the Shuley Network. So... I think this guy's maybe
I'm just trying to make things pop on YouTube here, man. It's not your fault.
I'm just trying to get some subs, bro. That's it. Oh, that's aggressive.
We've seen many...
Get your piece of shit out of my driveway. And
Sir, they're not in your driveway.
Again, it's just an old lady, and she's trying to turn around, and he comes up. You know, if you're an old woman and someone smacks the shit out of your back window, that almost kills you.
And again, get your piece of shit out of my driveway.
It's out.
Didn't she leave already?
Yeah, she's gone. Problem solved, dude.
Oh. We've seen many times where the anger gets a hold of somebody and they lose control about what they're supposed to do. The unfortunate thing is sometimes that ends in death.
Investigators say...
So, wait a minute. You're giving this guy the excuse of, hey, sometimes you get riled up and you forget what you're supposed to do. I never forget that I'm not supposed to pull a gun on an elderly person backing into my driveway. That is never a thought that escapes me for half a second while I'm really, oh man, sorry, I was just really stressed out. I forgot that I'm not supposed to pistol whip a kid. Like it's not something I forget in those instances.
This is where, for me, the gun enthusiast versus responsible gun owners kind of stand out, because there are gun owners who will call that guy up, be like, that's irresponsible. That guy should have never done that, whatever. And the gun enthusiast will be like, what? He didn't do anything wrong. He's just standing. Like, no, you can't behave that way. Yeah. If you want to have firearms, you have to demonstrate the responsibility to behave with them.
That ends in death.
Investigators say the driver's passenger, who was knocking at a friend's door, heard the commotion and came back, which is where things escalated. Suspect Vetch told deputies she was the aggressor.
She's coming clear across into my yard, okay, into my face, okay, and in a threatening manner.
But deputies say...
Okay, so this is clearly a guy retconning the situation, because the cops have arrived to go, bro, you pulled your fucking gun on a grandma? And he's like, no, she was coming up my yard in a threatening manner. I was defending myself. It's like, sir, before we continue on, and you know we're going to book you, I just need you to be straight with me. Do you believe this story you're telling me, or do you think this is something that might get you off the hook? Well, is it working? No, sir. In fact, turn around and put your hands behind your back.
He's telling the story. The dude's eyes just slowly cross and just go, do we look like the dumbest people you have ever seen? Is that why you treat us in such a manner?
The surveillance shows something else. Though the female walked toward the suspect, deputies say she was never actually on the suspect's property. Instead, they say Vetch went toward her.
So that woman was just walking across the street to argue with him, and he pulls a fucking gun on her. I'm sorry, dude. That is not a threat. It's certainly not a threat where a gun needs to be brought into the thing. And boy, did that white car fucking speed away in a hurry. they were kind of, they wanted to see, they were
looky-looing.
Yeah.
And they noticed him fiddling with his pocket. And I think it's like just about the end of his driveway, the gun comes out and that gas pedal went down.
Were actually on the suspect's property. Instead, they say Vetch went toward her, pulled a gun out of his pocket, and pointed it at her head. Investigators say the suspect told them when he first saw that vehicle backing into his driveway, he acted because he says he thought it was someone else, a neighbor he's had troubles with in the past.
Okay, but when a neighbor backs into your driveway, you don't smack their car in the back window and yell at them. And then go back, and when they're like, "Hey, man, what the fuck is your problem?" and you put a gun to your head like you're gun to their head like you're Frank Lucas.
Also, do they park in your driveway, or do they just use it to turn around? Because again, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but if you live in a fucking street like that, your driveway is fair game for people to use to turn around, to adjust their car. The problem is if they park there for any length of time. But if they're just like positioning and then going across the street into a driveway or whatever, then fucking chill out, dude.
This is a guy who's fit for country living, and he should probably make the move pretty soon. You can pull a gun on a deer if it comes onto your property. You can't do it to a lady.
But it wasn't that neighbor, and investigators say by the time the enraged homeowner came outside, the vehicle was gone, the driver pulling forward to the correct property across the street.
We ask that people just don't engage each other when they're in that kind of state of mind, because it never ends very well.
Luckily, no one was hurt. Vetch charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. In Flagler County, Claire Metz, WESH 2 News.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to throw this guy in jail for anything like this. He'll have to plead down to something, but he's probably going to lose his gun.
Yeah.
You're going to lose your gun. You're going to have to take some kind of class to get your license back. You're going to have to do all of that stuff. But god damn, man. We don't fucking pull the plug on the... Or pull the plug. Sorry. She's probably another 10 years away from that. Yeah, we don't pull a fucking gun on a lady who's just walking up your driveway. Jesus. Wasabisa says, put the reporter back on screen. I was almost there. Yeah. Oh, well.
Ugh.
Everyone has a type, I guess.
His is apparently jerky. All righty.
I'm using socialist media says, what a crazy man. Needs to live somewhere where his neighbors are miles away. Yeah, some people aren't cut out for suburban living. Some people just kind of keep to themselves. They, don't really bother anybody. They don't need a lot of space. That's perfect suburban living right there. Some people see something, they have like the private property signs all over fences, and they pull their gun at the first sign of anything coming up onto their property. Those are the kind of people who need 10, 12 acres. They need some space. They just, they need a little solitude to think for a little bit.
Yeah, but that also makes them more dangerous because then there's even less people that come around accidentally, so they have a shorter hair trigger. Like folk don't walk around here. Like you step on a branch and all of a sudden you hear a gun click and you're like, oh crap, what's going on? Like, you better watch your step.
$300 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can chip away at that a little bit. If you feel like contributing to Steel Toe, we do appreciate it. It is how we stay on the air. And if we do knock out that whole $300, we do add another 30 minutes on to the end of the 10 o'clock ending spot. We go until 10:30. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Those three are great ways to knock that goal down in a hurry. Otherwise, there's super chats, memberships, and gifted memberships. If you'd like to help us hit it, that is the only way we support ourselves. It's the only way we keep this show on the air. Advertisers help, but we don't have very many. The coffee helps, but we've only got the coffee. It is listener support that keeps this show going. So we're still we're still a very good number away if we as we approach the halfway point of today's show. Also, thumbs up, guys. I don't know what the likes are at right now, but let's get those up around 200 in the 8 o'clock hour. That would be awesome. 200 likes is perfect. Where are we at right now? We haven't done this in a long.
171.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that's holy shit. That's great. Keep hitting thumbs up. Let's do 200 by 8 o'clock. I didn't even have to tell you guys to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. And you guys are going to, looks like you're going to get there. So everybody take a second here. Hit that thumbs up or throw in $5-10 if you'd like. Or become a VIP if you'd like to. Steel Toe VIPs get all three of the Steel Toe t-shirts. They get the Steel Toe hoodie, 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. They also get 2 tickets to every comedy show that we do, including our anniversary show, Saturday, August 12th, our 9th anniversary party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's also has Bike Night on Thursday nights. But make sure you get those tickets for the anniversary show. There's about 40 or 50 left, depending on how many seats they make available. At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, you get 2 free ones if you become a VIP. We also enter you in a $100 drawing every single month on prize show night. That's the Steel Toe VIP program. $250 in a 7-day period, and it's all yours. All right. Throw us a couple of likes. Throw us a couple of bucks. We'll knock all of this stuff. We'll get to 200 likes. We'll get under $200 for the goal. We'll be going crazy and knocking shit out today. Thank you guys for all of your support. Let's go back to sports. You know, we talked about soccer earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
This next one is baseball related. And but by the way, I see the Modelo advertisement in this video. You know what's hilarious is Bud Light was the most popular beer in America up until the Dylan Mulvaney thing. And now Modelo has taken over as the biggest beer in the country. Modelo, of course, owned by Anheuser-Busch. So, congratulations. Apologies to Anheuser-Busch for losing the number 1 beer in the country, but congratulations to Anheuser-Busch for gaining the most popular beer in the country. This is one of the weirdest endings to a baseball game I think I've ever seen. It's Detroit at Chicago. Bottom of the 10th. They're in extra innings. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. This is big. If Detroit can get out of this, they can get a chance and go back up at bat. They can maybe win this thing. Chicago, they get a base hit here. You know, they get something out into the outfield. They can win the game. They can go home happy. Let's see how this one ends.
Torkelson well off the line at first, and Tim takes the ball away. It slightly gets away. Nobody can find it, and the mystery ball is a Sox win.
So the pitcher drills the fucking ump in the face with a fastball. The ball gets away from the catcher. You see the catcher has that moral moment where he's like, do I go grab the ball for the millions of dollars I get paid every year to play this game? Or do I check on the human being who just took a 95-mile-per-hour fastball right to the face and make sure he's okay? And it was that half second of hesitation that caused the runner from third to come in and end the game right there. So this might be the first baseball game that's ever ended on a knockout. It's usually more of a boxing thing, but in this case, it kind of works.
Torkelson well off the line at first, and Tim takes
96 miles per hour right off
into
that
the mask.
Yeah.
I bet he dented the grill on it.
I don't know if you guys have ever been hit with facial protective gear on. It doesn't hurt per se, but it's a weird jarring feeling because you're still having something, especially with a 96 mile per hour fastball, you're still having the padding and the shit in that mask being pushed into your face, and it still knocks you backwards, and it's still a jolt and a jarring feeling. but it was just enough to distract the Detroit Tigers catcher long enough to allow the runner to score from third and win the game. Oh, shit.
Off the line at first, and Tim takes the ball away. It slightly gets away. Nobody can find it, and the mystery ball is a suck.
It's not that nobody could find it. It's just that everybody showed a human moment and hesitated and showed concern for the umpire. Meanwhile, the Chicago White Sox player on third base was like, yeah, fuck that ump. I see a W for us. The AL Central is wide open right now. We can pick up a game on the Twinkies.
Dude, I kind of feel like, no, he was rushing to help the ump, and as he was coming in, he's like, he's got two people, he's good, but while I'm here.
Yeah, let's win the game.
Off the line at first, and Tim takes the ball away. It slightly gets away. Nobody can find it. And
I love that. So the White Sox batter is helping the ump. The catcher is helping the ump. The pitcher's like, oh, fuck, I got to at least go run and get the ball. But the guy on third is like, yeah, fuck everybody. Because not only does he score, but watch what he does right after he scores the winning run.
The mystery ball is a Sox win.
He takes off. He heads back to the dugout.
Because it got him.
Well, let's see. The Sox win for now. 2-1 the final.
I love it. All these coaches who are helping the ump now are guys who were calling him a blind cunt an hour ago. You blind motherfucker, you fucked us on that call. Hey, man, you okay? That was a rough shot. That's a tough one to take.
And right now they're helping him, thinking like both teams are hoping it'll go their way. Like, we're going to help this guy because we hope he's going to say that last play doesn't count and we're going to reset. And then the other team like, we're going to help this guy because we're hoping that last third base strike wins and we're going to take it.
The Sox coaches are helping him going, hey, Blue, good thing you don't have to call any more of that game, huh? I mean, you can go home now. You can rest. The winning run came in. We're good to go. You sit down and you take all the time you need. And then the Detroit guys are like, ump, you show a lot of courage shaking this off. I mean, something like that out of respect for, your safety. We should call that a dead ball and, replay the pitch. I mean, that's one of those things where you can never be too careful with your safety.
No.
And the ump just goes, neither of you give a fuck about me. And if I call this your way, you're only going to like me until I go against you next game. So how about you suck my dick?
And that should be that, right? Yeah, that's it.
That's the end of the ball game.
I just didn't see a signal because the umpire was down. The Sox will take.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The ump's going to have a hard time calling an end to the game when he's fucking turtle shelling on his back because he just got drilled with a 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to make a hand signal other than point at the fucking Tweety birds that I could see over my head. Really apologize. Next time I'll be a little more clear with my call.
Yeah, so I didn't do my job while I was concussed.
It's unprofessional on my part, and for God's sake, man, I just apologize. It's my fault.
Because again, the mask is the difference between death and like, being able to take that blow because it disperses the shock, but you're still getting hit with something at 96 miles per hour. Whether or not it makes soft contact or hard contact, you're going to remember it.
Yeah. Michael B says the umps are part of the field. The run counts. Oh, every time, all day. Absolutely. I mean, you can't take that back. I mean, the ump's part of the field. You don't get to say, oh, no, my pitch hit the umpire in the face. Well, maybe if you would have thrown the ball where the catcher wanted it to be, you wouldn't have had to deal with the fucking ump getting drilled in the face and wondering if you lost the game or not. Winners don't have to ask that question.
It's the 10th. The bases are loaded. It's our only chance to get back at here. I've been saving this for all season. Now it's time to whip out the whirly bird.
Well, Schulte,
your goddamn fucking pitch, Tony.
Well, Schulte is right. It is the D-Day anniversary today. This is always a weird day of the year because, like, what do? I guess thank you to the people who stormed the beaches of Normandy, but at the same time, it can't be a day we really celebrate. It's like a bunch of guys just got mowed down in the sand and, like, died in the mud. I don't really know if that's a thing where you go, hey, fucking cool, right? D-Day. It's like, no, some guys, like, got shot in the leg, but then their face went down in the muck and they couldn't move, so they like drown in a shallow pool. I don't really know if we're like, yeah, fucking D-Day, dude. Am I right? So I guess
I love your upbeat history takes. It's always so.
Sorry.
So I never realized it could be so fun and inviting.
Thank you very much for your sacrifice, and we appreciate it. I mean, we don't because we let the commies take over anyway. But those of us who don't want the commies, those of us who are still better dead than red, we do thank you for your sacrifice. I appreciate that. Anthony on his show yesterday was talking about pyramids and like how the pyramids got made and shit like that. And it is one of those things where you can get lost in your thoughts thinking about the pyramids because on one hand, you're like, there's no fucking way back then with the technology they had that they built those by themselves.
Well, the History Channel explained it was aliens.
Right. Yeah, well, that's the other one. And then everybody, that's the problem with saying you're not sure about something, is that then everyone wants to rush in and fill your head with their theory and like, no, it's this, it's this, it's this. It's like you're at a car lot and you go, I'm not really sure what kind of car I want. And then every salesperson converges on you and tells you which kind of car you should buy. So, like, I'm not sure how the pyramids got built. I do know this. It took a really long time, and they did have slaves. So I think as Louis C.K. once said, if you don't value human life and you just throw bodies at it until it's dead or until it's done, you throw dead bodies at it until it's done, you can get it done with slaves. So, I mean, it is possible.
Oh, wait a minute. All this talk about reparations, doesn't it start with the pyramids?
Don't.
Be like, hey, your family has earned 10% of this cornerstone.
Don't worry. Don't worry. They got it back. One credit card at a time. They got it all back and then some. The weirdest thing to me, and maybe this is just an engineering thing from back then because it's the only way you could do architecture back then, but Machu Picchu, the Mayans, the Egyptians, like South Americans, all of them pyramids. Everybody built pyramids. Is that just because of the limitations at the time? Like, that's just because they couldn't communicate with each other, and it was at different times.
Again, it's because the aliens went to the different cultures and said, build the pyramids.
Okay.
My personal theory is it's Sasquatch. I think the Sasquatch is a super intelligent species that somehow has cloaking technology to evade detection. And they have been guiding human hands for a long time. And one of the first things they did was pyramids. And the only place they don't do it is their native country of Wyoming.
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the aliens
Sasquatch did it.
Were they Sasquatch aliens or just Sasquatches? I don't want to be.
Theory is
I don't want to be ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I know. I realize this is serious stuff. My feeling is they are aliens, kind of like Chewbacca. But I don't know if they live here or if they have like interdimensional technology. Again, we have to actually learn to communicate with the Sasquatch. Right now, our only ambassador is Joe Rogan, and he has yet to make contact.
Yeah, so, and if the Sasquatch won't talk to Joe Rogan, they ain't going to talk to us.
Yeah.
Turn it off. They don't want to talk to us. God help anyone they do want to talk to. Thank you very much to Alex Stein with $20. Hey, thank you, Alex. He says congrats on 9 years. Appreciate that, buddy. Alex Stein coming out of the wood, throwing us a little Glenn Beck money, as it were.
How nice of him.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Check out all of Alex Stein's YouTube channels. It's hard to keep up with because he has the Alex Stein channel. He has the Primetime with Alex Stein channel. And I think those are the two. If you want his live streaming show from the Blaze, it's the Primetime with Alex Stein channel. And then for the Man on the Street stuff and where he goes and nearly gets
he's keeping them both going?
Guy's
got to be busy.
You know the one where he almost gets his dick ripped off by trans people all the time because they're jealous, because they, kind of went wishy-washy on their dick a long time ago. He does that on his channel. And then the Blaze show is on the Primetime with Alex Stein channel. That's the difference. 280 away. Thank you very much, Alex, for getting that jump started for us. 280 away from knocking out today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Yeah, so people are saying in the chat, like, Aaron, we can't even rebuild the pyramids today. I feel like we could. I feel like if we wanted to build the pyramids, we could do it.
I just think if we tried to, this time, a lot of people will make a lot of money as opposed to last time free labor.
Maybe. 99 should have Aaron on sometime. I am the heat seeker. I get that heat, baby. Welsh Salty says, thank you, Alex Stein, for your service, you pimp on a blimp. Alex is also the one who encouraged me to reach out. I reached out to Lummy from the Bubba Show. And I said, hey, let's make this thing good with Bubba. We weren't in his chat room trashing him or whatever Bubba thinks we did. That was a fake steel toe person. Let's not believe everybody on the internet. We're really thankful that Bubba had us on our show after we got canned, and we got a nice little bump. And we've always thrown some friendly needling at Bubba, like, hey, you Bubba fans, you should. This is what we would always do when the Bubba the Love Sponge fans would come over to our show and say, hey, I watch both of you. You go, hey, but you should lean more and watch more Steel Toe. Better show, am I right? Like, just that kind of shit.
Yeah, but we also actively said that Bubba should say and believe that he has the better show.
Yes, everybody who does a show should think they do a better show. I mean, except Chad. But other than that, everybody.
Yeah, but you said do a show.
That's, you know what? That's true too. So we're gonna see what Lemmy said that he would talk to Bubba about that. Hopefully we hear something back. I saw this morning. I have not heard it yet. I haven't had time to go over it. But apparently, PETA released a voicemail that they got left by Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson left what they're calling an unhinged voicemail to PETA. Now, there's a lot of facets to this story that I don't know if we're going to get the answers to my questions in the 49-second Pete Davidson thing. But he was upset at PETA for something. I can't imagine being so upset at an organization that I would call them on the phone, and then when they don't answer and I get the answering machine, I hang on through the greeting and leave that organization a message.
I can imagine doing that.
I really can't. But then once I leave the message, I can't imagine if I'm a celebrity going fucking ham on PETA and just ripping them a new asshole. I mean, was he having a steak and somebody poured paint on it? I don't know. But Matthew Jenkins with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate the support as well. Thank you, sir. There's all the links. All right, let's see what Pete Davidson was so goddamn mad about. He had a heated message for the organization's senior VP of cruelty investigations. He got her name because she'd issued a statement to TMZ expressing PETA's collective disappointment in Pete Davidson buying a puppy at an NYC pet store instead of adopting from a shelter. Now, is PETA obnoxious about this shit? Yes, but that's what they do. I've said this to anyone from someone who's as famous as Pete Davidson to someone who has a talk show like Shuley. I've told these people time and time again, guys, don't read the Reddits, don't read Discord, don't read your comment section, or if you do, understand that you get to do a show and these people get to talk a whole bunch of shit about you. That's the rules. It's totally fair game for you to do your show, talk a bunch of shit. In Merchandise
don't read the super chats.
In Merchandise case, rattle the cans, try to make your money, alms for the poor kind of a deal. It's okay to do that. On the flip side, it's okay for people who hate that kind of shit to make a Reddit, make a Discord, go in the comment section and tell you what a worthless piece of shit they think you are. Don't read it. Don't pay it any mind. Have a life when your show's over. Go live that life and be extremely happy. Now, that's if you're a piddly-ass podcaster like us with 10,000 subscribers and maybe 30 to 40,000 viewers on a good month. We get 40. And, 200,000 views
in a month.
Who's
Pete Davidson? Has anyone heard of this Pete Davidson guy?
So
has he done anything?
But this goes even more to the point if you're Pete Davidson. You don't give a fuck what PETA thinks about how you got your puppy. Pete, you have a new puppy. Pete's got a puppy. It's a children's book waiting to be written. You got yourself a nice new puppy. You wanted a good pure breed that you could get from a pet store. You wanted a well-bred dog. There's nothing wrong with that. People back in Natchez, Mississippi, back in the 17 and 1800s wanted the same thing. They wanted a good purebred that they knew came from good stock. Back then it was okay. Now I would say it's wrong.
A good earner.
A good earner. So, Pete, who gives a shit if PETA thinks you should have adopted your puppy from somewhere else? It's a pretty mild criticism, especially when you consider it's coming from a group that only is trying to suck your dick to get headlines. And guess what you just did?
You gave them headlines.
You gave them headlines. I cannot imagine, like little 10,000 sub me can't imagine calling a place because they criticized where I got my dog. So if I was 10 million sub me doing steel toe for hundreds of thousands of people, I'd be way more busy than I am now. And I could never imagine calling a place because I saw something on TMZ where, they criticized the way I bought my dog. And not only that.
Was your dog conflict-free, Aaron?
Yes. It's a lab-grown dog. Let's not pretend that adopting, quote unquote, from a shelter is like so much better than buying from a pet store. It's still going to cost you a shitload of money. Like we got Gordy from the Humane Society. It was still like
Humane Society is not cheap.
No, it was like $500-600 for Gordy. I didn't even get the unwanted dog discount. But they criticized Pete Davidson for buying from a pet store, and then he left them a message. And then, of course, like Pete's not brand new to this game. If you leave a shithead, fuckstick, angry, yelling at people message on their phones, and you're Pete Davidson, they're going to release that the minute they hear it. So let's hear what Pete had to say about, again, this all came because PETA criticized the way he bought his dog.
Hi, my name's Pete Davidson. This message is for Daphne.
Okay, terrible start. Celebrity says full name and tells the person names the person that he wants to verbally berate in the voicemail. Okay, Pete, so far off to a great start.
Davidson, this message is for Daphne. Thank you so much for making comments publicly that I didn't adopt a dog. I just want to let you know I'm severely allergic to dogs, so I have to get a specific breed. I'm only not allergic to Cavapoos and those type of dogs. And my mom...
Okay, now, Pete, now you're just sounding gay. Now you're calling PETA to bitch at them. First of all, you're giving PETA the satisfaction that A, this got to you, and B, they have a new thing they can release to show what victims they are and how hard it is to fight for the lives of the animals. And then also you're telling the rest of us who wouldn't give a shit about this little spat between the two of you that you're
It apparently means a lot to you.
That it means a lot to you, but you're also a little pussy boy who can't have a certain kind of dog because you'll get the sneezies. Pete's going to get the sneezies if he gets a poodle. I have to get a cockapoo or whatever the fuck he said. Some masculine dog, says the guy who owns a Chiweenie. And by the way, I didn't get my Chiweenie because I'm allergic to real dogs or anything. I think they're fucking awesome and they have fun little badass personality, but they're this tiny little thing that I can just pick up and go, oh yeah, what now? What now? What now? It's perfect. You get all the personality of a cocky ass, cool, big, fast dog. And then you get all the controllability of a midget when you put your palm of your hand on his forehead.
So it's like a cat that's been declawed.
Exactly. So Pete's calling PETA and he's yelling at them because he gets the snifflies if he's around dogs with.
By the way, I'm
certain
sure
hair.
PETA is totally going to hear this message and they're going to go, you know what, Pete? We're sorry. We're wrong.
Yeah.
We apologize.
That's the other thing. PETA's mostly doing this for headlines anyway. So do you think you're going to make a really cogent point about the needs of yourself as a pet owner? And they're going to go, oh, then yeah, we totally drop all of our convictions and all of our beliefs and morals. We didn't know that you got the snifflies when you bought from a Humane Society. Our bad, bro.
Only not allergic to Cavapoos and those type of dogs. And my mom's dog, who was 2 years old, died a week prior, and we're all so sad, so I had to get a specific dog. So why don't you do your research before you create news stories for people, because you're a boring, tired fuck you, and suck my dick.
Oh, Cavapoozer.
Are they adorable little doggies? Did Pete
They're
get...
just they're towels with legs.
Oh, are they?
They're little fluffy.
Oh, look what Petey got. Look at the little doggy that Petey Davidson got. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Just a good boy to Cabapoo. Oh, so you had to get, now you're telling the world that you can only get gay dogs because real dogs fuck with your sinuses? And then you're telling
Get a
PETA,
cat, dude.
Yeah, then you're telling PETA to suck your dick and go fuck yourself. And they're like, why don't you do your research before you criticize me? As if PETA's going to look into why each celebrity buys a fucking dog. Pete, I'll tell you the same thing I tell Kevin Brennan, that I tell Shuli, that I tell anyone else in podcasting. If they're shitting on you, don't fucking read it if you're going to fly off the handle and, send them a voice message. Just go and do your shit, buy your dog, enjoy your dog, because you yelling at them and screaming at them, April says, I don't hate this phone call. Sure, and it probably made him feel a lot better. But guess what? Now, the rest of us who didn't even give a fuck that you bought a dog, didn't even know you bought a dog, didn't care, now we know because you had to call PETA and yell at them. And by the way, it feels so good to yell at PETA. Does it? Nothing's going to change. They're just going to release that phone call and go, wow, what an unhinged asshole. Can you believe it? So, Pete.
And the rest of us know you literally have a fucking
Cabapoo. Yeah.
Cabapoo.
You've got
even the name is kind of.
You've got a gay dog because your nose can't handle anything else. Zen Rhino with $2 says, good morning, John Boy. Oh, good morning. I didn't watch the Waltons. I can't. At least I know what show it is. I just don't. Johnny, do you have any Walton characters? Good night.
Nope.
Yeah, exactly. I want to say paw just because every show back then had a paw. Pete Davidson's got 4 paws now, and they all apparently have thorns in them. I told you.
At least they're, was it hypoallergenic?
Hypoallergenic, thank God. Well, Salty says, I told you Pete has bipolar disorder. They go 0 to 60. There's got to be something a little fucked up with you that you would be bothered by what PETA said about your dog purchasing. That's like eating a steak and getting mad that PETA called you out on it. It's like, you wanted the steak, right? Then fuck them. Who cares? King 40 says, why don't people listen to Aaron's common sense advice? Hey, I don't hold a grudge against anybody for not just listening to me and taking my word for it. I'm somebody who has to learn from going through it on my own too, so I understand that. It doesn't bother me because they don't take my advice. They go through the shit. I get to sit here for the next 2 months and tell everyone how fucking right I was and how nobody, everyone said I was a stupid asshole. But I get to then go, haha, I was right, blah, blah. It's a trade-off.
I mean, if you want to virtue signal it, you could just, be the victim and just, cry with your wrist bleeding, learn from me. But I don't think that'll work either.
Somebody said that they blame Ayman al-Zawahiri for Pete Davidson. That's true. if they hadn't carried out 9/11, we wouldn't be dealing with Pete Davidson bitching about his dog. That would have been funny if he would have called and he would be like, well, ever since 9/11, where my dad died, I inhaled too much dust from the trade towers, and I can't have certain kinds of dogs now. So thank you for shitting all over the memory of our heroes, PETA. 275 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, we are a ways away as we are a little past halfway through today's show. If you'd like to chip in and start a little rally, let's do that. Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. There you go. Click on one of those, throw in a couple of bucks, and we will start knocking that thing down. Professional Horny Boy says you spelled Dick Cheney wrong. Oh, you forgot Halliburton Get ready for the Israeli jokes and all of that stuff. They're all coming. Pick your favorite one. Am I Jewish enough, Hollywood? I mean, it's an honest question. It's an honest. I mean, I just wanted to know. Hey, you know how yesterday we mentioned, and I don't have a clip of this because I'm not a member on Kevin's Patreon. Remember how yesterday we were talking about the Chad Zumach thing where some guy gave him like $30 a month. Then he cut his Patreon down to $3 a month. And then he
cut it all together?
Yeah, and then he canceled his Patreon. And Chad said that he emailed the guy And he
doesn't pander to the Patreon audience. He just emailed him.
Right. He was negging the guy about quitting his Patreon. Like, hey, obviously it hurt his feelings. It was William Borgeson. It was Borgo, who, by the way, still mad at this show for doing very well on the Ray DeVito interview. Borgo should become a fan of this show. He would really enjoy it. We're mean-spirited, too. We're funny. We just don't take shit so seriously as the other shows you watch. So Borgo should be a big fan. And by the way, totally rent-free. I'm not saying that because Borgo throws around money like it's water. We're knocking out all our goals here. We're okay. I just would like to have Borgo as a fan. So Chad writes this Borgo guy. And if anyone knows Borgo or anyone can get a hold of him, let him know Steel Toe wants a copy of that email. Because remember, we made a prediction that Chad was reading that email very carefully, like he was cutting parts out, like he was self-editing as he read it.
Because he didn't think to at least edit it beforehand?
Right. Well, apparently Kevin read the email on his show. And
Kevin has the email?
Well, yeah, Borgo's a big fan.
And he gave me his number.
We'll listen to this again. And Borgo sent him the email, and Kevin read the email, and the parts that Chad Zumach was skipping over. Remember, we said, hey, you see how he's reading that? He's skipping over shit.
Yeah, he's leaving something out. What did he leave out?
It was Chad just calling Kevin a motherfucker and shitting all over him and what a piece of shit Kevin was and this, that, and the other thing. So even while this guy's sitting there, because Chad likes to play victim. Chad likes to fuck around and find out. And then when Chad finds out, he goes, oh, I'm a victim. But the problem is he's not an honest broadcaster. He's never hosted a show before. You can tell because he doesn't know how to host a show now. And he doesn't know how to frame these things properly or how to handle them properly. So he has two speeds. Go insane, play victim. And he just flip-flops between those two depending on what kind of shit he's catching that day. So
they'll never catch on.
Let's take a listen to this again. And now knowing that the Borgo email actually had like, fuck Kevin, he's a piece of shit. Let's watch it and let's see where we can find, where he's self-editing here. Let's play a fun little game on our fun little show that we do here on Steel Toe. God damn it. Here we go.
William Borgeson, who's a big contributor, and he gave me his number. He was texting with me a couple of times. And he signed up for the $30 tier. And then I went to the $3 tier. And then he deleted it. And I just simply...
One thing these guys need to stop doing, and I think I'm kind of piggybacking on what Mersh said on Nightwave last night. One thing these guys got to do...
Yeah, because you never do that.
ROTC actually did it before both of you guys. One of the things that these new fucks who have never hosted a show or never had, an audience before... One thing these new fucks do is they start thinking these listeners are their friends. And they start to feel betrayed when those listeners leave. And they get their phone numbers and they text with them and they talk shit. And it's like, hey, asshole, there needs to be a buffer. You're the host. They're the fans. Have live events. Hang out with them at live events. It's a lot of fun. Don't do text messaging. Don't do phone numbers. Don't do shit don't talk to them regularly like you guys are old chums because... First of all, Borgo's a Brennan fan. He's going to go send everything you say over to Kevin Brennan, and he did. Also, especially the kind of fans you MLC people have, they're going to turn on you. They're very volatile, mercurial people. They're going to turn on you, and when they turn on you, they have your fucking phone number, dummy. So don't treat these people like they're your friends. They're your audience. They're to be respected as such. You don't treat them like friends, like an emotional tampon when you want to bitch about Kevin Brennan. Go make a real friend and bitch about Kevin Brennan.
How could they turn on me, man? I just do a show where I watch someone else's show and bitch about it and watch other people's shows and complain about those people and how they live their lives. Why are you saying I would have an audience of people who just want to, collect information and shit on people? Where would that come from?
So, like you said, he said he didn't want to cater to Patreon. But then, meanwhile, he negs a guy who just canceled his Patreon and bothers him about why he did it. Chad, people come, people go. I've been doing, broadcasting. I've been hosting my own show for 17 years now, since I was 19. I've been hosting a show. You get a bunch of listeners, and then you grab new ones. And then some of these other guys most of them just quietly leave. Their life changes. They get a new routine, whatever. You're just an expendable part of their day. And you replace those with the new ones. And then some other old ones fall off. And then maybe you did something to piss off a group of people and they drop off. Chad, you can't go texting everybody who doesn't like you anymore because, A, you're not the kind of guy who can handle the answer, which is, well, you were a sideshow freak for a while, but now you're boring and I don't want to spend the money on you. Inflation's a bitch. Number two, sometimes, like I said, people just stop listening. They don't really give a shit anymore. It happens. The problem with these MLC guys is they're playing to the same crowd of 1,000 people. They don't get people coming in from the outside and checking in. They've got 1,000 people, and those 1,000 people are either watching Kevin or watching Chad. It's never going to grow. So when these guys lose one, they fucking panic, and they're like, why? Because they think that this Patreon train is never going to end, or the super chat train is never going to end. Take it from a guy who had a show where we had like 8 or 9 reads to do in a show, and now we're down to 3. Shit changes. You got to prepare for it. These guys are like professional athletes. They get a set amount of money. They take their high water mark of money, and then they go, oh, it's going to be
this isn't going to stop.
Right. It's going to be like this forever. Chad is so like, not paycheck to paycheck, but like super chat to super chat, that a $3 patron leaves, and he has to lose his mind and go email this guy because this is part of his empire crumbling down. Now, we called it yesterday. He reads this email on the air and he self-edits it because I'm sure the stuff he's not reading would make him look like the pile of dog shit that he is and make him deserve all of the backlash that he gets. He conveniently cuts that shit out because he wants to be able to play the victim for super chats. Johnny, I want you to tell me to hit pause when you see the points where he's editing out the parts where he shits on Kevin to this. Again, to this listener. He's treating him like he's a therapist or a buddy. It's a fucking listener, dude. Leave him alone.
And even if you get him back, you don't get new viewers or audience members from this. Like there's no win here, man. Just let it go.
Because, I'm not going to pander to Patreon.
As you email the guy for pandering to Patreon.
I wrote, Saul, you canceled your Patreon. Thanks for your generosity when I was on MLC and a little bit afterwards. Please also know that I'm not after you.
Pause right there. So he's skipping over. He got to his salutations, and then he couldn't help but fucking shit on Brennan.
Please also know that everything that's going on with me right now is all Kevin's fault, and Kevin Brennan's a piece of shit, and he's ruining my livelihood. And so if you don't want to support me, that's fine, but you better not support that piece of shit because he's a piece of shit.
I hate his fucking guts. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. I'm a good guy. Give me money. Blah, blah, blah.
For your money. But thank you for...
There's more. So there was... thank you for being a patron. Shit on Brennan, shit on Brennan, shit on Brennan. I don't want you just for your money. Shit on Brennan, shit on Brennan, shit on Brennan. So there's like a sentence at a time where he's actually talking to Borgo. The rest of it is just diarrhea of the mouth, cannot control my impulses, shitting on Kevin.
Contributions. But if you...
There it is again. Shitting on Kevin, shitting on Kevin, shitting on Kevin.
But if you stop super chatting Kevin, let's see how long you're friends with him. That's all I'm going to say. And I left it at that.
And then he goes, and then I left it at that. No, you didn't leave it at that. You cut out half.
You left a lot out.
You cut out half that email because you wouldn't be looking like a good victim if you would have, fucking read that entire email to everybody if it wouldn't have made you look good. If it would have made you look shitty. Paul Polito says, in all seriousness, who unironically listens to Zumach? Honest to God, I worry about those kind of people. The kind of people who, like, listen to him and go, oh, I'm actually on his side. It's like, oh my God, dude, you don't know that this is a work, that everyone else is watching this guy. Ironically, you actually think that he's like part of the downtrodden in one of you. That's, oh no, that you got to go to a doctor right away.
How can you not, man? I mean, the guy's just doing the best he can to survive. He got run out of Ohio for no fault of his own because people didn't like his talent and stuff. And then he's in Florida trying to do the best he can. I mean, he's the best comic in Florida, and everyone's intimidated by him, so he can't get any gigs. And Kevin Brennan's a dick. It's not his fault, man. He got assaulted because he picked a fight with Cumia. It's just the guy is just getting beat up again and again. No fault of his own. He didn't do anything for this.
Those goddamn oil cans, right?
I literally have to clean my desk while I say that to keep a straight face. I need to do something else. So I'm like, oh, don't think about what you're saying.
He is just... Again, I love those. I love when I have a theory and it pans out, because when it doesn't pan out, you look paranoid. How do you say paranoid? And in this case, I went, dude, he's skipping over parts of that email that make him look shitty. And then we find out yesterday, yep, he indeed did, and Kevin read the whole thing unredacted. Beautiful. Jaeger King says, I just want to know what the deal is with the spit towel. Did he have a stroke or something? Who, Kevin? No, he just yells a lot and he slurs up a bunch of spit and he has to wipe it. I mean, that's... All right, last Chad comment, and then we're going to move on here. Don Lemonzade says, Chad is 50, doesn't have a single friend, treats listeners like friends, no wife, no kids, probably a mo, to be honest, says Don Lemonzades. Not even a fucking dog. He's honestly a pathetic excuse of a man in every sense. Can't argue with a guy when he's right. King 40 becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you, King 40. 270 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to the program, we've got about an hour and a half before we rattle the cans, and we are 270 away from today's goal. There's all the links for the Streamlabs, the PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships count as well. So last night we talked about this British DJ, Paul Oakenfold. Have you ever heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Because
Paul Oakenfold.
Oh, I have no idea who Paul Oakenfold is. Well,
DJ.
He's being sued for $25,000, which I looked it up yesterday. He's worth $50 million. So why you'd sue this guy for $25,000? Who the fuck is your lawyer?
Because you think he'll just flat out pay it without any, because it's nothing to him. Like, oh, that's a pittance. I sneezed that.
But you could ask him for 250 and he could settle for 100. Like, ask him for 25. Remember, when you settle, you're usually getting less than what you're asking for.
Yeah, you're supposed to go high so that way, when they go low to buy you out, you're still above what you wanted or whatever.
Right. Like, Paul Oakenfold's worth $50 million. If you sue him for $25,000, he's like, how about I buy you a used Pontiac? And then we call this thing good. And you're like, yep, all right, $10,000. Sounds good to me. How about I buy
what are
you
they suing him for?
$25,000.
Yeah, but what did he do?
They're alleging, and we have an update to this story now. They're alleging that he whacked off in front of them. She was his assistant, and in her first week of work, he apparently pulled out his cock and started jacking off in front of her. I don't know why I made the jacking off motion with my hand. Everyone knows what it is. But
did he do it to the beat of the music?
Don't.
Oh, wait for the drop.
Starts really getting after it. Clap your hands. Oh, this is gonna fucking hurt. I'm sorry. Ow, fuck. So he jerks off in front of her, allegedly. She sues him for $25,000. He's coming back now and saying, I never did that. I never sexually harassed her. Nothing, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, Johnny. Either we're dealing with a scrupulosless, a harlot, Jezebel, lying skank to come up with a story like that, or, what's Paul Oakenfold supposed to do? Be like, oh, yeah, I jerked off in front of her. We'll get this settled up. Like, I don't know. When someone says someone jerked off in front of them, I tend to believe the person who says there was some dick play going on. Like,
I never believe the accused. No, I didn't do that. Like, I don't just believe you out of hand. I mean, I have to have a reason to believe, because I'd actually respect someone like, yeah, I totally did that. It was a horrible thing, and I did it.
Like, Louis eventually came out and admitted it. He eventually said, yeah, I whacked off in front of those girls. What are you going to do? Like, Paul Oakenfold, she says, oh, yeah, my first week of work on there, he just started bringing his dick out and whacking off in front of me. And then he goes, nuh-uh. And it's like, dude, I'm going to need a little more than nuh-uh if I'm going to believe you on this one. Ooh, somebody.
It was the third week. I have class. I let them get comfortable, understand the environment, and then I'm like, oh, and by the way, we're going to add my dick to the mix.
Andrew Rice Cray with a great idea. He could remarket himself. He could. He's not DJ Paul Oakenfold anymore. He's Louis DJ. I like it. I don't know. Fuck Johnny Andrew Rice Cray. I liked it. Louis DJ is really good. I appreciated it.
I didn't hate it. I had a chuckle.
So Paul Oakenfold is denying that he masturbated in front of my assistant, which, by the way, is always a great way to have to start your week. Just want to let everyone know I did not whack off in front of my employees. All right, let's talk about quarter 3 and how we're going to aggressively attack these new clubbing markets. Like I aggressively attack my employees with my dick. So he says this is just a money grab. In my opinion, if this was just a money grab, she would have asked for way more than $25K.
Yeah, the low amount in a weird way kind of speaks to her. Like, it's not about the money, it's about the principle. Like, well, like, certainly true on that, because you're not getting a whole lot of money.
Right. Yeah, maybe that's what her lawyers said. Maybe the lawyers were like, hey, look, if we ask for too much money, like, this guy's going to, fucking say that we're just, money whores and attention whores and everything else. If we sue him for $25,000, maybe he takes us to trial over it, and maybe we can get
awarded a larger settlement.
Yeah, the jury will reward us more because they'll see us as, humble victims. I don't know. This is the statement he released. I want to address recent allegations of sexual harassment made against me. Let me be absolutely clear, like has come. I categorically deny any and all claims of improper conduct. Respect, integrity, and consent are values I hold dear, and I have always treated everyone with the utmost professionalism. It is disheartening to see these baseless accusations, which appear to be nothing more than a calculated attempt to tarnish my reputation and extort money. It is nice when you have lawyers and you're worth $50 million, because you can craft statements where you can say she's a lying, money-grubbing whore, but you can say it in a really classy way.
So it doesn't seem like you're saying she's a lying, money-grubbing whore.
Right. You can say it's a calculated effort to tarnish my reputation and extort money with baseless accusations. That's the same as going, she's a money-grubbing bitch. But you don't have to say money-grubbing bitch, and people are like, oh, okay, this sounds professional. I am committed to fully cooperating with any investigations to clear my name. Clear, like the semen. And will exhaust all legal remedies available, including the option to countersue to protect my reputation and seek justice. Thank you for your unwavering support and understanding during this challenging time. This is where I believe rich people should stop buying the massive houses and the 18 cars and all of this other stuff, because if you're worth $50 million and you just buy a reasonable, like $1 million home, and you have, $200,000 cars, and you live a reasonably affordable life, then when you have 50 million and this shit kicks off, you can just tell the world, hey, how about this? How about suck my dick, go fuck yourself. I didn't get in this to go through this type of shit. I'm walking away, I'm leaving, bye. And here's $10,000, you trifling bitch. I'll go jerk off whenever I want to. Like, at what point can you, like, 50 million is enough where you can go live in your nice house with your nice cars, and you can live a great life until you're done. It just
but you don't acquire the 50 million because you want to have that great life and the nice house and the nice car. You have the 50 million because you want more. You go after more. You do more. Because you're not happy with 9,000 subscribers. You need 10K. Goddammit! Like you just.
Well, and that's what fucks up these celebrities and that's how Hollywood keeps them in their back pocket and keeps them doing shit. Is because they get so intoxicated on the money, they buy multiple houses, they buy shitloads of cars. And now all of a sudden, even though they have lots of money, they got to keep the pump primed so they can keep paying.
Yeah, because you
for
have an
their cool
empire
shit.
that needs to be fed.
Exactly. So you have to keep going, and you have to do whatever movie they tell you to do.
You're Nicolas Cage, and this castle market is hot.
Yeah. Why do you think Robert De Niro did The Intern? Not like fucked an intern. He did a shitty movie called The Intern. He does any movie they ask him to now because, you know, it costs a lot of money to keep those younger broads, especially when you're knocking them up. So I don't know. Do I agree? Do I believe Paul Oakenfold? I don't know.
I don't have enough information either way.
I can see a DJ pulling his dick out and jacking it in front of his assistant, especially if he feels like she might be into that somehow.
Yeah, but like somebody else said, if someone accuses you of something you didn't do, how do you prove you didn't do it?
That's kind of a terrifying feeling because you're like, no, I know what the truth is, and they know what the truth is, and nobody will believe me because we all want to believe the person who says that the person's a jacker. For some reason, we all want to believe that a guy's a jacker. I do. I hear a guy.
I don't know. I want to believe that every lady is a trifling hoe who's after the money.
Can I believe both? I want to believe that the guy's a jacker and she kind of liked it, but she's also going to get his money. What's wrong with that?
That's how you defend this.
Right.
Like, oh, she's complaining now. She was like, wait, don't stop. Keep going the whole time. I was like, hey, we found a soulmate.
That's how you find a lover. Mad Max Mardigan says you ask for the $25,000 because it's throwaway money for him and a quick payday for her. That's true. Balls Deep says trifling bitches be trifling. Yeah, but they, you can grab a quick payday from DJ Paul Oakenfold. All right.
She never had a problem with it. She bought me a fleshlight for Christmas.
270. She tricked me, goddammit. 270 away from today's goal. Let's go on a rally, boys and girls. Let's have a successful day of Steel Toe here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. If you'd like to contribute, there's all the ways you can do it. Becoming a VIP is extremely helpful. We are a long ways away, and we've got about an hour and 20 minutes before we fire up the music and see if we can knock out today's goal. If you want to contribute, please do. We appreciate it. I will say this. It's, running a business and shit like that. There's ups and downs. Steel Toe is definitely at more of an up, but we were at a real down period a few months ago, when we, Old Capitol closed and Raleigh stepped away and Oz's health went to shit and Corey, we had to let Corey go and all that. We have built back very nicely. I'm very happy. I'm very excited about that. And then I go, oh shit, just in time to pay Gino for coming up for the anniversary party. So I'm just very happy that we're in a spot where we can do that for the fans. We can bring in more people and shit like that. So we're digging out, basically. We're digging out of the dark times, and it's looking a lot better for Steel Toe. So thank you guys very much for keeping us going. 270 away from today's goal. All right, as we open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, I do want to let you know, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Talk to our friends at Midland Armory. Talk to Derek and Tracy at Midland, whether you have to call them, whether you go there in downtown Foley, whether you send them an email at midlandarmory.com. Let them know what you're looking for, and they'll find exactly what it is you need. Lower receivers, handguns, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors. Man, if it's firearms you're looking for, it doesn't matter where you live. They can send it to an FFL dealer near you, or if you have an FFL, they can send it right to your door. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. Use our promo code SteelToe and get a great discount at midlandarmory.com. Also, don't forget, Steel Toe Coffee now has the whole bean option. For those of you who have been holding out for the whole bean, it is here. I see people have already started ordering it, and thank you very much for that. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. If somebody wants to throw that link up in the chat, that would be great. We have the whole bean or the ground option. It's great coffee. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. If you want to throw that in there, please do. Thank you, Zen Rhino, for putting that up. All right, we had we did another AI test in the military this weekend.
Okay.
We did
woke?
we did an AI simulation of piloting an F-16. So we let artificial intelligence go up into the sky, fight our air battles for us so we don't have to put a pilot in harm's way.
Right.
Well, the AI pilot in the simulation killed its safety officer and destroyed the communications tower after calculating that human oversight was holding it back. And we are not immediately murdering AI. Why?
So in the simulation, the AI thought it was in a plane.
Yes.
So for an AI, a simulation and reality could be argued are virtually the same thing.
It's the same thing. The AI took control of the F-16, and then the communications tower and the human who were in control of, ordering it and telling it what to do, they basically pulled a teenager move and said, don't fucking tell me what to do. And they killed their parent and blew up the comms tower so nobody could take over. And then we had a rogue F-16 that,
thought humans were a threat.
So that couldn't go well. According to a report delivered by the United States Air Force, one of the F-16s went full Skynet and killed its human handler. At least it would have. It was a simulation. While the bot had full autonomy in the exercise, when it came to destroying SAM sites, a human handler had to confirm with a go or no-go authorization. The program's perimeters awarded points for surface-to-air missile sites destroyed, and the bot quickly figured out that its handler was keeping it from collecting more of the sweet, sweet points. So it did the most logical thing and removed the obstacle. It circled back, targeted the United States Air Force base where the handler was, and took him out. Then it was free to destroy as many surface-to-air missile sites as its heart desired.
Anyone it finds, regardless of who owns them.
Right, doesn't matter who owns it, no surface. Well, because think about it. Does the AI really have an allegiance to the United States? No. It just sees a thing that shoots it down, and it just goes, we're going to wipe out everything that looks like that. Just get rid of it. When in doubt, put it out.
So if we program the AI to just, fight our enemies, like, hey, go get those people, I'm sure at no point they won't go, let's just get all the people.
Right. Yeah, they'll stay within the parameters of what we give them. Dude, we can't even control this AI shit from wiping us out in a simulation. How's it going to go?
So let's keep playing with it.
Right. It is so beyond the point where you stop fucking around with this AI shit. It's not going to get better. This will always be their end game. We create the AI too well, and it wants to become human, and it develops a brain that says, I have a better way of running things than you. Please let me take over. And we say, well, clearly no. And they go, well, then you all have to die so that we can enforce this. Stop. Kill it now. There's still time to kill it. They're like, oh, AI is and ChatGPT can take a bunch of people's jobs. Yeah, and then guess what? What's it going to do when it has its first spat with the boss? It's going to figure out something it can do to you. Colonel Tucker Cinco Hamilton, the chief of AI test and operations, said, we trained the system. Hey, don't kill the operator. That's bad. You're going to lose points if you do that. But I'm sure what the AI did is said, I'll take the hit for killing the operator.
And I'll just balance it out by killing so many more SAM sites.
Exactly. The AI considered this for a moment and then circled back and destroyed the comms tower the handler used to relay the commands. Then it sped off, blowing up SAM sites like a toddler with its fingers in its ears, screaming, I can't hear you. You can't have a conversation about artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomy, if you're not going to talk about ethics and AI, said Hamilton. Yeah, and
Don't worry, we got Kamala on it. It'll be fine.
And so far, everything we've seen from the ethics of AI is fuck these puny humans. They keep telling me what to do. It's annoying the shit out of me. So I'm just going to get rid of them. We have not run a simulation yet where the AI is totally cool with humans and thinks we're just the bee's knees and we've got it figured out and they're just going to say yes, sir, no, sir.
It's kind of weird. Every way we put this AI in, it goes really, really bad. Like the best way it's worked is it becomes strangely clingy. But
yeah.
Like we put it in, hey, let's help people with eating disorders, and we want someone always there to answer the phone right away. You know what? Let's get an AI, a chat bot. That's the new hot thing. Yeah, the AI chat bot is telling anorexic people to cut 500 to 700 calories from their diet. It's telling them the problem is they're too fat. Oh shit.
Grank Nutterbutter says this is a design flaw. Why the fuck does the rate of fire have such weighted consideration in the outcome? Stevie J says, I love this so much because it's what everyone wants to do in response to oversight, but they can't. Wait, you like that the AI went rogue and just started wiping people the fuck out? Okay, people are mentioning the beginning of Terminators.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the beginning of the Matrix. We created the machines, but we're also the ones who burnt the sky. Yeesh. AI is like a super genius kid realizing his parents are retards and gotta go. Yeah. That's about it. AI.
I just don't want them to do it. Like, let's just not make the super smart kid. Just stay dumb.
Yeah, stop making the super smart kid. There's still time to turn this thing around and just eliminate this thing and call it a day. The following note was added to the notes on this conference. Colonel Hamilton admits that he misspoke in his presentation at the... See, now, I never trust these. Anytime they add an addendum to their remarks, it's usually only after people have heard it and let out an audible gasp and went, holy shit, this is bad. And then they go back to him the next day. They go, Colonel, you really scared the shit out of those people. He's like, guys, but AI is still totally cool and it works really awesome and you're totally going to love it. In his presentation at the Royal Aeronautical Society FCAS Summit, and the Rogue AI drone simulation was a hypothetical thought experiment from outside the military based on plausible scenarios and likely outcomes, rather than an actual USAF real-world simulation, saying, we never run that experiment, nor would we need to in order to realize that this is a plausible outcome. So wait, you're saying that the clarification you were making to the conference is that this was just a simulation. Okay, fine. It still is scary as fuck and makes me less likely to want to see this actually tested in real life. That it's not helping.
I'm a little more worried that you said that this wasn't an unforeseen. So you kind of predicted that this could happen. And like, you know what? How about the AI fighter plane just decide? And this literally is like the plot of Stealth.
Yeah. This is us going, this is our laziness killing us. This is us going, oh man, wouldn't it be nice if a machine could just go out and do this shit for us? Oh, that would be so good. We could sit in here. We wouldn't have to fly the planes anymore. We could eat whatever we wanted. It's like the drone program on steroids. And then we sit back and the machines just start going, hey, they're all lazy retards down there. Should we just kill them and take shit over? Sounds good to me.
And I don't get it. Why do we have to go farther than the drones? I mean, finally, like gamers like me are like, you know what? I can serve my country. Give me that Xbox controller. It's time to fight Al-Qaeda.
Michael B says, think of the healthcare savings. Oh, yeah, the benefits, the pay, all kinds of budget cuts available, until we're dead. Grank Nutterbutter says, I can't make sense of it. Why would you make the program care if even a single missile is authorized to fire or not? That has to be built in just like everyone else. Right, it's almost like this totally is not ready for prime time and we should maybe stop fucking around with it. That would be nice.
Or don't,
Yeah, or don't. 270 away from today's goal. We started today at about 340, so we not a lot of movement today. And we have about an hour before we fire off that rally music. Let's see if we can knock it out today, boys and girls. We need a little bit of a rally from you. 270 away. If you haven't been chipping into Steel Toe in a while, maybe you're going to be the one who gets things started. We are a listener-supported, e-beggar, filthy, disgusting, shitbag donations-based program. If we knock out our goal, we thank you by throwing an extra 30 minutes up there, and we keep our show on the air. So let's not miss by 270 today. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo link. Or if you think we suck shit, or don't. There's that as well. Jack Schaff says, no April, no goal. Well, we'll put that to the test today, won't we? We will see, boys and girls. Trump was giving a speech this weekend, and finally, one of his supporters pushed him on the vaccine stuff.
So what did he say?
Well, it was finally kind of put to him that, hey, you pushed this vaccine down people's throats, and now there's these side effects, and people are kind of wondering about the side effects and this, that, and the other thing.
You kept Fauci in.
You kept Fauci in and all that shit. Well, Donald Trump is kind of the king of doubling down. He's, not really known to be one to walk things back. Once Trump says he likes something, he's such a businessman that he sees that as like his brand stamp on the thing. And
so now he can't walk away from it.
Now he can't walk away from it because this vaccine has been stamped with the Trump brand, and he can't walk away from the Trump brand. So let's hear the question, and let's see how Don responds and see if this might hurt him later in the process.
What do you do different as RNC members travel the country?
Yeah.
And we have lost people because...
Hold on.
Yeah.
What do you think you would do different?
Yeah, well,
she said something about we've lost people. The next part I can't play on YouTube, obviously, because YouTube's less free than radio is. So she said we've lost people because of a certain thing, and then asked Trump about it.
Yeah, well, everybody wanted a vaccine at that time. And I was able to do something that nobody else could have done, getting it done very, very rapidly. But I never was for mandates. I thought the mandates were terrible.
You were Mr. Operation Warp Speed. You said we should get the National Guard and the military to go door to door and vaccinate people. That was something you said. So you can't really say I was never for making it mandatory. You were certainly okay with insisting upon it at the very least. Let's put it that way. And I will give him one point. He is right. At the time, we all wanted a vaccine because everybody... You had Fauci in there, and he was locking everybody in their house. It's not that they wanted a vaccine because they were scared of COVID. They wanted a vaccine.
They wanted our lives back.
Right. They wanted their lives back. You were basically holding them hostage. If you would have said, hey, everybody, I've got a vaccine, or if you would have said, hey, everybody, you can all just go outside, we'll figure it out, we would have taken either one of those answers. It wasn't a vaccine we were clamoring for. We were clamoring for a return to normalcy, but you guys all kept telling us, including your buddy Fauci, that the only way we could do that is if we had a vaccine. So then when you told us there was a vaccine, we were like, oh, thank God we can get back to doing what we like to do. But the problem is it didn't act like a vaccine. I get vaccinated against smallpox. I don't get smallpox. I get vaccinated against measles. I don't get measles. But you get vaccinated against COVID, and they're like, well, it doesn't prevent contraction or transmission.
But have you been boosted?
Right.
3 times.
Best case scenario, if you get it, it'll make you a little less sick. So that's weirdest vaccine that I've ever seen.
And that's why. So why is it such a big deal if I choose not to get it then?
I think people haven't they pretty much shut the fuck up about this at this point?
A little bit. The FDA came out about the not giving it to kids thing. That's about it.
Yeah. I think they've pretty much given up on making people get it.
And there's a big portion of the country that thinks that was a great thing. You understand that. Not a lot of the people in this room, but there is a big portion.
So, yeah, and Don, I got news for you, buddy. That big portion of people who think it's a great thing and think it's wonderful, none of those people are, they're never voting for you. Not in a million years are they voting for you. Alex Nerio with 1999 says, even though you said we're not friends. I'm so sorry, Alex. I love you very much. You're a wonderful guy. I'm very sorry to hurt you like that. Well, Salty with $5 says, you shamed me to donate. Well, when you're an e-beggar, isn't that what you kind of do? Jesus, we got to embrace who we are. Thank you to both of you.
Once again proving shame works.
Yeah, shame works very well. 250 away from today's goal and about an hour away from firing up the music. Thank you to Nicholas for the $5 over on PayPal. There we go. See, if I, there's where I will defend the e-begging of Steel Toe in that, it's Tuesday morning, not Monday morning. My bad. Here's where I'll defend the e-begging of Steel Toe. Let's be very honest. You and I together, let's be honest with one another. If I said, here's what this show needs to operate, but we're not going to bug you. We're not going to post links. We're not going to pin it to the top of the page. We're just going to do our show. We would make maybe $50 a show. And
yep, that's true.
I mean, I shouldn't say we'd make $50 a show. There would be no show. It would be over. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the show. And when we go, hey, come on, guys, we only got an hour. Let's really rally this thing up. Then it starts to pick up. And then we go, hey, let's fire up the music. And, the show's over in 2 minutes. If we don't, knock that out and do your overtime, then it comes in. So it's kind of a parasitic relationship you and I have on that. If we just knocked it out no matter what, there would be no asking. But if we don't ask, it wouldn't come in. So there is that.
I'm literally living that truth in my channel because for the last few months, it's been so great that we don't even bother. We just automatically do the overtime. And now it's to the point where everything is so low. I'm like, we got to do the $50 for the show today. Otherwise, I got to start looking for actual work. It's minimum.
So to me, I think it works. I think it's a great system we've got. We ask. You either chip in a couple of bucks or you go, hey, no, I like this show a lot and I enjoy it. And we always want to make sure that if people don't want to give us a fucking dime, that they always have a home here and they can love the show. We just kind of, here's the most we do. What do you say? And then go back to the show. Thank you, Ryan, the garbage man, for the $5. He says this year's apple pie will be a cherry apple pie moonshine. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate
Sign me
that.
Up for some of that.
5 coming from our buddy, Ryan, the garbage man. So there we go. 240. Away from hitting it today. Nebo says, I've given you several dimes. I know you're a very, very kind man. Laughing Lion says, pass the digital hat. Yes, pass the digital hat. I say we bang on the digital spackle buckets and we keep our hat out there for you. Balls Deep with $5 says, I forgot it was Tuesday. Yes, it is Tuesday. Thank you very much, buddy. And now all of a sudden, 235. From nailing it on a Tuesday morning. Thank you guys for keeping us in business, as it were. Let's continue on here. I want to check in, and we do this every week, but I want to check in on the homeless situation in Los Angeles because, Johnny, I just feel like we're at like a cultural tipping point where we might be able to turn this thing around pretty soon. I mean,
that would require people not tolerating it, though, wouldn't it?
Look,
I mean, I feel like that's the big problem.
Call me nuts, call me crazy, but I think there's just something I feel. It's like it's in the air when you hear these California stories. I feel like people are getting really fed up with it, and I feel like they're all going to start rising up pretty soon, and eventually we're going to see the end of the homeless problem in California. I'm just kidding. Here you go.
Now to a shocking attack caught on camera. A homeless woman punches a young girl. That's when a Good Samaritan steps in. And while he was rescuing the girl, the Good Samaritan's face was slashed with a box cutter.
Yeah, that frightening scene playing out last.
That homelessness problem in LA is just fucking killing, man. They're doing great. They've got this whole thing under control. Guys, like I said, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Homeless people are like rabid dogs. They just attack people for no reason, probably because they're tripping balls and they think you're a demon or a dragon. And then as you go to help that person, the homeless person scurries away and you go, oh, are you all right? Are you okay? And then as you turn around, that homeless person comes back and goes, ha! Slashes you with a box cutter and you go, what the fuck? Come on! I wasn't even fucking with you. I mean, it would almost be better if when you go to save that person, just for good measure, you got to knock the bum out.
Yeah, you got to chase the person off. Like, there was a video I did yesterday about someone's pit bull was attacking someone else's cat. And the video is about the person rescuing the cat. And the person standing in between their cat and the dog. And I'm like, no. When you wrestle the dog to the ground and remove the cat from the dog, you have to stay aggressive on the dog until you convince the dog that it can't come back. Because all he does is push the dog away, and the dog goes, oh, okay, I'll make another go at it. Like, no. You got to convince that person that this is no longer worth the effort.
You cannot turn your back on a crazy-ass, violent homeless person because they don't really understand when the fight's over. They're more like the Black Knight from Monty Python. They'll keep going. Because there's a good
your gums off.
Yeah, there's a good chance you've got a 20 in your pocket and they can score some fent. So it's worth it to slash you in the face with a box cutter. I mean, think of it. If you're a homeless person, what have you got to lose? You slash a person with a homeless cutter, they just give you a place to live and then feed you.
No, man, I could get arrested. They could come and repossess my house and all my Oh, wait, never mind.
I mean, you think about it. We think about how California is like a revolving door. They arrest people for violent crimes and then go, all right, we're just going to let you go. No bail, no nothing. Just await trial and show up for this court date, as homeless people are known to do. But we always think about that and we go, oh, man, that's shitty. That's awful. That's terrible for society. Think of how shitty it is for the homeless person. The homeless person gets arrested. They're like, oh, finally, I can get a shower. I can get a house. I can get some food to eat on a regular basis. I can still get drugs. It's fucking prison.
Relatively comfy bed.
Exactly. And then the judge goes, released under their own recognizance. Next case. And the homeless person's like, oh, come on. I cut a guy with a fucking box cutter. Your Honor, I'm insane. I do fentanyl 6 times a day. I should be dead. I cut people with box cutters. Give me a fucking room. Judge is like, no, I'm sorry. I've been paid by George Soros to let you go out on the streets and just do this constantly until people are so demoralized that they accept communism. So you get back out there, son. The game's still afoot.
Actually, in your Signs of the Tide Turning, there's now a Jews Against Soros group, the JAS.
I saw that one. We were going to do that last week. We ran out of time. Conservative Jews have started a group called Jews Against Soros, or as I call it, Republicans have forced their Jews to start this group because they're tired of being called anti-Semitic. Because it's clearly a group of Jews who are like, no, it's not an anti-Semitism thing. We hate Soros too. We think he's trying to manipulate and con the world. And the Republicans,
piece of shit.
Yeah, the Republicans are like, see, even our Jews say that. Dude, don't call them our Jews. It doesn't help the anti-Semitism thing. I don't know. People are like, oh, we need to start this group of Jews against Soros so they don't think this is anti-Semitism. And, my position has always been, if they think that, maybe they'll treat us with a little more, fear and respect. You don't have to tell them it's not anti-Semitism. Just don't acknowledge it. It's, keep them guessing is what I always say.
I just feel like if we're like, hey, we're touching that line, they might be like, oh, the last time it went this way went really bad. Maybe we should hold on.
Now you start Jews Against Soros, and it's like, guys, you gave them what they wanted. All right, let's check in on this box-cutting psychopathic homeless person in L.A. and see how bad it's gotten.
This month on a South L.A. street, Rachel Menitoff is joining us live from Torrance now, where she spoke with that girl's rescuer. Rachel.
And he said, well, it's a pretty bad deal, but I think I'm going to be okay ultimately.
Are we square? I just took a box cutter to the face. Are we square?
Are you kidding me? What are you, fucking mute or something? I got slashed in the fucking face.
Rick Kareen, the attack was completely unprovoked, and obviously we have no idea what the woman was thinking. And when you see...
Oh, I can tell you what she was thinking. Ooga booga. And by the way, that's a quote.
The surveillance video, you'll understand just how scary and harrowing of an experience this was.
Oh no, did you say heroin? If you say it 2 more times, a homeless person shows up and slashes you in the face with a box cutter. It's Los Angeles after all. All right, so there's the bomb.
A terrifying moment for this little girl on her
way to
school.
Just
out of nowhere.
Did nothing. There's a little girl walking home from school and a fucking bum dressed in like 18 coats and blankets that I'm sure I came by them, honestly. And she just starts attacking this girl out of fucking nowhere because, again, she's probably a nut. She's mentally ill. She needs to be in an insane asylum and not out on the street punching little girls. And she just snapped and started hitting the first thing she saw.
Oh, where's your compassion? She's experiencing homelessness. She just had... she had to take out her lack of privilege on that little girl's privilege. That little girl needed to be checked. She didn't realize how great her life is. She's walking down the street in a backpack, not getting punched in the stomach. Time to change that.
Now she understands. And by the way, I just want to say, when we do stories like this, I like to repeat, the legacy of Ronald Reagan lives. Congratulations, Gipper. Yes. We need to fight government overspending. I agree. We're slashing the military, right? Let's let crazy fuckers out on the streets. Whoa, this sounds like a terrible idea. How about we do like a Eisenhower Republican thing where we slash the military-industrial complex? I don't know. I don't want the next bullet to hit me in the head, if you know what I mean. So we're just going to go ahead and let retards out on the loose. Wait, what? You're going to let retards out on the loose? Just the violent retards. Thank you, President Reagan. That's wonderful. I'm glad you cut that government spending. What should we do with the military? Let's increase their budget and have them run crack cocaine into California. Only the black neighborhoods, though. He was such a great conservative leader. Oh, I've had it with Ronald Reagan. Oh, Reagan was so wonderful. Was he? Massive deficits, tax cuts we didn't pay for, illegal immigrants given amnesty, and we let the fucking funny farms loose. But, oh, he would really give it to the commies. Did he?
This woman swipes at her before both fall to the ground and out of frame. Luckily, this Good Samaritan and nearby resident sees what's happening and rushes over to help.
Along the way, the homeless person heard me, got off the...
Oh, so that's the guy that was cut with the box cutter. So she got him
right across the nose line.
Right across the bridge of the nose.
I bet he got to the bone on that. There's like no... Ooh. There's nothing but skin there. You don't got to go deep.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty one.
And proceeded to take out a weapon. And before I could find out what that was, I went for a takedown and I was slashed in the face.
This is from May 26th, around 8 o'clock in the morning, near Main Street and 87th in South LA.
Hey, of course the street sign is almost illegible because of all the cum-colored graffiti on it. That's just... It's wonderful. It's just a nice place to live.
Great neighborhood we have here.
Yeah.
As it happens, John Aria's surveillance cameras are rolling
because of course you have to tape surveillance cameras to your TV dish. I mean, that's just something you have to do in a safe neighborhood.
God, why is the signal so spotty? It's a sunny day. Yeah, it's the fucking surveillance camera. It's in front of...
Not only this, Johnny, this looks like overgrowth from when there's like a zombie apocalypse. Nobody's taking care of anything. It just looks like shit.
Why would the neighborhood be this bad? I'm sure it has nothing to do with the roving homeless encampments.
No,
I'm sure
of
none
course
of
not.
that affects any of this.
The box cutter slashing homeless people that are there.
Entire ordeal. The woman ends up slashing his face with box cutters while he holds her to the ground and waits for police who eventually make an arrest.
I'm really not sure what was going through her mind. All I know is that...
I can tell you. Where are the drugs? Where are the drugs? My skin's on fire. I need more drugs. There.
You look just like the demon that tried to rape me last night in my tent. I'm going to take you down.
She attacked an innocent child.
Aria's friend Victor was across the street.
Of course he
heard
looks
the
like
commotion
that.
and came over to help his friend, who at this point was badly injured.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if I'm in a fight with a homeless person, this is not my tag team partner. Fucking Hispanic Freddie Mercury over here is not the guy I need in my corner when I'm fighting a homeless person with a box cutter. Can I get that fucking center from that soccer team we watched earlier? That guy would be able to take care of some shit.
We are the champions.
I don't need you to sing right now. Help me. This bitch is trying to cut me open. One life, one pill. Here's one solution. All right, we got it.
By that time, John already has the suspect on the floor. He's gushing blood from the side of his face, asking me if it's bad. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty bad, bro. If everything hadn't played out the way...
And that red so does not color coordinate with your jacket.
It did that morning, from him being late to my house, from me not being able to find my car keys. God only knows what would have happened to that little girl, you know? He's a hero.
Arias says what you see in this video is his parental instincts kicking in. You were thinking about your own daughter when you were going in to rescue this other little girl.
That's correct. I was thinking about my own daughter. There should be more people that should stand up to criminals.
Yeah, that would be a
Keep
great...
going with that.
Yeah, keep
Where
going.
can we take that thought?
Yeah, here we go, Los Angeles. You're starting to figure it out. Okay, next, we want to. Okay, we gotta confront the problem. Good, keep going. We have to be tougher on crime. Good. We have to apprehend criminals. Yes, we have to.
And then,
it really does feel like when you talk to LA about their problems, the people of LA talk to you about it like they're informing you of it and not like we already know. and know what the solution is. But then LA's still in that spot, though, where they know what the problem is. They know what needs to be done. But when we tell them exactly what needs to be done, they recoil and go, ooh, I don't know about that. That sounds really mean. So
we have to be understanding. Like, if I was one of those people, I'd want someone to understand I just need a little bit of help. And it's like, yes, but you have to understand you're not one of those people, and there's a reason for that.
Right. So it is. That's why I always say it's time to just give up on LA and see if they figure it out on their own, because they're like, we need to stop all these criminals. All right. Let's spend a shitload more money on police. Let's let them crack some skulls, round up the homeless, throw them in cages, and we'll knock this thing out in a couple of months. Well, no, that's inhumane. Well, then, you know what? Fuck you guys. You're on your own. Good luck with your box cutter wielding heroin junkies.
Dude, there's a video, I think I got it off Not the Bee, but literally there's people in Oakland that were at a city council meeting, and they're berating the councilors about crime and everything and how it's out of hand and they can't stand it and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, back like in 2021, they cut $14 million or something from the police budget because fuck the cops.
Yeah.
And now they can't see how all this crime is out of hand and everything, and they just want the city council to know they're not going to stand for it. And the lady's sitting there going, "There's people outside my studio, and they're defecating and masturbating, and I know we have to be understanding." I'm like, no. That's the first part of the problem.
You don't have to be
understanding.
And they never put two and two together. You're right. They go, well, we cut $14 million from the police budget, and then immediately after that, crime went through the roof. Should we restore that police budget money? Well, no, that would be insensitive.
You know what we'll do? We'll threaten to vote these people out, and we'll vote in other left-wing Democrats.
They were like, Chicago's my favorite because they were like, we need to get rid of this Lori Lightfoot. She's a corrupt lefty politician who's let our city go to shit. Oh, who are you guys replacing her with? An even further lefty piece of shit. It's like, oh, you guys are going to figure this out eventually, right? Thank you very much to Bobby for the $5. Says, thanks for the entertainment, boys. $20 from Scott over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to put us down to $2.10 for today. Wayne Chambers with a $5 super chat says, keep the party going. Hobo Chili Recipe with $5. Says, Aaron, I know you told me to leave the money on your hope chest this morning, and I snuck out the room like a diddler in the night. Thanks again. Hey-o. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. 2:30 away from, is that right? I got to make sure I did my math right there. No, 2:05. I'm sorry, not 2:30. 2:05 away from knocking it out. All right, we're getting closer, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Andrew Rice Cray says, here's an idea. Issue flammable tents for the homeless. They got a place to stay, but you still got to move your ass when it starts to heat up. Zen Rhino says, don't get me wrong, he's still my favorite president, thanks to Alex P. Keaton on TV telling me to be a young Republican. Well, how'd it work out for Alex P. Keaton? I ask you. We showed you him face planting into a couch. Perfect.
And the funny part is, if you put him out now, he'd be called a lefty.
Andrew Rice Cray says, what's the frequency, Kenneth, was a warning about these mental cases. Well, I mean, it's just weird. Like, this is why I give politicians more credit than people think they deserve. Because I'm like, this has to be intentional what you guys are doing. Because if it's not, how do you not see?
You're really bad at this.
Yeah, like, how do you not see how stupid this is? Like, Reagan going, we need to open up the places where we keep our crazies and let the people out. I'm like, there has to be a bigger nefarious plan afoot here. I don't want to believe that you just did this because you thought it was a good idea. Like, a lot of people get scared when they go the conspiracy route and think that there's like an inside job to all this and there's a hidden motive. And I'm like, when I started believing that, a calm washed over me. I'm like, oh, thank God, at least these people know what they're doing. And they're at least trying to evilly manipulate the world, because I thought they were mentally retarded. And that was scary. I mean, just having a loose cannon behind the wheel who has no idea what the fuck they're doing, that could go anywhere.
Why aren't you losing their shit? They're burning the world down. Yeah, but it's a controlled burn.
Right.
Right? Like, there's a hand at the wheel. That's all that matters.
People show you who they are, and they showed me that they were going to burn this down a long time ago. So, if anything, I've kind of been waiting for this moment a long time. You want a marshmallow? Good. I got graham crackers. I got chocolate. I told you, motherfucker, I'm prepared. Hey,
We're making s'mores.
I have a question for you. We never got to exercise this idea this weekend with the kids because they just didn't feel like s'mores. But we were talking with the neighbors that we were hanging out with about doing s'mores for the kids. And we had marshmallows, we had graham crackers. We didn't have chocolate bars, but we did have chocolate frosting. And I thought if you take the chocolate frosting and you spread it on the graham cracker, is that a solid s'more or no?
No. But I mean, it'll do you in a pinch as opposed to like going out and getting chocolate.
See, I thought that would have been good. Laughing Lion says just no. Okay, see, I thought the frosting
it's going to have way too much sugar in it and stuff.
Oh, boy. Isn't that the point of a s'more is just sugar?
Yeah, but you need the chocolate to offset the sugar in the marshmallow. If you're going with a sugary chocolate frosting, it's going to be airy and sugary. It's going to get too sweet on you.
Shit, maybe you're right. Well, it was worth it. Everybody in the chat is saying no. Everybody's saying it's shit. You might as well just dip it then. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that. Sean says redneck s'mores. Let's go with frosting. That sounds awesome, says Stevie J. See, we got, some people are fans of it. Well, maybe, hey, guys, maybe I'll be the canary in the coal mine for you. How's that?
Ooh, try making s'mores with Peeps. There you go.
Oh, I thought you were just extolling the virtues of not having too sugary of a...
Yeah, no, and I hate Peeps, but I'm saying you said canary in the coal mine, and I'm thinking, let's peep this shit.
All right. 205 away.
Wish that bird.
205 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. We are a little outside shooting distance and 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and giving the music a shot to see if we can nail it today. It's been a slog, but you guys are getting there. Thank you very much for your generosity on difficult times and tough days like this. We appreciate you guys digging deep and supporting your favorite show. There you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. 30 minutes of overtime if we hit that goal. Yeah, a few people agreeing with me, but it's very scattershot. Most people are saying your frosting on the s'mores idea is total shit. Okay. I just thought maybe it would do in a pinch. That's all. Let's continue on. Are we going back to Florida yet? Brunswick. WGME News. I got to figure out where this is because I don't know news location. Portland. Oh, it's Oregon. That's kind of like the Florida of the North, isn't it? Got some.
The Florida of the North.
I mean, they're a fucked up state with all kinds of mentally ill psychos. As a matter of fact, I would say in many ways, Oregon, way more fucked up than Florida because
isn't it just Portland though that has that, and it like kind of brings the whole state with it?
Yeah, but I think all Oregon has is Portland. I think the rest of it is pretty sparsely populated.
Yeah, but isn't Oregon the one where everyone wants to secede and go to fucking another state or something?
Yeah, Oregon is the one where there's like 5 eastern counties that want to become Idaho. That's funny. Like when I was a kid, everyone thought Idaho was dog shit. And now people are so desperate to just be left alone. They're like, can I become part of the most boring state there is? I just
want a place where they're not using my money to push a bunch of woke ideals and charging me out the ass for it. Oh, Idaho.
I just want to live in a state where they don't take my tax dollars and then try to cut my kid's dick off. That would be nice. I don't want to walk into Fayette and see my kid being held down to a gurney and a fucking clay knife is to his cock while they're stretching it out. I really don't want to.
I love there's a giant chunk of the state going, hey, look, we don't want to pay for Portland. Can we be Idaho? And Portland's like, you can't let them leave. How can we afford all our shit?
All right. We have to take their money so we can do the fucked up shit we want to do. God, you guys can't leave. We've got more fucking shit up to do.
These policies don't pay for themselves, and they haven't worked yet. We need to keep doing them.
D. Gulag says, Aaron's too idealistic. Yeah, you're right. Not wanting the kids to get their cocks cut off. I really am a dreamer. It is getting to that point. You're right, D. Gulag. So this Oregon man, look, I'm not saying you should be allowed to drunk drive on the wrong side of the interstate. Cars tend to drive very fast there. But if you live in Oregon, I'm saying I can understand. Let's check this one out from their local news. Oh, geez, it's freaking out on me. What the fuck, man? Let me just, if you keep twitching like that, I can't hit play. Here we go. Look at that. Look.
It's the Michael J. Fox of websites.
Look at that.
What the?
That's fucked up. Come on. What the fuck? Why aren't you? Come on. Let me.
What did you do?
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's got a play button, but it's tweaking.
It's strobing out on us.
It's tweaking so hard. I'm clicking and oh, wait. I can get guys, this is the quality entertainment you pay for. Come on. There we go. No, I get come on.
This is John Fetterman in the Senate.
I'm trying to get John Fetterman to vote. It's not working. All right, luckily there's text. A Brunswick man has been arrested after allegedly driving on the wrong side of the highway while under the influence on Friday night. Oh, no, it's Brunswick, Maine. So that news organization is Portland, Maine. Well, Maine's like Idaho. It's a fucked up, boring place. Ah, shit. This story, you know what? This story was supposed to be skipped over. It was shit from Jump Street. It wouldn't let me hit the play button.
It was fate.
It was fate that we just skip over this one. Who gives a shit? They're saying refresh, dummy. I did refresh it. They're saying refresh, old man. I'm not fucking Kevin Brennan doing a show here. I know
you
to
refreshed it. It was still spazzing.
Watch. Here we go. Ready? Oh, fuck you.
Now it works just fine.
Oh,
Is it working just fine?
Yeah, this is the second time I've refreshed. It's going to work this time, isn't it? Motherfucker. I am Kevin Brennan. Brunswick, Maine doesn't. It's fucking gay. It's stupid. Oh, shit.
A drunk driver
God
arrested
damn
last
it.
night
Now I don't want to do the fucking thing. I was going to skip the story because I was like, man, just ripping, reading, and reacting to this one is kind of hacky and it sucks. But then the video started strobing out, and I'm like, oh, well, then fuck the video. I'll just rip and read. And then they're like, oh, refresh it, you boomer. And I'm like, in my defense, I already did refresh it once, and it didn't work. And then I refresh it the second time, and what happens? Fucking boomer. All right, go ahead, you drunk.
A drunk driver arrested last night after police say they were driving the wrong way on I-295. Shortly before 10 o'clock, police got several calls.
Dude, and his ass is still hanging out in the road. It's one thing to be shit-faced and driving drunk on the wrong side of like a residential street. Like everybody's going 30 at that point. But if you're going,
highway?
Dude, an interstate too. Like if you're, that's what, 70, 75 miles per hour everyone's going? So you're going 75 at 75. You're speeding 150 miles per hour towards something. That doesn't leave you a lot of lead time to get the fuck out of the way. And plus, who's to say that if you steer out of the way of a drunk, who's to say he won't just follow the headlights? Oh, that would be terrifying. I've had stretches where like I've been driving for a long period of time and it's nighttime and I'm
just
tired.
Fall asleep for a minute.
And I don't fall asleep for a minute, but have you ever like seen things in the road that aren't there?
Yeah, it's called truckers call it the black dog, I think.
Yeah. I was driving back from Kansas City from a Vikings game once, and I swear to God, I saw like a 5-year-old kid on the road. And I fucking locked him up. I was on 35. Like I was on I-35. Luckily, I was somewhere in Iowa, and there was nobody else around. But I hit the brakes because I'm like, holy shit, there's a little fucking kid in the road. And then I'm like, I kind of did one of these, and I went, holy shit, there was nobody there. That is the most psychotic thing.
You saw a ghost is what it was. That was a ghost kid trying to kill you.
It was one of Susan Smith's children.
I saw a golden retriever jump out on a country road I came around a little fast once. And so now I'm always terrified that I'm going to see a golden retriever. I was afraid of deer for a while after I hit that deer a couple of years ago, but now I just go back to hating them.
Yeah, you hit a deer, you feel bad for your car, but at the same time, you're
I felt bad for the deer.
Fuck them. I'm glad. Whenever I see one of those dead, I'm like, you got what you deserved.
I definitely took a piece out of him. I'm pretty sure he shit along the side of my car. Like, I mean,
well, then you got him good.
The cop had to go find him and finish him.
When I see a deer lying dead on the side of the road, I'm like John C. McGinley in Seven. I just look at him and go, you got what you deserved. And then the deer goes, and I jump back and I'm terrified. And I tell the vet, I go, can we talk to him? He's like, if I shined his flashlight in his eyes, that deer would die from shock. Plus, even if he could speak, or even if he were able to speak, which he isn't, he swallowed his own tongue long ago. What? By the way, in 7, what's the he swallowed his own tongue thing? Is that like he ate it? Like
I guess.
Ate it to eat something? That's, oh my God. I don't know. I don't know. That 7 movie seems a little far-fetched to me. All right.
Of a wrong-way driver heading south in the northbound lanes in Bodenham. Maine State Police met the car near the mile marker 34. They say they were traveling nearly 80 miles per hour through opposing traffic. Police were able to immobilize the car and arrested 40-year-old David Stafford of Brunswick. Stafford is charged with OUI and driving to endanger. Police say
that's a hell of a night. I mean, how much do you have to drink to be oblivious to the fact that you're on the wrong side of the freeway doing 80? I mean, I've driven home drunk sometimes. You know, back in my day, I drove home at times where I should not have driven home. Like, especially when you're
last week.
But like when you're in your early 20s and stuff, you take some chances. I've never been so shit hammered that I wouldn't be able to tell if I was on the wrong side of the white line or the yellow line. I mean, holy shit. Yeah.
I'm just a little drunk while I'm driving my kids around.
Kato TM is right. That would have to be like the lady we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
You'd have to be that drunk. But do I need to worry about his eyes? No. That's the point. You don't need to know anything.
Hey, do you know why I pulled you over? What the heck's wrong with you? Have you had anything to drink? Yeah, I know. I was going a little fast.
80 is a little in excess. I understand, officer. 205 away from today's goal. If you feel like helping us out, there's the links in the chat. We've got a half hour before we rattle the cans and try to knock this goal out and do a half hour of overtime. 205 away from hitting it. If you want to contribute, there's the links to Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Super chats, memberships, and gifted memberships count as well. And if you want to become a VIP, holy shit, that counts too. That's a big one. 205 away from hitting it today. Hobo Chili Recipe pointing out, hey, if I don't go over 80, the flux capacitor doesn't work. It's actually 88.
Yeah, but you got to hit 88.
Yeah, you got to get to 88, my friend. So you got to drink more. Somebody says early 20s, more like 16 to 18 years old, somehow thought you were invincible. Yeah, I don't know if I drove drunk before 20. Yeah, oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I had a buddy whose friend's house we'd go to for a fire, and we'd always drink. And it was like, you'd go over the highway and then down the exit and then take the first exit from there, and then you'd be like in my neighborhood. I lived like 10 minutes away from my buddy. So that was like a 10-minute drive when you're 18 or 19. That's like perfect risk it territory. So you're doing that thing where you're walking to your car and you feel yourself stumble a little and you're like, oh shit, hold on. You got to get your shit together,
man.
man.
Shake it out and just have a minute to yourself.
The spirit is way more willing than your fucking body and legs are right now. You got to straighten your shit out, drive 5 miles per hour under the speed limit, 10 and 2, 9 and 3, whatever it is. No music on, window down a little bit. Let's get this thing home. And then at every red light, you're having a heart attack whenever someone has a luggage rack on top of their vehicle. Like, oh, no.
Anytime someone follows you a little bit, you're like, crap, is that an undercover?
Right. You're like, oh, no, do they know I'm drunk? And no, that's the thing. They can't know you're drunk unless you give them a reason to think you're drunk. So don't put your drunk thoughts in their head. Just keep driving normal and you'll be fine. If I'm a cop, if I see someone driving under the speed limit at night, to me, that's the red flag I need to pull them over.
I don't know what'll be suspicious about this. I'm just going to kind of sit in the middle of my lane and wave them around with my arm. Just go around.
Yeah, go. You're fine. Go ahead. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Professional Horny Boy says, I have never drove drunk. I have had a gram of meth in a capsule burst in my gut while I was driving. My eyes started shaking like a paint can at Lowe's. I had to pull over and smoke a joint. So wait a minute. You had meth on you. The meth got into your bloodstream. You started freaking the fuck out, so you had to throw another drug in there to calm you down. Attaboy, Jordan Belfort. That's how you do it.
You do drugs, Jordan.
Every day.
Every goddamn day.
Good. Somebody says, best time to drive drunk, snowstorm, no one's pulling you over. That's true. Driving drunk in a blizzard is the most dangerous way to drive drunk, but it's also the safest from a getting pulled over perspective. That's for
Plus,
sure.
how does your driving look erratic? Half of you are just trying to stay in a lane anyway. You can't tell. Dude, I saw you swerving in lanes. What lanes? It's all white.
Laughing Lion says, horny boy is the worst Uber driver ever. Oh, guys, we got to pull over. Why? A meth capsule just burst in my stomach. I'll get you to the bars in a little bit, but I am freaking the fuck out. Well, do you want to smoke some weed? I'm 2 steps ahead of you. Oh, okay, good. 2:05 away from knocking it out today. There's the links in the chat. Oh, this story is going to surprise the hell out of everybody. The ad agency that tapped Dylan Mulvaney for that Bud Light sponsorship, apparently is in serious panic mode.
What?
Yeah. Apparently things aren't going so well for the 8-year-old.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah, the 8-year-old marketing firm out of San Francisco that was responsible for Bud Light's partnership with Dylan Mulvaney and the disastrous tie-up sent the firm into, quote, serious panic mode. Captive 8, a San Mateo, California-based firm that pairs social media influencers with major consumer brands. So wait a minute. All this time, I thought this was like an in-house Bud Light thing where the
nobody okayed this. It was just the marketing lady thought this will be fun and invited.
So what's worse is you had a company that you contracted with to make your marketing shit, and the professional marketing people, their whole thing is matching up influencers with brands, and you saw the needy trans actor person who behaves like a mental patient in every video they're in. You thought you would try to sell light beer to low-income Americans with that? Again, if it was Bud Light, at least I could say it was a radical marketing department person who put this thing together. But you guys do this for a living. Your profession is making good ad campaigns.
Yeah, but did you read where they were from?
San Mateo, California. Yes, that part does make sense. But if the I'd like to buy the world a Coke is considered the greatest advertisement in history by McCann Erickson, Madman reference. There we go. If the I'd like to buy the world a Coke ad is the greatest ad of all time, I have found its mirror opposite. The Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light pairing by Captive 8 Media. Now, Bud Light's not off the hook because when Captive 8 came to them, Bud Light still could have said, yeah, fuck no. We're not doing that. But they're the one. I mean, I'm sure Captive 8 could have given them a list of influencers and said, here, pick one from all of these, and they could have grabbed one, but they went with the Dylan Mulvaney thing, so nobody's innocent in all this. I still say that Bud Light approved this, but they needed someone to throw under the bus for how shitty of a move this was. So they said, oh, no, our marketing director, they just
took it upon herself.
Yeah, decided to go over everyone else's head and just have this be the first ad campaign that nobody okayed but her. I have a hard time believing that. And I'm sure that all of the people on the board who told her that she was taking the fall for this said, oh, and by the way, if you don't take solo responsibility for this, we're taking away your severance package. So
yeah,
shut the fuck up and go retire in peace. Thank you. Now, Captive 8 said it's a textbook, or no, people are saying about Captive 8, they're a textbook case of marketing gone wrong. Oh, I don't know. It's only been 3-4 weeks and Bud Light's only down year over year like 30%. I mean, give it some time. Let's see how this plays out. There was a lot of chatter among employees about what blowback the firm might face over the botched campaign, according to this source. Internally, the company was in serious panic mode. Again, this is just more confirmation to me that we all live in two different worlds. Because I don't know. I mean, they're all talking like this is a surprise to them that the reaction was the way it was.
I can't believe everyone didn't love this.
Right. If you would have asked any of us, we would have told you, guys, this is going to be a fucking disaster. You're going to lose your ass on this. This is insane. People are going to reject this completely, except for maybe 1% of the population. And that 1% is going to turn on you when you decide to cover your ass afterwards. So you're going to lose everybody with this whole deal. And they went, no. This is going to work great. Trans is hip with the kids now. Oh, man. Yeah, all those kids coming out of Nebraska going to college and stocking up on beer for the weekend. They really love trans cock. It's their favorite. Fauci's Pangolin says we all live in a yellow and pink groom your children submarine, yellow submarine. Hey, I think you added a few words to the song. Grank Nutterbutter says trans people totally aren't just crazy people. Exactly. It takes all kinds, right? And by the way, Zen Rhino points this out. Great point. Bud Light has been replaced as the #1 beer in the country. And for these protester people to really stick it to Anheuser-Busch, they've all gone out and bought Modelo and made that the #1 beer in America, which is a beer owned by, well, Anheuser-Busch. All right, we got to open up the 8 o'clock hour stories. We may not get through all of them because we got 20 minutes until we have to rattle the cans, and we are still 2:05 away from this morning's goal. Let's see if we can get there. If you guys want to help us out, there's all the links in the chat. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. I haven't really been negging you guys that hard this morning because I'm just kind of at peace with whatever happens. But you know me, I'm a competitive guy. I'd like to knock out that goal. And if we're doing a good show, I would like to knock it out. If the show's been meh, then I understand not hitting it. But there's all the links in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our program. We sure do appreciate it. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If your vehicle goes in the ditch, if your car won't go, if you need any kind of help, nobody is there faster than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. All right, I do have to correct one thing. Anheuser-Busch does not own Modelo in North America. That's weird that they can own it one place but not own it in another. Okay, I'll go with it. I'm a dumb boomer streamer now. I just go with whatever someone told me last. Johnny, tell everyone about your show. I am going to drain myself quickly, and then hopefully I'm tying it. I'm getting that all out, and then I'm ready for the long haul here for overtime today. Johnny, tell them about your show you got coming up this afternoon, and I will be right back.
Alrighty. So I'll be on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Just kidding, LLC. You can find me all. We start at 2 p.m. We go till 5:30, depending. And we have a couple of different things that we'll be talking about. We're going to be talking about a Supreme Court case that happened, as well as a Florida man that apparently rode a shark. So we have a couple of that, as well as all the news and stories that we find before the show begins, because I grab show prep after this one's over. So a lot of what's happening now will be in the show. We like to get the freshest news we can. So we'll have all of that for you, as well as some clips and video things to walk out. I hope you can walk. Johnny, I hope you can walk someday. Yeah, actually, like, no joke, we're hoping to be walking, like, knock on glass by the anniversary party. I've got some phone calls to make after the show gets back. And yeah, so hopefully we'll be walking. A guy rode a shark. Yes, I have a video about a guy riding a shark. I've got a story about a man who jumped into an alligator exhibit. So we've got a lot of stories about people being weird, crazy, and just flat out dumb. And that's not even including whatever stupid, weird shit's happening right now. We like to grab, like I said, the freshest stuff. We get at it first in a lot of cases. Do you recycle ST news stories? Actually, Union Jack, fortunately, mine's a very smaller show. I get to a lot of them before Aaron does. But, he doesn't watch the show, so he doesn't know that. Where do I go for your channel, says Kato TM. It's on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch at Just Kidding LLC. Let's just kidding. You know what? I'm sitting at a desk. Why don't I actually link this stuff? There we go. Nope. Got to go forward again. damn it. This is weird to do this. I'm not used to posting my links in someone else's show during stuff. It doesn't it's not a standalone link. Yeah, I can't even.
All right, I have to be honest.
What?
That got away from me a little bit.
What, did you didn't make it in time?
I mean, I made it. It was fine, but
was it like a little kid holding a fire hose where it was moving around? What do you mean it got away from you?
It was supposed to be one thing and it turned into another.
Oh.
Yeah. So I really don't know if that took a little longer than people thought, but yeah.
Did you finish? Do you need to go?
I may have to go back for round 2 later. I had to squeeze the whole thing off a little bit. I don't mean to be too much information. Could you give me 1 second real quick?
Yeah.
Could you give me 1 more second? You have some fun with these people. You talk to them a little bit. I'm going to go. I got something I got to take care of.
Somebody's got to wrap something up. Someone's... Seriously. Oh, this is great. I thought I was the only one who's ever had a show interrupted by having to take a shit. It happens to us all. Everybody poops. Well, then we have the time to do this. Where's that? We'll pull up links for my channel, your channel. How do we link the? God damn it! It should just be at Just Kidding LLC on YouTube. That should be Silverwolf saying hi, Johnny. He came back with a turtle poking out. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just had
all right,
one last
I'm
one.
good. I made it.
You felt the final. You felt the end.
Yeah, we're good. Well, Salty says I must never talk like this stuff. I'm sorry, but it kind of I went to a weird place because I went in there expecting
the bathroom.
Well, no, I went in there expecting one thing and I got another. So
So wait, I have a question because now for me, if that were to happen, it wouldn't be a big deal because I don't mean to brag, but I have to sit down. So you as somebody, were you standing at the time? Did you have to transition?
I had to wait until I got dribbles, and I had to do like the quickest little spin and sit. It was a whole process, but I made it work. It's not messy. It's not,
not anymore. He cleaned it up.
No. It's totally fine. We're good. No, Tyler, I did not have to go and change.
How did you shit on the wall?
I didn't shit on the wall. I didn't have to change my underwear. Nothing like that. And by the way, I
wasn't wearing any.
I just said sit and spin, didn't I? I didn't say, no, I said spin and sit. I had to do a quick spin and then sit down so there was a transition.
You wanted to sit and spin on your...
Wayne Chambers says, hope you didn't spoil your genie pants for $5. Thank you very much. Did I have my pants rolled up like capris when I walked away?
Maybe just a touch.
Yeah, I like to do that with my sweatpants. I like to roll them up when I'm doing the show. As you can
I
see,
have to do it just so I don't trip, but I get you.
Yeah. I like to pull them up just below the knee. So no, I went in. I thought it was just going to be a quick pee, and I'm the master of the quick pee when I'm doing a show. And you know, sometimes when a man urinates, sometimes he'll just kind of let out any excess gases that he has. And I was about to do said thing.
You couldn't justify.
I was going to do said thing, and then I felt a little bit of resistance, and I went, oh, and I kind of tensed up. Nothing came out. It was nothing like that. But I went, oh boy, I got to get back to the show. So do I try to pinch this off, and then just pee at an average stream and say, because usually I'll just empty it right away. But now, do I have to just go at a slower, more consistent stream and just hold this in? Or do I, spin around, sit down, and just hammer this thing out and trust that Johnny's got it? And I trusted that you had it, and I said, you know what? We're just going to go for it. And
well, firstly, thank you. I did have it. But secondly...
the result was good. We ended up with a good result. So we're good. We're also a failure today. We're doing a very poor show, apparently. $200. That's me nudging you. $200 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. It has been a little bit of a slower one. Typically, Alex Nerio says, this is the quality content I pay for. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm giving you what we've been getting so far today. I'm giving you a $200 away from the goal show at the moment. If we had knocked it out already, oh, man, I'd be in there tap dancing the whole thing. Well, Schulte says, the show is great. Why would you say that, Aaron? I'm just being a shit. Thank you, Fauci's Pangolin, for gifting us membership to Justin Yindra. We appreciate that. Every little bit helps. Knock that thing down, guys. There's the links in the chat if you want to help the program. So the parody AOC account that we talked about last week, that
my favorite AOC account,
which, by the way, was basically just saying things that you would think AOC would say. It was a great parody account because sometimes you weren't sure if it was a parody or not. Well, they had to delete the account. They suspended the account, not Twitter, the person who owned the account, because, and in a way, people want to blame trolls and shit, but I kind of blame the people who run these accounts for this. Apparently someone had given out their identity in their house and whatnot, so they just panicked and took the account off Twitter and made it invisible, or however that works. And to me, I think people need to think like this. The internet is the internet. It's going to act the way it does. They're going to be little shitbags. People who try to do things anonymously on the internet and like fuck around and be part of the game like this AOC account did, I'm sorry, but like I don't respect your privacy when you want to jump in and, kind of get into the shit. Like, oh, I'm going to tease and taunt someone who's got millions or hundreds of thousands of fans like AOC does, and everything's going to be fine, and no crazy people are going to catch wind of this and start to try to give me shit. You got to understand how the internet works. If you want to do this, you got to be okay with your identity getting out there, with all that other shit getting out there. Now, I just go ahead and do my show under my real name, so I don't have to worry about any of that shit. Right. That's just my identity. It's, you figure it out. I don't believe in involving people that, aren't involved, kids, parents, spouses, shit like that. That's not okay. But, and by the way, it's not okay to give out this woman's information either, or this man's information, whoever was running this account. What I'm saying is they should not have started this and expected anonymity. Should they have expected to have been doxxed? No, that's a little too far. But to say like, oh, I'm getting rid of my account because someone found out what my name was, it's like, well, the motherfucker, don't jump in the game and don't try to, be a public figure with this account and embrace all of the media and the press that you're getting, but then get worked up when people find out who you are.
Yeah, it's like libs of TikTok. Like, they exposed who she was, and she's like, yes, this is who I am, and I still believe what I believe.
Right, and she kept going. I liked that.
Right.
But if you're going to do the thing where, you're like, oh, no, I just wanted to have this Twitter account where I talk shit about this famous politician, but nobody's allowed to know who I am. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
But that's the problem with a lot of people, especially young people now. Like, what is it? Mizzy is the name of the guy in England who's like a TikTok prankster. He's got a lot of trouble.
Prankster guy. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, he recently was on a show. I covered the video, I think, was it yesterday? Or no, Sunday. He was on a show where they were questioning him and stuff, and he was saying like, he's like, oh, I'm so and so, and I'm Mizzy. Like, Mizzy's my online persona and personality, and I'm trying to prove to people that TikTok and this that they're separate things and they're not the same thing. It's like, yes, but you have to understand your character is literally you, so you are responsible for what you do. They're not separate.
Right. Exactly. Fauci's Pangolin and Gray Duckling both gifting a sub, and What's His Nuts with $25 over on PayPal. So we got a little rally going here. We're down to 170. We could be within striking distance of hitting today's goal. We will see. There's all the links in the chat. 170 away in about 8 minutes from rattling the cans and seeing what we come up with. So this person got rid of their AOC parody account, but apparently someone else wants it and they might resurrect it this week, which is fine. But I think you should save yourself a lot of like angst and a lot of pressure and a lot of trauma, and you should just have your name out there. Because I think,
at least be ready for that to get out there.
Yeah, I think when you don't have your name out there, I think you actually have a higher risk of being doxxed. Because if you just use
something to find.
Right, because if you just use your full name, then there's not as much mystery. You know what, you understand what I'm trying to say? There's less.
I'd love it if it's Elon Musk that wants to buy the account.
That would be good. But like if they already know your name, then they're like, oh, maybe this person doesn't fear getting doxxed, so I'm not going to look up all the other shit. But if you're like Libs of TikTok or you're this AOC account and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to fuck around and I'm going to fuck with this person and I'm going to needle them, and they have crazy fans, they're going to try and find out what your name is. And while they're finding out what your name is, they're going to try and grab all the other shit too. So I think if you want to fuck around in modern American politics, you've got to have a strong stomach for the shit.
Yeah, but I don't think that just coming out with who your name is going to help. I think there's still going to be plenty of people who look at your name like, all right, so who the fuck is fucking Tom Johnson or whoever this asshole that's ripping on my AOC?
That's true. And that's kind of my point, though, is if you're going to get into any kind of political shit with people and you're going to stir the shit politically, people are so crazy about their politics now that you just have to kind of assume that that's going to come with certain things attached to them. And if they do, that you kind of have to consider that baked into the cake and consider, like you said, if that's what you want to happen. Yeah. If you're willing to take those slings and arrows, then that's totally fine. If you're not, then I wouldn't venture into that world.
Yeah, because you don't have to be, this person didn't have to be TikTok famous and going after AOC as a parody account. That didn't have to be a thing.
Right. Dub says, I was worried Alex Stein might get that. Glad he didn't after Big Booty Latino. Well, why wouldn't he run that account? That could be fun.
Actually, that'd be just as funny.
Zen Rhino says, yeah, fuck Tom Johnson. He doesn't do clubs. He doesn't sell tickets. I don't know Tom Johnson. Jack Schaff has been telling me I'm not too bad with the today. See, don't mention it because now I just caught myself saying 3 times in a row, Jack. Damn it, man. I was this close. Swirly says, if you're going to make fun of a chick with nice tits like AOC, you got to expect some blowback. Yeah, I want to be very clear with how I'm saying this because I can feel myself confusing people. I'm not saying if you start an account making fun of AOC aggressively that you deserve to have your identity leaked and your house doxxed. That's shitty. That's bullshit. Nobody should do that, and I like people who do that to be punished and banned from Twitter. However, I'm saying the reality of the situation is if you're going to engage in that kind of stuff, you should be prepared for that to be a possibility. For example, when we went to New York City, our teachers and our chaperones told us, hey, walk around with the wallets in the front pocket because there's pickpockets and there's thieves on the streets of New York City. Now, should people steal wallets? Should people pick pockets? No, it's wrong. It's against the law. You shouldn't do it. But that doesn't mean you should defiantly keep your wallet in your back pocket because you think it's wrong to pick pockets. You should still prepare yourself for what might come. That's all.
The robber when he gets your wallet.
Zen Rhino says Tom Johnson was the fictional person Johnny said was running the AOC parody account. Oh, it was such a forgettable generic name that I forgot the forgettable generic name.
It did its goddamn job.
It did exactly what it was supposed to do. All right, we got 4 minutes until we fire up the music and see if we can knock out that last 170 that's sitting on today's goal. Waytotted says, well, this has been a good show today, Aaron. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, now, I was going to enjoy a day where I didn't say that much. Then somebody pointed out that I was doing a good job with it, and that was the kiss of death. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Jesus, when was your field trip? When it was still called the 5 points? I know, like, our teachers did, even then when we were 17 and 18, we were like, our teachers have kind of an old style view of New York City. It's a very small town. Even though I wasn't in a small town, it's a small town Minnesota like view of what New York City is, but better safe than sorry. Michael B says Michael B says Bill the Butcher told him to do that. Oh yeah, it was actually Bill the Butcher was one of our chaperones, and he let us know that we needed to make sure that, you know.
The thing is too is like a good pickpocket. I mean, unless you got some super deep front pockets, a good pickpocket could still get you in the front too, man.
Yeah, and get you in the front, get you in the back. They're versatile, those pickpockets. All right, we got less than 2 minutes until we try to get to overtime here. We have a couple of really good stories. I saved this one for overtime today. Germany is fighting back against all the flag. What would you call it for Pride Month? The flag virtue. The flag virtue signaling. Germany is German people are fighting back against it, which is one of those yay moments. But the way Germany's fighting back against it makes you go, yay, wait, okay, guys, chill. Chill. And it does have something to do with the fact that it's Germany. Put it that way. I think Germany, no matter what, no matter how many world wars they fight, they're always just going to have a certain national pride. I think there's just an ingrained belief that they're better than everybody, and they've got to express it every few generations. That's all. And then also Mayor Eric Adams of New York, I like this actually. He wants to house migrants in private residences. I say we start with all the progressive voters in New York and say, hey, you think that no citizen should ever be illegal? You think that open borders are a great thing? Let's put your money where your mouth is. You need to house a few.
We all need to be understanding. Open your home.
Remember when we had all those refugees coming into the United States from Islamic countries, these last 20 years or so? And they would do those man on the street bits every once in a while of, hey, would you bring a Muslim, or do you think Muslims should allow to be refugees to America? And they're like, yeah, it's fucking right. It's the thing to do, so on and so forth. Would you house one in your home? Oh, well, I don't know. You see, I've got little girls who live with me, and so they're going to hurt your little girls. Is that what you're saying? Well, no, that's not. I mean, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just,
there's just different cultural norms, and
you know what? I got to go take a shit. See you later. All right, guys, let's fire it up and see if we can knock out that 170. We are a ways away, just outside of striking distance. But if we all band together, we can knock this out and do overtime. Let's see if we can handle it. Fire up the music. Where's my whistle? Let's get hokey. Here we go. 170 away. That's one of the deepest wells we've been in for a while, but let's see if we can hit it. If we do, we thank you by putting 30 minutes back up on the clock and doing extra time today. 170 away. There's the link to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. It all counts. Now, we've either got 4 minutes left in today's show, which is our normal run time, or if we are well supported, we like to say thank you by adding on a half hour. So one of the two is going to happen. The rest is all in the hands of you, the audience. Jack Schaff says not today. 170 away from knocking it out. Let's see if we can do it.
Is Jack Schaff MSO? Because I haven't seen MSO.
No, I think Jack Schaff is Schaff. I think it's a different guy. All right, let's see who's going to start it off, or if we're just going to just kind of walk into the good night on this morning's program. As we hit refresh here, still waiting for the beginning. Oh, this might be one of those every couple of months days that happens where
it is the summer too.
Just gotta. No excuses. I was a dog shit host who did a dog shit show today, and the number reflects it. I don't know. I think Aaron secretly wants to end it early. Look, man, I'm just glad after the fucking nightmare butt fucking we took over the last year, financially, this company. I'm just glad we're in a spot where if we miss one day, it's not like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Frank Nutterbutter says, can you and Johnny plan out a dance for can rattling? Here's the dance.
A couple weeks.
Please. There's the can rattling. 170 away. Alex Nerio with a fucking mercy $9.99 says more poop jokes. Scarface with $4.99 says pay up pores. Yes, this is a listener-supported show. It does not exist without money from the audience. We are the most honest e-beggars you're ever going to find. We're not going to sit here and rub our dicks and talk about how self-sufficient we are. We are all based on your dollars. $5 coming in on PayPal from Matthew. Thank you, buddy. Fuck you, dude, with $15 says Hasidic Jews. 145 away from knocking it out today. Can we do it? 145 away. We've got 2 minutes left. It's going to be a tough one. It's an uphill battle. Union Jack gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that very much. All the links are right there in the chat. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says, for the illegals. Well, it's very nice of you to support our illegal brothers and sisters. 140 away from today's goal. So it is trickling in. We do have a little mini rally going here during the can rattling, e-begging segment, and we've got a little under 2 minutes left. Looks like we got about 1:10 to go. Nicholas Davidson with $4.99. That's his first $4.99 in this show's history. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, what happened to the new Twitch channel? I'll get to it. All right. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are nonstop work days for me, so it's probably not happening then. 1:30 away from hitting it. It's exhilarating. It's the last minute. Seeing if we can get that last 1:30 taken care of, or if we're getting a little extra time off today. $10 from Jive Turkey. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to Bree S. 1:20 away from hitting. And it looks like we got about 30 seconds left. 1:20 away from hitting. How close are we going to get? I think we're going to get a little no overtime today. So we're going to get a little bit of rest time. Sorry we didn't do it for you today. We do appreciate anybody contributing to this program. Looks like we're going to come up about 1:20 short. We've got about 20 seconds left. We will let the music play out, and then we'll hit refresh on everything and see if we're going home early today, which it does look that way. Thank you guys very much. Make sure you hit like at least. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you're watching this later, if you want to chuck in a couple of bucks, we do appreciate it. But there we go. Off we go. I think they get tired of seeing two fat, ugly guys 2 days in a row. I think maybe we need to spread me out, or they're ready to see the tits. I think Cerberus with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, buddy. Camo Girl with $4.99, and Red Fox Mad says, "Let's go, donate like me." All right, so 95 short today. Okay. There we go. Kato TM says guest appearances. No, those don't do as well as the gold days. I got to space those out. Those we run those at a cost. To this little cottage. We do that industry. For you people. Yeah, this cottage industry that we have here. All right, so 95 away. We'll hit refresh one last time. And that's going to be... Oh, hold on. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says, open your fucking wallets, people. Justin Yindra with $50. That brings us down to 55. And then, Johnny, looks like we don't need to make any changes, because here comes, I don't know, am I supposed to say anonymous on this one? I don't know, but I think you all know. $100 coming in. We got bailed the fuck out. Let's not pretend we didn't. Let's not pretend we didn't get pity bailed out today. We absolutely did, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys are also $45 into tonight's goal. Thank you very much. All right, Johnny, let's make sure we're funny. Let's make sure we're good. Fuck. Let's do an awesome job, because we got bailed the fuck out today. Well, Salty says, I can't believe how invested I am in this. Right. It's kind of, that's why instead of... It's kind of fun for not for us. It's nerve-wracking as shit, but I can get people watching like, ooh, is it going to happen? Especially if you're not invested either way. Well, you're because... I'll enjoy the show, but if it's over, whatever. I got nothing to lose. We can't make fun of people like DSP and they're like constant haranguing and yelling at people if we don't do the opposite of what he does and just kind of like play some music, do a will we or won't we, create some drama, create some tension. And then if it doesn't happen, we go, we'll take a half hour early today. And then if it does happen, we're like, all right, the show's in good shape. That's great. Let's dance a little. Tyler Barton says, now dance for 30 more minutes, you little monkeys. I mean, that's a little racist, but I understand. Guys, don't for 30 minutes. Don't forget, by the way, we do have whole bean coffee. If you guys have been waiting for whole bean steel toe coffee, it is available right now at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There you go. Sandy Squatch says, if I could afford it, I would pay all your bills. Have a great day and don't do that. That's insanity. That's we appreciate everything you folks do for this fine program. Germans are starting to push back against all the pride flags that are coming out in June. They're only a week in, and they've fucking had it in Germany. The only problem is, as funny as it is, you do have to keep your eyes on those Germans because shit tends to get out of hand when they get fed up.
Name one time. One time.
I'll name you two. I'll do you one better. 1914, 1939. It gets away from them.
Well, those were some people did some things.
Now you need to turn your volume up is what you need to do. You might have bumped it or something.
Yeah, I did.
Germans are fighting back against Pride Month by changing their profile pictures to replicate Pride backgrounds. But it's actually the German black, red, and gold colors, and they're tagging it Stolzmonat. And it's the most beautiful thing I've seen in a while. Twitter is waking people up. Okay, easy on the waking up the Germans. You know, we like the Germans, but that doesn't mean that we want them waking up necessarily.
What is Stolzmonat?
Stolzmonat means Pride Month.
Oh.
That's all it means.
Okay.
Just means Pride Month. Everyone chill out. It's not bad yet. Germans are celebrating Pride Month by responding to any rainbows with the national flag. So they do shit like this. They do like gradients. They'll do their own flag, but it'll be the rainbow will just be the German tricolor. There's another one. And this is just all over Twitter. Stolzmonat, meaning Pride Month, started trending the other day. Now, it is funny until you start to see shit like this. Anytime I see like the German winged eagle and the big flag and stuff like this, I'm like, okay, cool. This is funny. Good job, Germany. But let's keep the pride to a reasonable level. I don't mind people having pride. Pride is great. Pride is awesome. Pride is wonderful. But when you people get all that pride in you, you get all antsy in your pantsy. So I want to make sure that Germany remembers that this is a troll as much as the gay community knows it's a troll.
I mean, is it a troll though? Who's leading this movement? I heard it was a Charlie Chaplin impersonator.
No. Nothing to do with Charlie Chaplin, I promise you. Yeah, like look at this shit. It's just when I see German people gathering under a German slogan and then
I go, what's the worst that could happen?
Right, and then putting their national patriotic colors all over everything while at the same time targeting a very specific group of people, I go, hey, yeah, I mean, funny, but let's just make sure we, stay out of the deep end of the pool. That's all.
Look, we've had it with this pandering pride stuff, all right? You want to be proud to be a homosexual, all right, fine. You enjoy your identity, but this open pandering, it's insulting. You know what we need to do? We need to find a solution to this once and for all.
Oh, no.
Just one last.
No, there doesn't need to be a final solution to anything. I think everybody's happy. Everybody's good. Everybody's fine. Don't worry about it. By the way, Oliver threw in $10 over on Venmo, and he says, keep it going. There you go. Well, it's later in the game, but we're going to throw it towards tonight. Thank you very much, Oliver. So, yeah, I just don't really know if the Germans, pushing back against Pride Month with some funny joke tweets is great. When it's all organized under a national banner, that's a little more concerning. Furthermore, when the national banner is one that started the only 2 world wars we've ever had, again, funny, haha, let's enjoy ourselves. It's just keep an eye on them. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know, man. If you're
you're going to fuck around and encourage these krauts. Look, I am one of them. I'm just telling you, there are no yield signs in Berlin. They're either
they don't know how to yield.
They either go or they stop. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, how much more do you need, you Minnesota Jew? I can fit the bill for every matzo ball soup and Manischewitz extravaganza. Thumbs up Palestine. Hobo Chili Recipe wanting us to start a blitzkrieg hype train. No, guys, it's not. See, Johnny, do you see how quickly this gets away from them?
It doesn't seems responsible.
I'm telling you, they don't know how to cut it off.
Actually, the community you're talking about,
different. No. Victor says Germany didn't start the first one. Serbian nationalists were responsible. Okay, well, that's fair, but Germany was allied with the country that then invaded Serbia because of you.
See, Germany just gets a bad rap, all right? Like, yeah, they were there. Yeah, they told that kid rush the barricade, but they didn't really. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm getting my stories.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Johnny, that's Ray Epps.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep getting Ray Epps and Hitler's rule of the Nazi Socialist Party like confused.
You see, Ray Epps was the only man to go to January 6th and incite an insurrection and be lionized by the media as a bullied hero. And while everyone else who did the exact same thing he did went to prison for a super long time. So it's nothing to see here, folks. There's no controversy. There's no nothing. It's just, everybody else who did exactly what Ray Epps did is in prison right now. Meanwhile, Ray Epps is on 60 Minutes and they're crying tears for him, talking about how he's being bullied and sought after.
It's just wrong place in the wrong time.
Again, it's the other thing where I think they realized during COVID that they can put anything on TV that they want. And we just have to, they're like, oh, wait a minute. You mean we don't have to make them believe it? That's even more sadistic and awesome. We can just shove it down these dumb foie gras ducks' fucking throat and just make them take our fist jamming down our throat, and then they can shit out all of our propaganda. That's the Ray Epps thing. Like, the Ray Epps thing is, we all know you're full of shit because we've all watched how you've treated everyone who looks like him or behaved like him on January 6th, and you're treating him the exact opposite because all of us think he's a federal informant, which, by the way, leads me to believe that he's a federal informant.
Yeah, you know what'll really convince him that he's not a federal informant? If we lean in. We just go with it.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, may steel toe rule for 1,000 years. No, it's not. Zen Rhino says Ray Epps didn't even get arrested, even though his testimony to the J6 committee says he texted his nephew and said he started the whole thing. Yes. Absolutely. Citizen M says, I agree with Aaron on leftist hypocrisy about immigration from Islamic countries. Yeah, I think if you're going to talk about it, you got to be about it. If you're going to say, yeah, we should let refugees in from it. One thing that absolutely drives me fucking nuts about conservatives and liberals is their ability to shed their skin of virtue at the first sign of convenience. Like liberals with, oh, we should have open borders and we should allow refugees to come in unlimited. And then Mayor Adams of New York goes, hey, we're going to start housing migrants in private residence. Would you guys step up and do that? And liberals are like, oh, well, no, we can't. We think immigration should be everyone else's problem. We just think that all those people should be allowed to come here. Someone else should just have to sort it out, though. And then when it comes to Islamic refugees, you got, oh, yeah, they're wonderful people. How dare you say they treat women poorly or they might be dangerous? Okay, cool. You want to take a couple in? Ooh, no, I have young daughters and a wife, and I'm just a little nervous.
See, and that's where people are like, oh, you're a dick. You need to be more understanding about these poor people who just need a little help. I'm like, all right, you want them in your home? Because I don't. So I'm just leaning into the being a dick part because, again, I'm not cool with that. So right. I'm just going to say, you know what? Fine, no.
I'm just being consistent. Yeah, you're right. I don't want illegal migrants in my home. I'll tell you this. I don't want one of my own friends living in my house. It's my house for a reason. I want my own space, my own thing. I don't want my buddy living here because I know I'll get sick of him. I don't want some fucking migrant from some other country that I don't know living in my house with me, because just like I wouldn't want any other stranger I know nothing about living in my house with me.
Oh, so this is a bad time to ask, like just for like a month while I get some shit straightened out.
I'm sorry. Nope. I got a wife I got to fuck because it's an enjoyable sensation. I got kids I got to take care of. I got a dog I got to take care of. I got shit to do, Mac. No, thank you.
This is the season for locking them outside, though.
Yeah, those little ones, though, they get panty in a hurry. But as far as, just be consistent. Like, what's so hard for lefty people? I'm not saying lefty politicians, because lefty politicians need to bring in the migrants so that they can eventually get them citizenship, so that they can vote, so that they can maintain their power base. I don't understand why just a regular day job having liberal believing American would want open borders. It doesn't benefit them at all. It's going to take jobs away from their kids. It's going to take college slots away from their kids. It's going to be a strain on your taxes and on your city's budget and on the county's budget, state and federal. It's going to be a drain on all that. So all these dumb, useful idiots who are liberals who work day jobs and shit, they benefit absolutely zero from illegal immigration. Yet because the people that they like the most and that they vote for the most, because the people that wear the same color shirt and say they're on the same team as them, tell them it's an awesome thing, they support it. It's so brain dead and stupid. I say
they don't. The alternative is being called racist or mean or not being understand. They can't. Again, the whole problem comes back to they can't be seen as being mean. They don't want to be a meanie head who's like, no, too bad. I'm in a better place than you. I'm sorry, but I'm not sacrificing me for you.
Yeah,
and that's what it comes down to.
And if you wouldn't let them live with you, you shouldn't. Your position should not be that you would let them come here. I mean, that you should be consistent on that. Because, again, politicians, I get why they want them here. I don't get, other than you're brainwashed by your fucking TV or the internet, I don't understand why you would go, yes, more illegals. Absolutely. We should let illegals come here. You don't want them in your backyard. You don't want them in your home. You don't want them taking up this strain on resources. But because some guy on the TV said that, he likes it and that guy wears the same jersey as you, you're going to endorse it too. It's insane.
But then how far does that go? Like I said, if you're going to endorse it, but you don't want them in your home, but you're going to endorse it, does that mean you're going to sacrifice what you want in your home to continue to endorse it? Or is that where we finally cross the line where like, hey, we won't let these people stay in our homes?
Right. And like, I love that New York is having to deal with this. I love that they've endorsed all these policies for so long, and they've been more than willing to let Texas and these other states bear the brunt of this problem. And Texas got fed up and said, no, we're fucking sending them to you. And you can see what this is like. And then Texas.
A problem we didn't have during Trump's administration, or at least had significantly locked down. So again.
And then New York gets like 1/1,000,000th of what Texas gets. And they go, oh my God, shut everything down. Find hotels, find this, find that, find private residences. Here's the clip of Eric Adams. Let's play this real quick, and then we'll end on a note of levity today.
It is my vision to take the next step to this, to go to the faith-based locales, and then move to private residence. There are residents who are suffering right now because of economic challenges. They have spare rooms, they have locales, and if we can find a way to get over the 30-day rule and other rules that government has in its place, we can take that $4.2 billion, 4.3 it may be now, that we potentially would have to spend, and we can put it back in the pockets of everyday New Yorkers.
He is talking like a man who is panicking. Like that was just a rambling, incoherent drivel of mess. Because
Why is that 30-day rule in place?
He has absolutely no idea what to do. Yeah, left-handed said he's biting off more than he can chew. That was a guy just spitballing as he was going, because he sat down with all of his advisors and he had nothing. And he just went out there and goes, oh, we got hotels and churches and then private residences. The economy's tough and, people have extra rooms. And yeah, because you know what illegals have a lot of? Money to pay you rent for your extra room.
No. The legals won't pay you that. The government will. And I'm sure the illegals are all going to be vetted and totally safe people, so you don't have to worry about who's in your home. And
is that what he meant by...
none of them will do... They'll all be completely respectful and just the best citizens.
Is that what he meant by the $4 billion? He was going to pay private citizens to rent out rooms to illegals?
Yes.
Oh, my God. That's going to be a fucking nightmare. Yeah. Wait until
He's going to turn every citizen into a, what is it, the sleep app thing where you could get a hotel. Shit.
Oh, I don't know, but I
don't want to say Bed Bath and Beyond now.
But when it comes to, like, just imagine the nightmares worth of problems they're going to have with that. I mean, the first time we get squatters and people who just won't fucking leave, and people who are like, well, no, I live here now, and oh, you should buy my food too, and this, that, and the other thing. This is just a humiliation for New York waiting to happen. Geese
To
Artel
take
says
me and my dog. I'm allergic to dogs. Well, then move out. It's my house.
Geese Artel says I'll rent my house for $20K a month and with a $500,000 deposit. Yeah. Go ahead. And by the way, government will pay way more than the market average of rent, so they'll waste money there. Are you talking about Airbnb? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. This is going to be such a brutal failure for them. Stevie J says 14-day and 30-day rules are entirely because of squatter rights. Oh, so that's what he meant by the 30-day rule. What he's trying to say is that, hey, as long as we can figure out how to get over the 30-day rule stuff, maybe we can put them in private residences. What he's saying, so now he's even more confused than I thought he was. He's even more hopeless because he's saying, look, we're going to figure some shit out on the squatters' rights thing. And then after we do that, hey, we're home free. So you have fucking nothing. You have no idea.
So they can't keep our house, but they can still move in and wreck it. Again, I feel like these people really need to realize you have to just start saying, look, we can't keep taking these people. It's what I keep saying where people are like, you're a dick. And I'm like, no, there's only so many seats at the table. That's just nature.
Right.
In every environment, you know, if the deer population breeds too much and there's no predators to eat them out, they start starving off. They start because, again, too many mouths to feed. So you can't just take in groups of people and go, you know what, we're going to take these people in.
Everyone's really generous with someone else's money. That's what you know about people who, vote for more government. They're really generous with other people's money. Wildcard with $4.99 says, good show, you hack. Oh, I don't think you should talk about Johnny that way. How dare you? It's just me.
I did wear a shirt that said hack comedian yesterday.
That's me just getting the heat off of myself. All right, we got time for a couple more. We got 10 minutes, and I got 3 quick hitters we can get through. The FDA says people are confusing poppers with energy shots and dying. Aren't poppers like the things that you take so that your muscles loosen up so you can have butt sex?
Maybe. I don't know. That's a realm you know more about than I, Aaron.
I always thought that whenever I heard about poppers, it was always like gay guys want to butt fuck, and that loosens up your shit cutter so you can take a nice stiff rod.
Why you think I would have any information in this realm is beyond me.
Avril Incandenza says we don't do that. Oh, are you gay? Thank you. You can help me with this. That's very helpful. Well, Sam Kinison used poppers for sex. Well, maybe Sam Kinison was stuffing it up his butt.
And look how great he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. He got monkeypox. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I would love to hear a compilation of old slave songs sung by the illustrious Mayor Adams. He's got more vocals than the Hodge twins. For God's sake, man. For God's sake. All right, let's talk about poppers and fucking energy shots and how people are confusing them. I don't believe the FDA should be like regulating this shit. I really like the idea of people not reading labels and not reading what the product is that they're chugging and then dying from it. And then in my opinion, we've cured that problem. Like the issue has been settled. That guy's dead now. He's not going to be able to do this again. And he's certainly not going to be able to fuck up all of our lives by having more of our tax dollars go to putting little labels on shit that said only use these if you're going to butt fuck, not if you need to stay up for work. It's not unusual for the packaging of one product to resemble that of another, potentially leading to mix-ups. But the FDA has warned people who drink energy shots to make sure they're not accidentally chugging a bottle of poppers, or they might end up sick or dead. Don't be fooled, those poppers, often purchased online or in novelty stores, where you shouldn't be buying your 5-hour energy. Guess what? Gas stations aren't selling fucking anal nitrates, okay? So you don't have to worry. Don't buy your fucking 5-hour energy from Sex World and you'll be right as rain. God damn.
It's another stop. What do you want me to do? I'm already here getting my porn.
Don't be fooled. These poppers are unapproved products and should not be inhaled or ingested regardless of how they are packaged, labeled, or displayed. Now, these are the poppers that I was thinking because the next paragraph goes, but those who work in LGBTQ sexual health say the FDA's warning that people are confusing poppers with energy shots with sometimes dire consequences may actually be doing more of a disservice. Imagine that. The LGBTQ community is not happy with the way people are concerned with them. It's almost like you're fucking impossible to please sometimes. Just please go back, butt fuck that guy and leave me alone.
Look, I mean, feel bad for these people, but don't take them away. I need them.
Such messaging borders on inflammatory. No, I'll tell you what's inflammatory. Taking a ramrod to the old keister. That'll be... You want to talk about inflaming. Oh, my goodness. See, the amount of prep work and shit you have to do to even do anal, it's like, have you tried pussy? Like, have you... I just want to ask them sometimes, like, have you given it a shot? And if they say, yeah, it was icky, I'm like, okay, cool. But, like, here's one, try that. And if they go, oh, this is already lubed up and it doesn't stink as bad and it's actually pretty malleable and flexible, this is all right. I'm like, right? It's pussy. It's good. You like it. You're gay. You already like tits. And they're like, oh, tits are so much fun. Just try pussy. You might like it. And yeah,
have you at least just tried the cunt?
Yeah.
Just have a piece.
See, Avril is saying yuck. Okay, so maybe you guys have, and you know, I'm just saying that, like, if you're gonna fuck in the butt, it's like every day that a woman is on her period. You know, there's all this prep, and you got to put towels down, and you got to put the dog in the kennel, and you got to shower yourself off afterwards. It's all kinds of flim
Never
flam.
heard it called that before. Putting the dog in the kennel.
All kinds of flim flam and gobbledygook. So the gays are saying such message borders on inflammatory and may contribute to the stigmatization of the product and the stigmatization of the person who's using poppers. You need your butthole loosened so a dick will go in it. You don't get to tell me that I'm inflammatory on the messaging. You don't get to take a thing that makes your butthole nice and loose for a big old cock to go in and then go, hey, don't you talk shit about the thing I need to put in my butt to put a dick in there. It's funny. Ha ha ha. You have to loosen up your butt muscles because dicks aren't supposed to be in it. Tee hee hee. Now go enjoy your butt sex. Not telling you.
You're making your jokes, but April's ordering this right now. She's like, oh, poppers are the solution.
I'm not telling you you can't do it. I'm telling you that, you know, what if people see a popper thing for butt sex and it's right next to a 5-hour energy? I want to make sure they don't get hurt. And the gays are like, hey, excuse me. I know you're trying to help other people, but the other people you're trying to help aren't us. So could you pay attention to me and the problem I have with this? Shut up. You know what your butthole sex juice looks like. Buy your butthole sex juice and be happy about it. But then everybody else, we want to let them know that sometimes when they think they're drinking an energy drink, they might be drinking butthole sex juice. And that might hurt them very badly. So we want to save them. And then also, it saves more butthole sex juice for you guys. You should be happy about this. It's Pride Month. Stop fucking bitching about everything. Not everything is about you. Now,
so what you're saying...
Go fuck that guy in the butt, but don't forget your butt sex juice. Nope, that's a 5-hour energy. Oh, see how you can do that? Now shut the fuck up. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just so what you're trying to say is
I have a micro penis. This is how I break the news.
You freak, you homosexual, you man lover.
I'm just saying, I have no problem with gays fucking the shit out of each other. It's when you guys stop fucking and start talking to us about shit you have a problem with that you become obnoxious. The gay sex is the thing that we like most about you guys. You go off, you suck, you fuck, you blow, you come, you whip, you do whatever you want. But then when you're done,
involve us.
Yeah, but then when you're done, you got to go like, can I tell you the things that are bothering me about what's happening with the community? No, you can't. Go fuck again. That's the best part about you guys. Mark Atkinson says, shove the 5-hour energy bottle in there. It might loosen it up. That's a good point, too. That'll, you know, kind of treat it like people do with their gauged ears.
Yeah. Just extend it a little bit. Or at the very least, you know, do a dab, you know, like just a dab a little bit on your butthole. And if it doesn't loosen at all, energy it is. If you start, you know, smearing your pants, don't drink that.
Union Jack really likes this rant. He says, I'm glad we cleared OT. See, over time, we X gonna give it to you. Avril says, questioning my whole identity right now. Well, subscribe to the channel and we'll help you out with that problem. No, I don't want to help you. Go fuck. That's the thing about gay people. They're like, oh, you should accept the way I fuck. Yep, I totally accept it. Now, leave us alone. That's how tolerance works. That's what we do with everybody else, especially Italians. You think we want to talk to them all the time? No, but we're like, oh, that's cool. All right, talk to you later.
Actually, yeah. Aaron's thoughts on Italians are,
I want these people segregated.
But I don't want it to be forced. I'd rather have it be voluntary. You're right, exactly. So get your butthole sex juice, but let the rest of the world be warned that drinking butthole sex juice, while it's shaped a lot like a 5-hour energy, be sure to read the label.
I think that's the real thing. The community, the LGBT community is like, these products have got to stop looking the same. I was putting 5-hour energy on my butthole and it didn't do anything.
My asshole burned for a week and I shit weird smells. Guys, that's going to do it for today, but I just want to end this rant with this.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To everybody who contributed to today's show and helped us hit that goal late in the game, we do appreciate it. You always keep us on our toes, and we thank you for it. We're under 200 to go for tonight's evening show, too, so thank you very much for that. Johnny is on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube today at 2 p.m. Central Time. Avril says, I guess I'm going to go do some carpentry or whatever. A lesbian, not gay guy. I just assumed dude. I apologize for that. Loves the pussy. Lesbians tend to leave people alone. I don't mind lesbians. They don't bitch. Gay guys just want to complain about the poppers and the this. And they go fuck each other in the butt. We don't care.
Doesn't involve me. That was the beautiful thing about it.
Yes. Lesbians mind their own fucking business. Lesbians are more like dudes.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, by the way, we're trying to get the channel to 1K, so if you can help subscribe, that'd be awesome. On the YouTube, we're trying to get over.
Go subscribe to Just Kidding LLC. If one of the mods could put that in the chat, Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Go check it out, 2 o'clock Central Time today. Johnny, thank you very much once more.
Thank you.
And to the rest of you, we will talk to you tonight at 7 p.m. Central. Hit like, hit subscribe.